Good morning, Zach. Good morning, everybody. Give me 1 second, please. I'm sending the links out now. Good morning, everybody. 1 second. Time is 9:25. Let's do a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor. I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only, and it is not legal advice.
So Steve and I were just both talking about it. The potential market-moving reports we're getting. The jobs
Today,
one seems to be the one with the most potential, at least, coming up on
IWM,
Tuesday.
important to
How are
watch.
you viewing it? What do you see it?
Tesla
What do you see it potentially impacting?
Well, we're finally
has
getting
been on a
the government
trend
data
line
back,
since
and that's most
literally
important
November.
for just guidance. I mean, we're talking about the Fed, and oh, by the way, there's a 100% chance that it's going to be Kevin for the Fed chairmanship moving forward. But the jobs is really going to be in play. Moving forward.
Yes,
and
futures, we have bounced in the area of conflict,
we
interest
do
box
that
as
the
well.
is still slowing as it relates to the jobs, so that's
SPX is opening at the red line that we were playing with the entirety of last week at 6,853-ish.
When it comes to a Fed decision, as you as an investor, what are you looking for?
NVIDIA is in a downward trend.
That it's delayed.
It accounts because it's the Fed policy moving forward, right? The market's already front-running 2026, and the Fed actually moving multiple times lower. So the question is, is it a hot, cold, or Goldilocks number? Is really going to dictate whether the Fed will move. But also we have a Fed that's going to, the composition is going to change for 2026. So there's a lot of unknowns still to come.
All right. How bullish are you on next year? We're getting a lot of really bullish and optimistic price targets for next year.
Morning, everybody.
The latest. 77.50.
QQQ is at 618, 617. SPY is at 683.
He says, in part, 2026 is trying to be more volatile than last year. Swings magnified by equity valuations approaching dot-com era extremes. Top-heavy index concentration.
Good morning, Edison. Good morning, Constantine. Good morning, Donna. Good morning, everybody in the YouTube chat that is coming in. User, Oscar, Scott, Miles, Vlad, Harry, Lewis, Captain.
We're seeing it right now. The volatility is playing out. The AI trade is now broadening out. So moving forward, yes, we just talked about the Fed. We're going to have a accommodative Fed.
IWM here as well.
Moving forward. But yeah, investors have to look
IWM
at
has
broadening out
bounced
their
with
portfolios.
the free
There's
market.
other sectors
then
that
you're
can take
disagreeing
advantage
because
of.
he's saying go back into the AI trade. You're saying you want to broaden it.
We own AI. We own NVIDIA. We like that trade. In fact, we're selling into some of the strength and then reallocating our portfolio as it relates to that. We're in the early innings of the AI trade. We firmly believe that. But moving forward, there's other opportunities next year. But we are bullish for next year.
We are bullish for next year, he says. Good morning. One more video talking about industrials that was bullish last week into Friday with IWM, now in Deutsche Bank.
Investors are rotating into industrials, sending the sector to record levels. Joining us now is Nicole DeBlase, Deutsche Bank research analyst. Nicole, great to have you with us.
Thanks, great to be here.
It's actually been an extraordinary run that maybe people aren't even paying attention to. It's the longest winning streak since August of 2020. The transports, though, Nicole, as you know very well now, they're very different in terms of the components.
470 on market open Tesla.
There's the airlines, there's the truckers, there's the expediters of the world. So where do you see sort of the most opportunity in 2026?
Yeah, so we cover electrical equipment and multi-industry, not transports. And I think with respect to what we've seen within the broader industrial space,
I can't believe Tesla's at 470 right now.
A little bit more optimistic about the
that must
potential
be
for a recovery.
triple top at the minimum or all-time highs. Let's see.
Tariff policy,
470 triple top.
Maybe the Fed would
474 is the all-time high on
ISM
Tesla.
Being in tractionary territory for 3 years running, and I think hoping that we start to see a reversal of that in 2025, or sorry, in 2026. I think that's all kind of tied into why the industrial sector has been outperforming.
2.7% up.
Apologies, I don't know what transport's on the brain, Nicole, so I apologize. But in terms of industrials, some of the greatest winners in the industrials have been some of the areas that are tied to AI that are thought to be
trend line
sort
that has
of
kept
related
up.
AI plays. Do you see their fortunes following the AI trade, or can they still go higher because of the very strong backlogs that a lot of them are experiencing and reporting?
Yeah, so we kept a lot of our positive views on the AI space. In fact, our top pick for 2026 is Eaton, which is, a company that has about 20% exposure to data centers. We also really like GE Vernova. We've been big fans of that company for a long time.
Time is
And the reason why
9:29.
we've decided
Market
to
is
keep
opening here
those
in
buy
10
ratings is
seconds.
because you're absolutely right. Backlogs are extended. Companies are now booking orders into 2027. In the case of GE Vernova, booking orders into 2029 and beyond. So we have quite a bit of visibility into continued upside versus consensus estimates, and the magnitude
I'm
of
in
upside is still
6K.
very
Tesla
great.
put into
We're
Friday.
coming to, potentially high single digit to low double digit upside potential through 2028, which is still very attractive to us.
I mean, that investor day for GE Vernova was extraordinary in terms of the guidance lift and then the follow through on the stock, not just that day, but also the day after, Nicole. And I'm wondering if you start thinking about the out years, 2028, 2029, and you sort of think to yourself, let's take out a percentage of that AI exposure.
I'm going into 6K into next week on Tesla
just in terms
here.
of trying to get our arms around where this stock should be, like what is the floor valuation if the AI trade deflates a little bit?
Yeah,
Insane.
I mean, I think the floor
I'm
we
in
kind
4
of saw
contracts
this play
into
out
next
with
week.
GEV over the past few months.
472.5 and into this week 6 contracts
in the high
now.
500s, low 600s, and so that's kind of what we come back to
QQQ
for what a floor could be
has
when
opened,
sentiment around
trapping
AI was a
all
little bit
these
more
bears from
bearish.
Friday.
But I think, listen, the reason why the stock traded up so much on the investor day is because this isn't
Today is
just a
Tesla
story
day,
about
all-time
gas turbine
highs.
demand, which is extremely robust, by the way.
Insane.
But we now have visibility into the gas power services aspect of this driving continued outsized earnings growth versus peers into the 2030s. We just don't find that visibility in many spaces in industrials.
So it's the services sold along, so the recurring revenue as opposed to just the
like
sale of the turbine.
3% today.
It's the services that follow that makes the story much more compelling.
Exactly. They sell a long-term service agreement with every single gas turbine, and those gas turbines that they're selling that will go into the installed base over the next few years will come into their major service windows in the 2030s.
Wow,
in terms
the bulls
of the
are fucking
industrials
crazy.
that may have been left behind,
on Tesla.
Are there some that you think are underappreciated at this point?
On Tesla, the news on CNBC is
see a short cycle
stocks jumps abroad.
There are three that come to mind
Or
where
board
our analysis shows us
broad
that there's
advance
still
as
significant
investors
upside
bet data
potential.
this
So
week, blah blah
Dover
blah. But I mean, they're just feeding bullish
Illinois
news
Works,
with the
and
pre-market already
Ingersoll
popped
Rand
already.
are the three where we see the potential
keep
for
that in
not
mind.
just earnings upside
Alright,
in that
keep
event,
that in mind.
but also a multiple re-rating. So you can get upside.
See what
north of
happens. The
20%
wind
for all
direction
three
is
names we did.
completely north on Tesla for
It's
now.
not too
Insanely north.
way. You figure.
We're turning this shit off. Candle coming in crazy. Maybe going to fucking 500 at this point, but holy shit. It's literally up $2 already. Wow, that is something. Last week, Tesla had a perfect touch at that setup box, and then they nuked it and touched the top of the trend line. 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is the 5th time, and now they're blowing up on it. They're burning all these bears, right? All these smart money deductors probably left at this gray box, and then all the retails piled in, looking at the market as bearish, and then they just popped that thing up crazy. Alright, wind direction is strong south on SPY, probably because of IWM here. QQQ. Trying south as well. Everything's going south except Tesla. Everything going south here except Tesla. Alright, wind direction south except Tesla. Tesla's booming up north. QQQ going south. IWM trying south. SPY going south. Tesla is at all-time highs. 477.62 here. Alright, this is important. Why? Because they open at the... Oh, I thought they were opening at the red line, but they opened up above the red line, and they're right back to the red line. Let's see what happens. The bears are coming. On Tesla, trying. Good morning, everybody. I'm not in SPY or QQQ. Wind direction is south, trying off of SPY and QQQ. I wanted this shit to happen on the market. I just wanted Tesla to go with it, but Tesla is crazy bullish right now. Right now. now. SPY is dramatically pulling back here. QQQ is dramatically pulling back. IWM is going south. Tesla is hovering at the North Pole. Wind direction is south into. Time is 9:35 right now. They're south for at least 5 minutes. 9:30 into 9:35. Most likely, I'm not speculating that it's going to happen, but there might be a bounce here to figure out what they want to do further. Why? Because no bounces came. It's just red candle, red candle, red candle. So at some point, market's going to bounce to, cycle confirm to figure out what to do. Nvidia is at 177. Not enough power. Tesla today, a lot of power. Tesla, a lot of power. I honestly should have waited a little bit and then let Tesla cycle confirm and then do it, but I honestly, I wanted to do it on Tesla. I feel like something is forming, but also this is literally all-time highs. Has to be 4. Wow, barely. 479. That's fucking disgusting. This is basically double top, at least, right? Huge V on Tesla into today. The bear trapped everybody into 1, 2, 3, 4. This is not the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is like 14 days, 15 days. Tesla wildin'. Time is 9:35. We have a floor. We have a roof. Let's draw the floor, LOD on the roof. Cycle is forming. Tesla is going. Still north, showing. A part of this is my house money, but now I'm in, right, 8K of my not profit money. So we'll see what happens on Tesla. Either this shit or 500. No, I'm kidding. We'll see what happens on Tesla. 9:30, 9:35. Market needs to cycle and confirm more. Market open to decide what to do. Burning all these bears for now, right, into the rest of the week, showing based on Tesla alone. Nvidia looking crap. IWM has a gap below and up top, so let's see if IWM goes crazy or not. Let's also hit the morning like button. Thank you very, very much. We have 99 people right now. More coming in. Appreciate you. Look at this news. They're saying chips are under fire. Everything except Tesla is rocketing. 480. This is now all-time highs on Tesla. They want to show 485, 490, 495, 500 psychologically or numerically.
The chip sector, green arrows across the board, at least right now, pre-market joining us.
Crazy
Chris
bullish
Kasem,
on
Wolf
Tesla.
Research Senior Analyst. Chris, great to have you with us.
Good morning.
What happened? What happened with Oracle, with the OpenAI delays, with Broadcom? Has that
2 hours still bearish on
the way investors should look at the sector?
Trying.
We don't think so. And the Broadcom report from last week was really quite good. They're still upside to the numbers. They're looking at doubling their AI revenue next year, and with the potential of doubling the year after that. I think
a lot of candle traders think this is bullish. A lot of candle traders this is bearish. But I mean, this is just setup going on, and nobody really cares. But I mean, it is what it is. 155 people that watched the market up the video last night, and the 35 people, 30 people that have hit the like button on that video. Thank you so much, and God bless you all. With direction to south into SPY and QQQ.
If you're not spending the money next year, if
swap
not in the
is at the
capacity, you're
North
just
Pole.
out of the race.
Time
we
is
just don't see
9:40.
that
They're
happening.
breaking the floor. They're going
I mean,
more lower.
you covered
This is
chips,
one
but
third,
you
two
got to
third,
take a look at the
three
hyperscalers
third.
and
They're
also
going
take a look at
lower
Oracle in
into the
terms of
3/3.
deciding whether or
They
not
have
that money will
cycled
actually be
at
spent.
935
In your view, is
into
there a
940.
chance that the
940
upwards of
is
$400
rejecting
billion
into
projected to
940.
be spent in the
The
next 12
impatient
months by
gets impatient.
Amazon,
Let's see
Google,
what happens. Right,
Meta? I mean,
they're
will that
cycling and
actually
they're
be
going
spent, or do you think
lower
that
on
gets
SPY,
dialed back? Because
QQQ, and
investors are
IWM.
increasingly looking for hard proof that there is an ROI to this spend.
We'll see.
Right.
There's a
we've
gap
done
here on
some analysis
IWM.
ourselves, and it does
There's
show
the purple
that
box.
these deployments are getting a positive ROI.
Tesla
I think
is
the concern is just the numbers are getting so large right now. But again, what we think over the next 12
Time
months,
is 9:40.
if you're not spending, if you are
9:40
whomever,
is
whether it's
going
OpenAI
lower
or
into
Anthropic or
9:40 at the
Google,
minimum, but
deciding
there's
we're gonna hit the
1,
brakes
2,
on
3
spending
more
right now,
minutes
and your
into
competitors aren't,
9:45,
you're
so
gonna
that
be left
means
behind in the
statistically
race.
speaking,
So,
they could bounce it
I
at
guess there's two things there.
9:40,
One is the monetization and getting
or
the
they could
ROI
go
in the
lower
near
into
term. The
9:45.
second is
Nobody knows, but I mean,
just the cost
MACD
of
is
participating
bearish
in
as
the
hell,
AI
right?
race
It's
now
basically
requires you to put that money
up
to
to the
work.
next couple of minutes,
And then
and
can
how
you
they
walk us
come in
through
with
your
the
thinking
candles, that will
on
determine what happens into
competitive
9:45
TPUs? I
alone.
mean, with the rise of Gemini, the success of Gemini 3, there was some thinking that
All right,
know,
deductions
Google's
are
GPUs, TPUs, excuse me, were going to be competitive to NVIDIA.
constantly
and that's gonna
changing
threaten
almost
NVIDIA's
in
business.
short
How do
term,
you
medium
view
term,
this?
using setup, this and that.
And
But
they really
market
are.
is also
And,
cycling
you
wild.
know, we kind of see it coming down to, from a silicon standpoint, you know, there's two major platforms. There's the NVIDIA platform, which works with everyone, and then the Google TPU
Anything above this red
platform,
line getting
which,
destroyed
you
is
know,
what I see.
largely has
Anything
worked with
below the
Google in
red
the
line
past,
getting
and what's
destroyed
changed over the
still
last
is
couple
what
of
I
months
see.
is Google
Till the market
has
decides
started to look
which
at
way to.
expanding
Zig and
that
zag.
to some others, such as Anthropic.
QQQ.
The reason why
Opening
those two platforms
above the
are the
previous
two most
all-time
prevalent
high.
platforms is because
See
they
what
have
happens on
the most
QQQ.
performance. And now AMD with MI450 later this year, you know, looks like they'll be a participant as well, although smaller scale. But the difference with the
Captain
custom
says, can you
projects,
show that
these
purple box on
XP
IWM
projects
again?
like Google,
Yes. You guys should
is
just
that
draw
they
these
don't work
boxes
with
alone.
everything.
You guys should just draw
So,
everything.
you know, we kind of look at
That's
the
why I sent
market
pictures
that
in the
about
WhatsApp group so people can just
75%
draw
of
it
the market
themselves.
will
But yeah.
be these merchant solutions that includes
252,
NVIDIA and AMD
251.
because they work with everything.
This does not
because
mean
they
it's
have
going
the
to go south.
software
This just
support.
means that the market is deciding what to do.
Custom solutions like Google and at
Tesla
this
is
point,
going
Google
higher
is really
and higher. I'm
the
getting
only
squeezed
one
into
that's
this
on
shit.
its 7th generation and is able to scale right now. Handles a
Thank you
subset
so
of the
much,
different
those of you that have
workloads,
hit
and that's
the
why we
morning
think it's important. We
like
think it's
button.
competitive, but we think it stays at about
Down
25% of the market.
$500
And even,
on
you know, some of the numbers that Broadcom has been
472.5
throwing
into
out
Friday right now.
It
But
supports
it's
that number.
literally Monday, so
More
it's not too
boxes,
bad.
more options. Granger has over 1,700 box types.
It's the
in
best
stock,
part.
and Granger can help you
Monday
pack, store, and ship
doesn't
everything.
move
And
crazy.
you can count on Granger to deliver your boxes.
Yeah, Monday doesn't move that crazy. On SPY and SPX though, it doesn't matter. 0 DT like regular. Theta gaming like regular. Getting bulls and bears involved like regular. I need a morning market
The
open
All-America
video.
Economic
They're
Survey
just dropping
holiday
videos
edition
from
for the
Mayor
past 19 years. We
Adams.
track how much shoppers are
When
spending
direction
for
is
Christmas,
south,
and
they're evaluating
most
the floor.
importantly this
See
year,
what happens.
what is
There's a
behind
risk
the
for
spending
bears here
decisions?
because the
Senior
first pivot
economics
point
reporter
cycle
Steve
trying
Wiesman has the
till the
details
floor
for us.
breaks. There's a risk.
Thank you, Melissa.
Bulls are
This
literally
looks to
getting
be the
destroyed
Christmas
off of
where
9:30
inflation
open.
is
So
the red-nosed reindeer that is leading shopping
only
decisions
bulls that
among
are
American
having
consumers in
fun
a way
are the
we
ones
have
from
not seen before.
Friday
The
close.
CNBC All-America Economic Survey finds
And
41%
even
of
then,
Americans plan to spend less
they're
this year.
getting chopped.
42% saying they're spending less, saying 16 shelling out more. 16% that is.
IWM wants to
Respondents
go
always
to
say
the
they're
gap.
gonna spend less, but the spend
Looks
less,
like
it's up
Tesla
6
wants to
points
hover.
this year, the most since 2022.
Yes,
The average American
SPX
who's
is
buying
below
gifts
the
say they
red
will spend
line.
about
Nvidia is
$1,200 this
below.
year. That's a
QQQ is
3.9
trash.
increase over last year, a decent gain, and in
Time
line with
is
some of the
9:40.
holiday spending forecasts that we've been
Tesla is the
following.
only
That
thing
would
that's
not
holding
be a
right
bad
now.
outcome
Time
for
is
retailers, but the
9:45.
reason
At some
shoppers
point,
give
it's going to pull
suggests
back to the
prices are
0.5
sapping
or
some of the holiday
0.65 and
spending
then
cheer,
figure out what to
potential
do.
sign
But
that
I mean, at
tariffs
some
and other
point,
price
I feel like
increases being
Tesla going to
felt
pull
at the
back.
checkout
Tesla's
counter.
holding up the
46%
market
of those
crazy.
spending less say the
It's been
holidays
holding up
against the
insane last week. It's holding up insane today. Look at the MACD on Tesla finally turning down. Let's see what happens. It is holding insane.
And the weak economy. But here, check this out. This year, the high cost of goods is the #1 reason for the first time.
Time is 9:45. Wind direction is south.
That's up 11 points from last year.
I'm break even on Tesla now, but it's weird as shit.
More,
they want to go higher. Shit's not getting squeezed that much because it's Monday, but they're just showing bullish. That means they're trying to bull trap, in my opinion, at a tippity top. Or this shit is just bullish as fuck on Tesla. I don't know. But I mean, all I do know is that I've been watching this setup on Tesla for literally a month, or literally a week now, so we'll see what happens. This shit is insane. You cannot lie down, up, down, up, down, up, in, down, up, and then go into the fucking box, and then pump up fucking crazy. While the market going down. Oh my god, while the market going up, down, up, down, up, down, like bro. Can't even lie, bro. Time is 9:45. Wind direction is south on QQQ. SPY IWM.
Where are we in terms of the pass-through of the
new
tariffs?
LOD.
Chair Powell had mentioned that.
Let's see what happens off the new LOD.
Pass through and it's done.
This is the 3/3, so I mean it could bear trap everybody here and then bounce to the middle, bounce to V, whatever, bounce to POC, and then figure out what the fuck it wants to do too. Technically, it could be like, oh, it's morning cycle. Oh, MACD is bearish. Oh, it's oversold. That is true. But they can go more oversold, so there's no confirmation long yet. So we'll see what happens, man. Time is 9:45. This shit is bearish as fuck.
We find that Democrats are much more sensitive or much more concerned about inflation than Republicans
Risk is
are.
crazy
so
now.
I look to the independents, and they look a lot more like
Good
Democrats.
morning,
so
all.
there's definitely a psychological / partisan aspect to this. But the other aspect,
Today's
I think,
Monday,
is gonna
guys.
be real.
Today
and
is
I think you're hitting
Monday.
the nail on the head, Melissa. Some has been passed along.
Good day to
and then
focus.
You add the cumulative
Good
effect
day to
of the price
understand.
increase over the past several years. And also, by the way, the
It's
media
only
attention
Monday.
to it, I think
That's the best.
into people's
All right,
psyche.
they're
So
pulling back
there's
off
all
the
of these things
red
going
line.
on.
I wanted to
You can't
short
really
off this
separate
red
it.
line going
What I
lower.
thought
I
was
wanted to
really
short at
interesting is I
market
went
open,
down
but I
to the
decided to do it on
depths of the
Tesla.
survey
And I am in
looked at what we call
Tesla,
the cross
so
tabs. And what
Tesla
I
is
found was that
holding.
if you went out and you
QQQ and
shopped
SPY
on
is going.
Black Friday weekend,
But I mean, what
you
the fuck
had
can I
that
do?
experience of believing that prices are higher, just the same as those people who
I don't want to
hadn't been
do
out.
SPY and
So
Tesla and
it
then fucking
suggests that maybe
get trapped
and
and
then
win
the next
whatever the fuck.
conversation,
So
I don't know if you want to
that's
have it
the
now, is
reason
the one
why.
about
But I mean, Tesla
retailer
is holding
margins,
up.
where
I
those
would
are
say.
at. And
I
it
just
may or
highly
may
doubt
not
this shit's
matter.
gonna
If they're able
hold
to
here
charge
for a
more and
fucking
sell,
week
and
at
sell plenty, then
500s.
retailer margins will be okay.
We'll see.
The question becomes this back and forth over people looking for bargains.
If you live in a New Jersey
9:45 bouncing, trying. 9:45 is deciding what to do. I'm talking about on Tesla. SPY IWM. Evaluating the floor. The 5-minute candle coming in with the bullish trap that morning, but with the bearish trap on Friday low as well. There's a lot of bears on Friday low. What if they try to burn, or what if they try to confuse them? Would they bounce or not at some point or not? High or high as fuck or not? And then they figure out what to do. I mean, I also thought that anything above this red line would be dangerous, and here they are coming in dangerous. Why? Because smart money deductors are also saying that something, whatever happened last week with the FOMC top, is kind of trying to be like, oh, we're in a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and the 3/3 is trying to figure out what the hell to do. Right? Whether to flip this shit sincere and then go a new 1/3, 2/3, or whether to. We'll see. Time is 9:50 here. 9:45. It did not break by 1 cent. Time is 9:50. Tesla as well. Just a little morning, little breeze. You know how like in the Northeast it's snowing and cold right now? It's a little morning breeze from 685 to 683. That is $1.50. Market hasn't really ran that much, but it has slightly pulled back. That is all it is. Right? CNBC News was saying what market is. Oh, bullish. Oh, now it's bullish. Blah blah blah. Based on what happened on Friday, right? With IWM, Nasdaq, and blah blah blah. We saw the video live, so that's what they do on candle traders. No setup, no understanding of what's going on. no risk analysis, and they're like, oh, we're fucking green, fuck it, let's run, down, and nobody knows. But I mean, what we do know is there's some sort of setup being played right here on SPY. We will see what happens, how this shit goes, but it's literally starting to form a smaller cycle within a bigger cycle, if you understand what I'm saying. We could have smaller cycles inside medium cycles, within larger cycles, within even bigger cycles. So I call it small, medium, and large. Like you're at McDonald's, right? Goddamn fry off the market. So small, medium, large cycles forming intraday, weekly, and monthly cycles, right? Market is figuring out what to do at the low of the day with all these bears and all these bulls trapped. Whether to go lower into 955 and then bear trap or not, or whether to bear trap here. Tesla is bear trapping already, and it is maybe gonna show all fucking day long. I have no idea. I have no fucking clue. This shit is going up $5, going down $5. It is absolute. Now my contract's down $700 from 6K into Friday, but I mean, the move literally is $5, and it's fucking moving like a little bit because I'm at 472.5. Maybe I'm thinking it's because it's Friday. It's not too far. I mean, it's not like too close. If today was like one Monday or some shit, or Wednesday or some shit, and they were doing this Thursday, like, I mean, what I do know is last week's plus got fucking killed into this shit, right? So unless that one day of pullback. But I'm pretty sure more people, retailers, joined in here, candle traders, and then they were not looking at setup or whatever the fuck, risk analysis, and they don't let the market go first up or down, and then they speculate it's gonna go down after they hit it, whatever the hell. But time is 9:50. They're going lower into 9:51. This is the 3/3 bearish cycle. IWM is important to see. We have filled the gap on IWM. There is no more gap on IWM. The only thing that exists now is the purple box, right? The purple box is at 252.25. IWM is still bearish on 2 hour, like I said, in the pre-market, right? While there was 10 people here. Everything is bearish here except Tesla. Tesla is at the North Pole, chilling with Santa. Tesla is at the North Pole, chilling with Santa. Here we have the opening bell. God bless if Tesla drops now. Come on, market is going, QQQ is going. Man, I fucking am feeling FOMO on SPY and Tesla, man. I really wanted this shit to all happen at the same time, but it is really not. This is the 3/3. Anything above the red line is getting destroyed.
There's the opening bell this morning at the big board today. It is
and we'll see what happens here. 6,852.
Tom Chu will talk to him and his son Michael at 12:30 on the half, followed by an appearance
IWM bearish as fuck.
The Nasdaq Extractor Supply and 4H, celebrating a partnership lasting 15 years.
SPY is being dragged down crazy here. QQQ is going crazy low too. Market open. It is down $5 from 418 to 414. Morning push is crazy bearish now. I'm thinking Tesla needs to fucking drop on this shit now, but I mean, honestly, in its own world, when Tesla does its own thing based on setup, based on events, based on trying to fucking trap bears, trying to trap bulls, it really is in its own world because there's so many goddamn big whales and so many players trying to do shit on Tesla. It's absolutely fucking crazy. Like, it's absolutely crazy. Man, SPY would have been great. I'm not playing fucking SPX or SPY right now. I'm not chasing this shit right here either. They're going lower in the 3/3. I'm constantly waiting for Tesla to go here, but it's not. I don't wanna. 480. $480. You know, there's an important thing to watch on QQQ right now, which is the low of the day, or not the low of the day, yesterday's 9:30, 4 p.m. close. That is the previous all-time high as well. They might be going down there to test it or something. QQQ is frozen, so give me a second here. Time is 9:55, and Tesla is slowly forming a crappy ass cycle at the top. Market is trying to you see this shit? Previous all-time high breakout point. They're testing it at 613, 614 maybe. It might even fucking bear trap crazy here. 0 DT cycle and then figure out what to do too. But I mean, I have no idea. I would count that as almost getting there. Setup has been completed almost. This is the 3/3. Wow. Look at QQQ and SPY. But Tesla. Holding the market up crazy. Now let's see Tesla fucking drop and the market go a little bit more. God damn. See, this is the problem. SPY and QQQ is at the 3/3 and Tesla is at the fucking top. So when the fuck is Tesla gonna pull down and the market already went? This shit is literally insane. Like something else is going down except Tesla and SPY and QQQ going like IWM and Tesla is still fucking way up. Now they're about to start confusing maybe on IWMN, QQQ. They might not be going to the purple box yet and they want a cycle or something. I have no fucking clue. Tesla is going lower now. I think QQQ is going lower now. QQQ is going to go test 613.55 maybe. IWM is holding now. This shit is changing now. Realize that too before it's way too late, right? Things are starting to market cycle with QQQ going lower and IWM holding up still at the purple box above.
Telling the Wall Street Journal he was leaning towards choosing Hassett.
Looking good now in Tesla. I'm not gonna lie. Time is 10.
Also potentially to run the
I'm
Fed.
back up on everything on Tesla. Break even.
Yeah. What do you think?
Come on, baby. Roll that bitch down a little bit more. I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do here. If they lose this box, they about to go from the top
I'm not saying what
fucking
you're,
bottom,
who
baby.
you
If Tesla
like. I'm
does it,
saying
but I mean, that is
everybody asked me.
if Tesla does it, we need to see how QQQ does at 613.55 here. Right? Bears are coming in crazy off of market open from the red line. Right? I literally sent this picture in the WhatsApp group in the pre-market at 9:30 or 9:25, 9:15, and I said, hey, we are opening here, right? And I said we are playing in this red line crazy, and they are still playing at the red line. I thought Tesla was gonna bull trap and go lower with the market doing that, but it's not. IWM is doing that with 2 hours. I was looking at IWM too, but things were almost perfect too. Be like, oh, we're bullish, and then pull back a little bit, and then figure out what to do, which is what they're doing. But they're still showing crazy bullish on Tesla.
And then the evening
crazy bullish on Tesla.
Jamie Dimon is among those
this shit is from 434 to 483. That is $40, $30. That is no little move.
We know the interviews are back on.
That is no little move.
We don't know yet if other people are. So
that's a big ass move.
That there's been some pushback. People in the president's ear whispering
on Hassett.
Alrighty.
And what's also
going up
interesting
into
is those
Tesla now.
Comments you just
But it
read
needs
from
to go
Kevin
down
Hassett
here
on
like
CBS
$4 fucking
seem to be directly in response to the pushback, sort of.
Time is 10 a.m. We have an LOD at 10.
Too close to the president, which by the way, ironically, is one of his great assets.
Right.
Trying to go to 252, maybe trying.
Kevin is
It
not
is
the right guy
minus
for the job for people who are very high
1.11%.
level
We will
and
see what happens
have
with
the presidential.
IWM
But
here.
you can see there the war has gone up. Waller not
hovering
yet in there, but
by
I know a lot of
cents
people that
at
think
the
Chris
4,
Waller would be very, very good for
13.55.
the job because of his knowledge about monetary policy.
Expect a
The
spike
idea
candle
that
to
Haas is
touch.
50
We'll
and
see.
Worst is 41. It's a close. Yeah, now we're a close call here.
Right. I mean, it's a close call. What I always worry about with these
Alright, I think this is a little bit of December volatility that most retail traders that are trading against the trend, that do not have setup, that do not really want to pay attention, get whacked in, and that get volatility to end, and then there might be some late
because that seems to be an
Christmas
interesting
rally,
thing to
short
see,
or medium
because
period
when
time
it
that
seemed
I'm
like it was
expecting
Hassett,
personally. That's
after
how I'm
that,
going into this shit.
after that,
I'm not
yields went
speculating
up,
on it.
what,
I'm not expecting
20
it.
basis
But I do
points
not go
or
out
so
there and
in
I
the
am
next
I'm
couple
bullish
few weeks?
on December rally. Oh, Santa
could put it
Christmas.
up from,
No.
I don't know, maybe
None of
the
that
30th
bullshit.
would be a good place
Yeah.
to
I
start
do things
that,
on
particularly
setup
around
tail tape,
Thanksgiving,
because
exactly.
some
and
stuff
deductions
happened, and
and
I'll tell you
setup
what
alone.
happened. The
And I give
president
no fucks
said
about
Hassett on
candles,
Air
and I
Force
give
One,
no fucks about
and
news,
yields
and I
went
give
down.
no
I
fucks
think
about what
that's
they're
the
trying to feed
belly
me.
in the
I
middle
care
there,
about what I feed
that
myself
decline.
mentally,
But that may not have been
spiritually,
related to Hassett.
emotionally,
And some of
and
us, including
financially
me,
for myself
reported the idea that
in my life.
maybe the market was not
God
concerned
did.
about Hassett.
Tesla is rolling down here.
But it was
Time is 10
actually
a.m.
perhaps some
What the
comments made
fuck?
by the
Market is going
Treasury
crazy
Secretary
lower now. Market
about,
is going crazy lower
some
now, losing the
capital
previous
and leverage
all-time high breakout
requirements
point. Remember
that
that. That
caused
is
the
an
banks to
important
rally
thing.
and
Why do
yields
I
to
have that
fall.
marked? Because that is an
And then
important thing.
I'm
We will
really
see what
wary.
happens if this is
I'm
a
wary of
fake
this,
out
Melissa,
breakdown
because a
or not.
lot of stuff
What is this
influences
shit?
the 10-year.
Previous
But
all-time
you
high
are
breakout on
correct in that
QQQ was
as
literally
that
all the way back
percentage
here at
rose of
4,
Hassett,
613.
yields also went up along
Right,
with
we
it.
will see
I
what
actually
happens.
made a
This
chart.
is
I don't know if it's around,
using the
and
Friday
they
to
ignored each
create
other
a
for a
bull
while,
trap
and then
to
after
come
the
back down
president
into
said,
10
I know who
a.m.
it is,
10 a.m. is deciding
Hassett
what to
and
do
the
now that
10-year
we're here.
yield went up. Hassett's probability and
Right,
the 10-year went
Tesla,
up together.
very
And I think
important
that may be
watch
part
today.
of the
Tesla
concern
is
there
up
that
3.6%
it's
right now.
okay for the
Right,
Treasury
Tesla is
Secretary
up
and the chair to meet,
3.6%
and they
intraday
don't
right now.
apparently talk about
IWM
rates.
is now down
But
minus
it's not seen as
0.12%.
okay for the president and the Fed chair.
We'll see what
President
happens.
and the Fed chair
Sorry,
don't meet a lot, never really did.
0.12%.
And so what do you think the distinction
0.12%.
is between
Right.
sitting
1/3,
across from
2/3,
Scott Bessent,
3/3
Bessent
might have
delivering whatever
completed.
message
10
may be
at
delivered
10
to the
a.m. and
Fed
could
chair
bounce here and bear
via
trap
the president.
everybody,
And so
and
you're
then
the
bull
lieutenant
trap
of
more, and then figure out what
versus,
to
and
do
Walter, we were discussing
when
this with Walter
direction
during
is
commercial break,
officially
versus
south.
when the president looks you in the eye
Tesla
and
is
says,
I'm not
trying
sure
to roll.
I think you make an assumption here that I cannot prove through
IWM
my
is
reporting,
figuring
the
out
Treasury
what to
Secretary
do.
and the Fed
So I
chair
guess
talk about
it's more
interest rates.
bearish,
I'm
maybe,
not sure that's
than
true.
not.
I think
But then
the
also
word is
there's a
they talk
lot of
about the
bears here, so the
economy.
risk is
They
crazy
talk
because it's in the
about,
3/3.
the
That's just the
outlook
real.
for
I'm just talking to
inflation.
myself. I don't care what
I
anyone
think the
says, bro. I
Treasury
don't give a
Secretary
fuck
may
about no.
discuss his
Oh, you're a
policies
bear. I don't
bonds
give a fuck about
because
no. You're a
there's
bull.
an
I'm
impact
literally
on
talking
the
to
Treasury there,
myself,
for
so they
example,
can eat
now.
ass.
The Fed is out there
This is
buying
the
a lot of
LOD.
bills that could help the
Right,
Treasury
market is going
Secretary
lower,
issue fewer
lower,
bonds.
every
That's
single
an issue,
fucking
but
minute,
I'm
and they're
not
just
sure
like,
they
oh,
talk
what's
about
going on?
interest rates. I
Red
would
candle.
think that
Oh, I mean,
some
I literally don't
Fed
care.
chairs
This is
who
just
I
on setup.
know
Setup
would think
alone.
it's inappropriate
2
to talk
hour
about
on
that with the
IWM
administration. I would
bearish.
think it's inappropriate
Playing out.
certainly to talk about it
Right.
with the president.
well, then this would be
In fact, I want to add one more thing, which is I know Fed chairs who
I
think
guess
it's
testing the
inappropriate
all-time high. I wasn't
even
really
meet
paying
with the
attention to
president.
this.
If you notice,
SPX,
it
I was
was,
paying attention to this red
Powell
line though.
waited until he got an
6,853. I wanted to see what they do.
He waited
I'm
till
just
invitation,
not
and then they
inspired.
talked, and apparently they did not talk about
I'm
it.
in
Now,
Tesla,
there
and
could be
it
stuff
is
going on behind the scenes I'm not
pissing me
aware of,
off,
but that's the
but
reporting
it
I
is
know.
doing Tesla things. I mean, that's the market, bro. QQQ, SPY, Tesla, just fucking always doing the opposite shit, which is great.
few weeks left in office. We are joined now by
Great.
New York City
Oh,
Mayor
nice
Eric
red
Adams,
candle
and
coming on
this
Tesla
for us what
after
may
a
be
green
an
candle.
exit interview of
Wanted
sorts.
to break.
Good to see you, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, great being here this morning.
IWM is looking the
I want
best.
to talk about the last 4 years, but really want to
IWM
talk
is looking
about
the
the
best.
next
It
4
is now
years and
down
what you
minus
see in this city.
2.8%. Right, we were talking about it when we were at minus
just about the next mayor and
minus
said to you,
1%, right?
Say it on
right
TV.
here. So we'll see what happens.
You know, whether you had met with the mayor and just what that experience has been like, because you guys have
Now
obviously
it's minus 3%.
added on both sides.
QQQ is
And
now
happens
minus
during campaign
1.12%.
season. You'll have the back and forth.
SPY is now minus
is over.
0.02%.
To safeguard a
See
place
what
that we
happens
all
below
love,
the
and
4
that's New
p.m.
York. And that's
close.
what we did. We had a
It's
great
the
conversation.
3/3, and they're going
We're
fucking
turn over
another round of dumping real
with
quick.
a lot
If
of
this breaks the previous low of the day
been meeting with his team
on Friday, which
the
is 20
mayor-elect,
points lower,
and
it's
to make sure
super
that he can have
fucking
the
bearish,
smoothest
but that would be
transition
a
as possible.
crazy,
How many
crazy
times
cycle
have you met him? A couple
confirmation.
times? You
Why?
talked to him a
Because the
lot?
pre-market
What's going
pushed
on?
up,
We
pushed up to
communicate several times. The
0.5
modern
Fibonacci
communication way
almost.
now through text messages.
Insane
Number
fucking
one.
work that is. So
Number two, we had a great meeting at
bears are
Gracie
crazy
Mansion.
here on
And
SPY.
actually, I met the man and his dad prior to him
Feeling
running for mayor.
super fucking
We had a great
FOMO on SPY,
conversation then,
but
and you know, New York is.
I'm on
I have a New
Tesla
York state of
huge,
mind.
so I'm not going in
Are you
on SPY.
optimistic
I'm literally on
about this
Tesla
thing? Of course
almost
it's-
12K here this
if
weekend,
he
next
gets
week.
in office, and as many of us do, realize the
Tesla puts her up
complexity of running a
$700 now.
city
I
of
was
this
literally
level,
down
we're
$700 at the tip of
navigating
the
some
fucking top,
turbulent
but I'm at
storms. Some that we see,
6.7K
and some that you don't
to
see.
this week.
But if he allows the
It's
agenda
fucking
of the
disgusting
Democratic
work.
Socialists of
472.5. Look at this
the
trap on
platform of
Tesla,
the
right?
city, we're going to be
My puts
in
into
for
next
some
week
real
is going
problems.
back up
Let me
too.
ask you a
It's
separate
fucking
question.
crazy, right?
Because you took to Instagram and to social media and the like.
This
when
shit
he
is
came
fucking
out
crazy, right?
and
Look at this
said that
fucking
he was
goddamn fucking.
going
Look at
to
this.
stop the
482.
sweeps
482 to
of
472 is a
independent
fucking
camps around the
$10.
city.
I just
We
have
then
the
had
chart
Kathy Weil on the
crazy zoomed
broadcast, and
in,
she
but
tried
like,
to
oh
suggest
my god.
that actually he wasn't going to
It's
do that.
actually
What do you
moving
think is
crazy
going
on
to happen
Tesla
there?
too. I'm not
It
gonna lie.
gets
It's
to the
fucking
issue
crazy.
of security and you know, just life around the city.
Well,
It's
I
like
mean, and you're right, it's more
4.6%
than-
up.
first of all, it is a
Actually,
security
pre-market
issue.
counting,
January,
right?
when I
What I'm
became
talking
mayor in
about, 2 point
2022,
something,
I went and
2.3%
visited
is
those
literally
camps.
intraday.
Stealth,
3.5% is
human
literally
waste, drug
intraday.
paraphernalia,
It's not even counting the
schizophrenic behavior.
pre-market.
And so we need to understand that not only is it a humanitarian
Alright,
issue,
bounce strike,
but also
10.05.
as a business. You
I
don't
think
wanna
today
walk out your
Tesla is
business and
leading,
see
man.
someone,
Tesla
sleeping
and
in a tent.
IWM,
We look at what's
QQQ, I think they're
happening
gonna all
in
take
other
turns, but
cities, and it was a humane thing to do
QQQ.
to get people indoors.
So what do you think he's going to do? And have you talked to him about that? Or his team
QQQ is
about
now
that?
green,
When we sat
0.06%.
down
We'll
and
see.
spoke, I told
QQQ just
him how
flipped it up
important it
crazy,
is
or not
to
QQQ,
make sure
IWM
that we
just flipped
keep
it up
the
crazy.
encampments and homelessness under control. That's one of the top things
Right.
you hear from New York.
So
10.05.
what was your takeaway from that conversation, given what he said publicly about this?
Well, I think that
Now
he
it's
has a team of people
0%.
he's working with.
Shit
as
is
I
0%
stated,
now.
Many people don't know of the Democratic Socialists of America. They should read their agenda.
Now they're
They don't believe
barcoding
there
or
should be any
something.
prisons
10.05
in,
bounce. There's a
our
crazy
city.
amount of
They
bears
don't
here.
believe that
There's
we
a
should do
crazy amount of
impairment
bears here.
enforcement.
Things
What
are
they
crazy
believe is
oversold.
believe in
They could use
decriminalizing
all these bears
prostitution after
to
all that we've
cycle.
done. If he
The bulls are
follows that
the bulls are
agenda,
completely
we're going
cooked
to be
here.
having
Fuck.
some
I mean,
real
I don't know what's
quality of
going
life
on, but
issues in our
they're
city.
not even bouncing. They're not even
You've
bouncing.
signed
They're
a
just
number of
chopping here. They're
executive
just
orders in
showing.
a seeming effort.
Sorry for that
to sort
language,
of
but yeah, I
stop
mean, this is just
Mayor-elect
complete
Mamdani from
pulling
enacting
back
parts of
from
his
the red
agenda.
line
Is that
all
the right
morning.
characterization of what has gone on, trying
The
to
only thing
bulwark
that
the
is not
city against what he is trying to do?
fully
No,
is
not,
Tesla.
not at all. I'm protecting the legacy and protecting New Yorkers. And I was really surprised to see how many people talked about my executive orders. And I look back at some of
Tesla
the
is
stories
cycling
when
here.
Bloomberg left De Blasio, when De Blasio left for me. No one talked about the executive orders. I don't
Algo
control my
range is
campaign
creating.
finance board. Those are all De Blasio appointments. I don't control the CFCO conflict of interest board. Those are De Blasio appointees. And so this is what happens in government.
Until that floor breaks at 10.05, all bears, all zero DTEs are in danger. That's all it is. There's a lot of risk. This is the ultimate 3/3. Things have been extending for 40 minutes, 20 minutes, right? They're just playing and tempting with fate here and playing with the greedy.
Small property owners, 18 units houses.
Bear side. Bull side, there's not a lot of confirmation long yet. They're just figuring out what to do.
Broadcast about what happened in Australia.
At the floor. Things are oversold, so I mean, I guess that's the one factor. Bulls could maybe say there's some sort of bounce happening here at low of the day.
Conversation in this city happening
It's
right
10.03,
now about
signifying
Jews, I'm Jewish, by the way,
10.05.
and about anti-Semitism and the conflation oftentimes of anti-Zionism, which is something that this mayor has talked about to some degree, and whether you think that people...
This is useless, so we're going to turn that off. A lot of lag. Let me turn some things on, off, I mean. I gotta turn a lot of things off. Wow. It's actually like it's because I think I have like 20 charts on right now. This is. Oh my god. It should be good now. I just turned off like 7 charts, but I literally had NVIDIA on, Tesla on, ES on, SPX on, QQQ on, everything on. So let me calm down a little bit with the charts being open. Market is cycling here at 9 or 10:05. Tesla is creating a algo range here. I'm about to go buy a new computer. This is fucking stupid as shit. I'm about to go buy a new computer. This is so fucking slow. Time is 10:10. I'm really trying to go test the floor. I don't know how they're gonna do this shit, but I really want, right? I really do want Tesla to roll down. I just don't know how, right? They went to 0% on IWM, and IWM is now going back down again. This IWM was fucking crazy. This is a 10-10 rejection. And it's now minus 2.6%. Let's see what happens on this shit here. Testing the floor again. QQQ breaking the algo range into 10-10. Wind direction is still south. Now there's a divergence at the floor. Actually, there's not. They cleared the divergence. In fact, the RSI is just crazy oversold on the one. Not crazy oversold, but sold enough to scare people off, I guess. 5 minute, 15 minute. Actually showing bullish here, so there's actually a lot of room, but yeah. Let's see. Alright, until this floor breaks, it's still in a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, 1/3, 2/3 bullish cycle trying. Until this breaks, right? It's in a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bearish cycle trying. So it's playing with everybody's feelings and emotions and setups here. Low of the day into 10-10. Algo range there and broke down into 10-10, so we'll draw that. Alright, we're doing our first pull of the day. Actually, this is 10:15. So we're doing our first pull of the day, guys. If you think the market gonna go lower here, say market's gonna go lower a little bit. If you think market's gonna go higher, say VWAP, please. And this pull will count into the next. First of all, I think it's gonna go lower and then go higher, and then figure out what the fuck to do. So I guess it'll count for the next 20-40 minutes, right? And what is the market doing in your opinion? IWM deciding what to do. Alright, this pull is gonna get everybody riled up, but do realize this is where smart money traders, smart money deductors sit out and wait most likely, because the risk is insane for even up or down here. So that's probably the truth, but I mean, we'll see. I just want to do the poll. We have 6 people voting new LOD, no one voting VWAP in the WhatsApp group. There must be a bounce coming then. What the fuck? Coffee says lower, Scott says lower, Chris says VWAP, Ochoa says lower, Davis says lower, Captain says VWAP. Okay, so people are now saying VWAP. VWAP. Henry says VWAP. Someone voted VWAP too. 1 versus 7. Okay. Cool. Man. It's oversold on the 1 on SPY. I feel like 0 DT, there's enough bears to cycle chop and burn. But then there's enough bullishness that they put into the pre-marketness, I guess, at open that they could go lower. So Tesla is still way chopped up over north. So wind direction is building, but also the risk is getting more and more crazier going south, but they're going south right now. Wind direction is south. There is enough room on the 5 and 15 minutes. What I'm trying to say though, look at the 5, right? That's why I'm watching this shit so carefully. But the 5 and the 15, I really want the fucking shit to roll, dude. I really do. But there's so many people saying LOD now, and Tesla is 472.5 right at 10:15. Bears are in control here, trying. This is the 3/3. There could be a massive spike candle and then a fucking huge ass bounce candle. Why? This is the 3/3. There is massive volatility, massive power here, and super duper candle speculating, chasing, late coming, bears and bulls coming in the cycles at all times. That is why, right? Cycle analysis, time confirmation alone allows people to become a deductor, right? And become smart money trading, basically not on candles alone, doing things on their own opinions and their own ideas, right? I'm talking about hypothetically speaking in the world, right? I'm not talking about just all this shit. I'm talking about hypothetically speaking, deductors do not want to trade against the trend, right? Deductors actually want to do shit with cycle confirmation, with risk analysis, with this and this, with setup, with other deductors, because that makes up what the market is doing. The market is literally going up and down because there are participants in the market saying, oh, up or down, I wanna this and this, oh, I wanna go up, I wanna gap down, and then there's more people doing this and that, and that is literally why it's doing it. Not because it's like decided, not because the candles are this, it's just, what's happening live constantly. And what is happening live is just, there are few people in the world, and there are few percentages of the population that could deduct and see cycle, that could deduct and that could realize, like, blah blah blah, be like, oh, risk is there for red line, oh, blah blah blah, oh, risk is there, blah blah blah. Do that to the point that they understand things to the absolute, because yeah. But I mean, that takes super work and dedication, but that is absolute pullback from 485 to 685 to 680. Holy shit. That is FOMO. Tesla is not going. That is FOMO. What the fuck? I'm getting chopped up squeezed right now, but look at the fucking market. Oh my god, it's down $5.5 already. QQQ is literally down $6 already, $6.3. Tesla is the holder. Tesla is the fucking holder. It's holding all this shit up right now. The Lord of the Rings is holding it up. The ring holder. Absolute today. Today is Tesla day, though. I don't care what anyone says. Today is literally Tesla day. This is all-time high territories. Right? I've seen it happen before. Tesla days, and it is literally. People don't expect things because they don't look at things and they don't have setups and they don't do this and they don't do that. But I mean, at the end of the day, that's not anyone's fault. But that's literally, they don't care. They're not real traders. They don't give a fuck about the market. They just literally do shit on, Yeah. Time is 10:20. There's barely any cycle here, and they're going lower. So I for sure don't even feel FOMO here that they're going lower. I actually feel quite happy that I'm kind of fucking safe, but QQQ. Alright, IWM is now 0.37%. Low of the day. Time is 10:20. QQQ is bouncing at 10:20. We broke the algo range down at 10:10. What if we flash back up and trap all these bears below the algo range too? The risk is there, but the candle is squeezing down fucking crazy low actually on QQQ. Spike trying candle. Tesla, I have no idea. If the market does bounce here and does bear trap, then Tesla about to fly, but we'll see. I don't know what the hell about to happen here, to be honest. SPY, Tesla, QQQ is all not lining. So either Tesla flies and the market QQQ bounces, or Tesla rejects and QQQ and SPY goes somehow fucking lower. But Tesla is playing, and this is all-time high territories on Tesla, so market deciding the low of the day. Time is 10:20. It's been 1 hour since the market opened. Thank you very much. Those that have, hit the thumbs up on the video. I implore everybody to go watch the market update video as well. That was posted yesterday. And please do hit the thumbs up on the live stream still. Thank you very, very much. Tesla is actually moving crazy right now. $6, $7 like nothing. So this is the Bury Tesla, or the Cathy Tesla. The Cathy Tesla ears. Okay, our poll was done at right before LOD came, so we will leave our poll right here. $10.20 bounce, $10.20 rejection, market cycling. QQQ says same, IWM says looking crazy. Someone says very scary. Yeah, isn't that shit very scary? Candles, you know why I'm not fucking scared, and you know the reason why I don't get scared sometimes is because I don't fucking pay attention to candles too much, and I really, really try to focus on setup and deduction and cycle analysis and risk analysis based on those setups and cycle and time confirmation. Is why, to a degree, it's like scary as shit, but yeah. I'm not gonna lie, it is terrifying, bro. Look at the fucking candle going green, red on SPY. Like, look at Tesla going up, down. Like, it's literally terrifying. I can't lie, it is. Psychologically, it is for bulls and bears. Going up or lower, or going nowhere right now, too. Just literally sitting on the sideline and watching, too. So, that is fair. All this shit is just supposed to be confusing. All this shit is supposed to be terrifying. All this shit is supposed to be no setup, brainless, but at the end of the day, there are setups. At the end of the day, there are brains, and at the end of the day, there are people that are able to do what they are able to do because they are doing what they are doing based on how and what and when, why they want to do what they want to do, not based on candle green, aw, candle red, aw, they're showing, aw, nah. That's a fucking guessing game. That's a fucking scam. They're fucking lying. Furu Guru Furujis, alright? This is just reality. The world is just fucking a reality, and the reality is southward, alright? Wind is fucking crazy. Tesla's not going. That's the crazy part. All-time high breakout is, look, all-time high QQQ breakdown is bad. I'm telling you right now, all-time high QQQ breakdown is bad, right? We broke Friday's low. This is bad. Bearish bad. Like real bad. This is fucking QQQ dumping. It's pure fucking dump. And look, the only reason why it's not looking like that is because of fucking Tesla. Mark my fucking word, Tesla about to be down by fucking tomorrow from here, I think. I don't think Tesla can fucking hold 475, 480 into fucking Friday when the market's doing this shit. Like, this is fucking crazy. Oh my god. Fucking FOMO. Not FOMO, but big FOMO because I missed out on the setup. Right? Why? Because I had a fucking crazy beautiful time. I had a fucking crazy beautiful time on IWM, right? And they let the fucking thing bounce. And then look, another literal same fucking shit. Right back to the purple box. Like, dude, that is motherfucking... like, it's so fucking... Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, you cannot fucking believe it. I literally said it here, right? That there's so much gas on the 5 and the 15 minute, right? And I said there's so much gas on the 5 and the 15 minute at 10 a.m. So the realists remember what I say in the live stream, and that is literally what the fuck is going on. They're just going since fucking since QQQ at the minimum on the 5. QQQ at 10. Yeah, this shit is bearish as fuck. Tesla needs to drop the floor. Time is 10:25. Insane. Turned into a whole ass dump. And what was the CNBC news, right, that we watched when there was 10 people here at 9:20 in the morning into 9:25, right? We started watching all these videos on CNBC saying the market is bullish. Oh, all the industrials. Oh, blah blah blah. Now, right, when all the things happened on Friday, right, and they're saying those on what? Based on candles with no setup, and this is literally setup. Right? Latecomers listen to CNBC and they don't think, right? Smart money deductors listen to CNBC, listen to the news, listen to what's going on, and they do analysis and they understand that this is a part of this is a part of that. They try to think about this and that. New LOD crazy. Alright, sub 680. Fucking Tesla holding nuts. I don't know how. It is. But it is. IWM is now in the purple box. It has made the head and shoulders. It has also been bearish in the 2-hour, like we said in the pre-market. And it is now in the fucking purple box deciding what to do. QQQ has also dumped it to a new floor today at 609 from 618. That's $9 fucking dollars. That's disgusting. I don't understand how Tesla is crazy up. I don't fucking understand how crazy. Look, if Tesla drops, this shit about to go more, but the market is literally no cycle dropping here. So either this shit really turns bloody as fuck in the 3/3 and they expedite it fucking nuts, or they're about to trap everybody here and they're gonna cycle it and then they figure out what to do later. But I mean, look at Tesla right now. Like, what in the fuck is this shit? Up 3.5% today still after being up like 5% and is hovering at the tippity top with the MACD going bearish on the 5 now. Now. Like, bro, no! I wanted to, you know the reason why I didn't go and fucking on SPY and QQQ today on SPX huge, because I'm up 4.3k on Thursday and fucking Friday combined, and I don't want to take a huge fucking risk today. But I mean, the setup was always there is what I'm trying to say, but I mean, the risk is fucking always crazy. I ain't gonna lie, but look at this shit. Look at this shit. You can't fucking make this fucking shit up. Friday, fucking go dump, pump up to the red line, reject, and then right back to the red line, and then dump off that again. Like, bruh, the market is amazing. The market is fucking amazing, dude. Opportunities are fucking everywhere. And setup is everywhere because you're using IWM, QQQ, Tesla, Nvidia, everywhere. This and that. Like, it's fucking amazing. It's so amazing, man. Oh my lord. I'm too energized right now, guys. It's only fucking 10:30. It's only been 1 hour. I am up now on Tesla big time. Mama, it's only 10:30, man. I'm up 1.4K on Tesla into Friday. I got in on the second spike fucking candle green, and it is literally, I don't know if maybe people are getting bearish because of the market into Tesla now, but this shit is going spiking. Fucking height. They did bears real nice. 0 DT on SPY and QQQ at morning open. IWM2. Let's see what happens. Tesla, this shit does not even fucking expire into Friday. So, big fucking difference. Let's see what the hell happens here. Big fucking difference, but I mean, we'll see, man. Time is 10:30. I think there's an algo range at 10:25. Tiny one forming. Man, look at IWM today. Literally, look at IWM today, right? What was the market update video yesterday? Can somebody please type in chat, right? The real person that watched the market update video, can you please tell me what the market update video said? It said, let's watch what happens with the IWM 252 something, right? Look at that shit. IWM, bro. Oh my god, bro. People don't care. Candle traders don't care. They just look at green, green, green. But I'm telling you, set up at its fucking finest every single day. It's not a one-day thing. It is literally every single day. It's, oh my lord, it's beautiful. It went down for 1 hour. Let's see. I'm not even looking at NVIDIA right now, but today, honestly, I think Tesla is a little bit more important than NVIDIA. 10:30. The title literally said IWM Technologies and something. I don't even know what the third thing was. IWM Technologies. And if you really listen to the market update video, it said people did not care about IWM, people did not care about blah blah blah, right? Until it was too late. And it's going to be the same way, and they're going to use the same thing, and nothing's going to basically change. Most likely into this week, it's going to be still of importance because it is literally at all-time highs IWM, and it is still important. Right? How in the hell do you look at the market when you are not looking at the market is the question of people that look at SPY and say this is bullish or bearish, green or red. SPY is actually made up of many things. QQQ is actually made up of many things, right? Do they have a setup? Do you have a setup is the question that really matters, instead of this candle is bullish, this candle is bearish, right? Absolutely embarrassing and sad to be like, oh, this is bullish or bearish. These people are gonna go and do this, and it's gonna be great for this, and then they get destroyed because why? They're straight up open. But I mean, some people understand, some people choose to not understand. I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio here. There is data. A lot of calls under. A lot of puts that are out of the money on this bounce here now too. Alright, the SPX put to call ratio has been sent in the group chat. And verbally, we will say that it is filled with puts from 6,772, 6,810. We are at 6,820 on SPX. It is filled to the wall on calls from 6,830 to 6,870. That is everything above here to the red line. That is everything below from where we are. So we'll see what happens here with this LOD at 10:30. We'll see what happens with this bounce. And we'll see how they manage this cycle and the theta and the contracts. There's a lot of bulls trapped. There's a lot of bears here too. That is something to realize too. Market has cycled insane, going more and more and more and more and more, creating medium, larger, and then now it is literally in a super cycle intraday. In midday, things also get slowed down. Things can be moved. Let's see what the volume does. I think that's the most important thing. The volume on the 1, the 5, and the 15. The volume on the 1, the 5, and the 15. Time is 10:35. It's in the classic Tesla, right? Ever slight slowly bouncing, going lower, ever slight slowly bouncing. And then tomorrow it might be down, but this shit could bear trap at any time too. But I mean, it's literally fucking doing what Tesla does. This is what Tesla does. Tesla doing. Tesla doing what Tesla does. At the tippity top. Acting like it is at the tippity top. Sometimes it's like this, or sometimes it's like spiky up like Palantir. That thing, what it was doing 2 months ago, when it was at 230 or something, spiking up. Sometimes what I've seen on Tesla too, but this is literally just a downward trend, going ever slowly chopping up, trying to see what they do with the spike. Same thing happening on SPY as well. We are in a downward trend, and ever slowly we are spiking up every 5 minutes, and the market is deciding what to do with that spike. And probably on every single bounce, every single spike at the tippity top, the majority or the bulls are getting involved, and they're getting pulled back on, and they're like, damn, this shit is not bullish yet, and they're figuring out what to do. I don't know. That's what it looks like. IWM is at the purple box. That shit's not a fucking joke. That's actually a magnet. Alright, so IWM, the most important shit to watch for right now, not a joke. Alright, market update video says IWM fucking important as fuck, and not a joke. This shit is minus 5-6% now. Going to maybe 6%, 0.6%. Don't know. 680 evaluating what to do. It's a lot of bulls and a lot of bears here. That's why they're pulling back. All those bulls that are under the water from 6,830 and above is getting the treatment on SPX. All these bears below 6,800 is getting fucking the treatment too. 6,800 is the low of the day. 6,802. So mathematically do some calculations in your head too, and look at the pictures, and look at the setup, look at the cycles, and realize where we are, what's happening. And do notate that. Time is 10:30. Tesla is bear trapping possible. This shit is now 50-50 bear trap on Tesla. Should get boom up and go test HOD. This bounce, I wasn't feeling it, but I mean, I don't know. This shit honestly is kind of looking terrifying because the MACD is building and building. It does not have to chop down. What if it chops down, it fucking bear traps everybody and then runs it up? So, alright, both sides are possibilities are. Things are building and happening live. It's just a possibility. Things could happen any fucking way they want. Any way they want. Just a 1 hour. Spike it up. Hella bullish on the 1. I want to look at this shit in the 15-minute, I guess. Time is 10:40. I should have probably just take the fucking profit, but I did not. Honestly, I'm kind of getting greedy as fuck here. This $5 bounce is not small. It's actually fucking huge. Someone said I would have to be reborn to understand Tesla. That's literally fucking how it is. This shit makes no fucking sense sometimes. But it's literally big fucking money, fucking whales sometimes for you. It's literally crazy. I don't understand how this shit didn't pull back like crazy when the market dropped. Everything just doing different things at different times, right? Nvidia, I guess, SOXL losing power, while Tesla just holding crazy. So market's not even that low, but it's like pulling back with like, it's fucking wild, dude. It's wild out here. Look at IWM right now. Oh my god. IWM is the most wildest it's been in a long time, right? IWM traders, right? Pro traders are loving this shit on IWM. I'll fucking tell you that right now. The thing literally went from 240 to like 260, and then it pulled back down. IWM is some professional level shit. Straight up. These people have been waiting 15, 20 years, 7 years for IWM probably. I'm talking about old heads, and now they're playing IWM to the fucking max like fucking nothing. My god. This is the end of the super cycle, man. Like in the 3/3, we're talking about in years, and we can go higher and higher and higher. And I'm just talking about IWM has the power to fucking move nuts. Based on just whenever, whatever. So on the higher time frame, though, it is using Friday's 9:30 open as a drop point from 258.2. Now we're at 252.4. I have no idea if it's going to go to the bottom. I don't know if it's going to drop through, but I mean, I guess we have to watch it. Either they do it super fast or they bounce it and then figure out what to do. But I mean, to speculate one or the other is absolutely ruthless and dangerous at this point. Absolutely ruthless and dangerous at this point to speculate that there's going to be a bounce and then hover, or it's going to drop down. Right? The best thing to do is literally just watch and wait. And then when there's momentum, when there's market saying, oh, we're doing this or this rather than this, then it could be like, oh, from here to here, there's more of a probability than there to there. So I could be like, oh, this and that, and this is all it is. So time is 10:40. Tesla is gonna running up. Running up, chopping up. Wow, now I'm down $300. What the fuck? Oh my god. That's what happens with greed. Waiting for more than what they give. Alright, let's get the thumbs up on the live stream. Thank you guys. Today is Monday. And it's only been 1 hour. Thank you all for being here and watching the update and hitting the like and everything.
Markets. Our next guest is bullish about the new year, says worries about tech's high valuations are misplaced. Joining us here this morning at Post 9 is Tali Leisure, Chief Market Strategist at the Wealth Consulting Group. Nice
Tesla
to have you,
really trying to go bullish here. MACD is building and building on the one.
Constructive on next year.
Yes, and I'm glad we're sitting down for that conversation because we see
4.22% now.
Achieving 8,500.
In 15 minutes.
Well, we see earnings rising, rates, as you were saying, coming down.
Tesla is flipping things.
Negativity that we think can power the stock market higher.
Candle just coming
sentiment
in.
Improves.
Focused on the traditional AI trade, or does this thing broaden, continue to broaden?
Tesla alone.
Well, I think that tech itself should enable a broader.
SPY is looking like still deciding. QQQ and Tesla is looking like it's trying to fly.
Let's see, man. Market, including small caps.
So margin expansion in addition to earnings.
IWM is looking like this. QQQ, Tesla is looking more bullish right here.
Then what drives the Fed to cut?
Something going on.
So I think that on a trend basis, we are seeing a stability in inflation, if not a bit of a cooler dynamic. In fact, if you look at the consumer sentiment index, 5-year inflation expectations.
This shit is literally what happens on Tesla during delivery numbers or all-time high days. It fucking does crazy cycles and does some weird ass, crazy ass this and that.
Financials,
man,
energy
fucking
have done
back
really
at
well
all-time
lately.
highs. Oh
Some
my
people
god.
are wondering if it's pricing in the better
Look at this shit
economic
from
growth
470 to
outlook that
478
is
in
expected next
15
year,
minutes.
which is what a lot of these bullish views are based off of. Does that concern you? It's already happening?
No, I think that positioning and sentiment is still
SPY's
in the
flipping
buy
back up
zone.
here.
A lot of bearishness here. When we get to
IWM and coming back in.
optimism, I'll let you know. But we're not ready to wave the checkered flag on this rally. We love the cyclicals because financial conditions are easing here and supporting a re-acceleration, we think, in the broad economy.
So your view is that the cuts
Tesla
we're
is
getting
actually
are
fucking leading?
nice to have, not need to have.
Or is
as
it
we like to
faking?
say around
Oh
here.
my
Is there
lord.
a point where it gets to be a need to have?
Well, I think that the silver lining of the story, you mentioned margins, is the weakness in the labor market. So that, if we had a concern, would be a potential headwind for next year, an acute softening in the labor market, and that, again, would kind of reinforce this notion that the Fed needs to keep cutting rates.
That's behind the more bearish calls we're getting now.
Wow.
Is that
we're going back to the previous all-time high trying 613.55.
It will come at the expense of consumption.
On QQQ.
Do you think that's not a risk?
Well, consumption has been coming
oh
in
my
at
lord.
levels, right?
This is spiked down again.
I'm at 26 though.
Yeah.
And then counter rally trying.
I think the point here is that as long as sales
10:30 since so that's fucking Tesla. 10:30 to 10:45, 15 minutes. That's $9. QQQ is running crazy. 10:30 to 10:45. That's fucking Tesla, man. This is fucking Tesla. Look at how insane this shit looks. I was up crazy at 470 and now I'm getting reverted on $9. Like, what the fuck is this shit in 15 minutes? Fuck is this shit in... this is the problem. SPY and QQQ went and Tesla was just holding crazy. And now that it's cycling, now it's deciding what to do with all this fucking cycling. All the bears and all the bulls involved on SPY. Oh my god.
Hello. My name
I have hella time into Friday, but still, like, I don't like the fact that we're back at all-time highs and HOD.
Welcome back. We are watching a market rally underway this Monday morning. I hope you're having a good Monday
pre-market.
morning. Take a look at where stocks are. Dow Industrial's up 236.
Off
the final
wow, man.
trading week of 2025 with a pretty good move. The Nasdaq right now up 120 points. This after all three major indices ended lower on Friday as investors pulled out of the AI trade on Friday with the Nasdaq down 398 at 4 o'clock on Wall Street. A big year for the economy, the Fed delivering 3 straight rate cuts. We've got record highs in gold prices, but there, of course, were several economic hiccups as well, including the longest government shutdown in history. Through it all, one theme stood out. Big tech and AI drove markets to new record highs, despite growing concerns about valuations. Now we are down to the final 2 major big decisions for markets for the year. And that is, number one, what will the Supreme Court say about the president's use of tariffs in an emergency? And number two, who will be the next chairman of the Federal Reserve? We are waiting on an announcement from the president. Joining me now is Menden Capital Advisors President and Chief Investment Officer, Anton Schultz.
Today's a big day for Tesla.
It's so good to see you this morning. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, thanks. Pleasure to be with you.
Look at the volume on Tesla.
We
gotta move this video for a second. Look at the volume on Tesla. Building for something
Wall Street
here.
Journal he's down to 2 players as chairman of the Federal Reserve, Kevin Hassett and Kevin Warsh. I want to play a little sound from both of them as they joined me multiple times in the last couple of months. Here is Kevin Hassett.
Does this feel bullish or bearish, guys? Let's see. Market sentiment poll. This is just a market sentiment poll. I have no thoughts here. I don't give a fuck. I have thoughts here, but I don't really care. This is a market sentiment poll. 55 people that have hit the thumbs up video on the video. Thank you so much.
Next year, given how much acceleration
Thank you very much.
is in AI, then what happens is that workers are able to produce as much stuff as the firm needs without having to hire a whole bunch of new people. And so we're seeing that recent college graduates are feeling stress right now. But our expectation expectation is that this is something that's going to work out quickly. The AI economy is moving much faster than the dot-com economy of the 90s, and the coaches that AI is producing are going to help make a lot of productive workers a heck of a lot of money. And the bottom line is that we're seeing that real wage growth is really high again this year after being down $3,000 during the Biden administration. And so all this productivity is putting more money in people's pockets.
Where is the
Fed has lost its way. It's lost its way in supervision. It's lost its way in monetary policy. And all this big money on big fancy buildings is just another indication. Why does that matter, Maria? It matters because what matters most to the Fed is credibility. The Fed has to look like a serious, sober institution. And if you look back to where we were last September, the Fed cut rates 50 basis points before the election.
Right before the election.
Another 50 basis points after. Hadn't done that kind of thing around an election in 50 years. But what happened? Markets are smart. The Fed cut rates. Long-term interest rates went up almost a percentage point. That's because they're losing credibility. Whatever happens next, whatever decisions the president makes, the next head of the Fed and the Federal Reserve needs to rebuild that credibility. So when you cut rates, you know what happens? Rates fall across the yield curve so that small businesses and homeowners can start to afford things that are right now only affordable on Wall Street.
Anton Schutz, what's your take? Will the market react differently depending on who President Trump chooses for the chairman of the Fed, Kevin Warsh or Kevin Hassett?
Well, they're going to choose Kevin. So that's clear. They're both named Kevin. Here's the issue. Walsh's perception of
choose Kevin
is that he's going to lean much more to whatever Trump says. And Warsh,
wow. Has a lot of squeeze in here.
I disagree with that. I think both of them have the same agenda, as in they want to lower short-term rates. They want to create affordability. I don't think either one espouses the end of Fed independence. I think it's a perception that has to
everyone
be
bullish. Bullish. Captain says bullish. Sam says I'm bullish.
You do what's right. And I think when you take that job,
no bears.
You do what's right.
Bears
and I think
are
that
done
if you look at the political
off the morning. It seems like
any president, they've always had a
bears
chance
have
to
ran
avoid
away
the
and
Fed.
went to
And
hibernation mode. Maybe.
Agrees with their
I mean, honestly, you can't lie. That was one full fucking hour of bearishness. It was so goddamn easy for bears.
And I think we
they
really
went
have
to
a
sleep.
problem
It's
with two
fine.
economies, right? We have a stock market that's doing terrifically, and we have a housing market that's unaffordable and it's very difficult for people to afford houses. So how do we get mortgage rates down? I think that's going to be a task of the Fed, whether they do an Operation Twist, whether the Treasury changes the way it issues debt. We've got to get long rates down as well as short rates. We've got to create affordability for the housing. I think that's a real issue for both of them to tackle. And I think the real risk for any Fed chairman today and the Fed itself is this dual mandate, right? We have unemployment. You're trying to keep that down, and you're trying to keep inflation down. Well, how do you do that when you have an AI economy that's probably going to create some job losses? Efficiency is great. We're certainly going to have strong GDP, but rates are going to have to be lower to create affordability for many Americans. And I think that's the challenge for the Fed. And obviously, you don't keep them too low for too long. We clearly saw that with Powell when he kept rates for too long. He got reappointed, kept rates too low. That helped cause inflation. It wasn't the only cause, but it clearly was a cause.
QQQ MACD being bullish, deciding what to do.
And clearly it was very.
This is Tesla's volume. Tesla's bullish volume deciding what to do.
Well. So Anton,
I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio and describe what it looks like again here.
Towards cyclicals and smaller caps. How do you want to be allocating capital here if you are also of the belief, which I think you are, that you'll see consolidation in the mid-size and smaller banks as well?
SPX put to call ratio has been sent. Now all the puts from the morning are under.
Pretty large percentage of the Russell 2000 as well. So that will certainly help their valuation.
I'm talking about the majority when I say this, guys, right? Smart money deductors already donezo 1/3, 2/3. I'm just talking about, SPX put to call ratio wall being right now how it is, what is being left, what, blah, 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 what is left. But that's the majority. So a lot of puts are under from 6,882.
Less regulation. The Fed And all
Sorry,
the other
6, 7,
regulatory bodies
82,
were
6,
incredibly
8,
onerous on the
20,
banking
6,
industry,
8,
from
10.
the smallest to the
A
biggest.
lot of calls are
That's
under
evil.
from 6, 8,
Clearly,
42, 6, 8, 80
encouraging mergers
still.
to happen is
They
something
do
the
not want to
regulators
go
want.
higher because
We've
there's
seen
so
some
many
companies do
goddamn calls
multiple
still.
deals already within the year.
They're
We're going to
almost
see much more
burning
of that.
it fucking
And I think it's really
all
important. And by the
by
way,
going
those
higher and
institutions
lower
need to
here on
invest
this
in
little
technology.
bouncy
They need
drop.
to be able to utilize AI and other tools. And the best way to do it is to continue to
Look
get
at the
better.
SPX put to call
You've got
ratio
the,
right now.
you know,
You
Barbell
cannot lie.
out
That's a
there,
lie.
JP Morgan investing
1035, there was
$17
even
billion
more, but
a
like
year
now
in
as we're going
technology.
higher, it's
I
just
mean, it's
getting
pretty
reduced
incredible.
and reduced.
But
All
if
the
you're
out of the
small,
money
you've got to have
calls,
that access.
all the but the tippity top.
Absolutely.
That is
And
just
Ken,
what
it's
they
great to
do
see
on
you.
this
We so
rejection
appreciate
and
your
bounces.
time, and we wish you
They make people leave, get
very
people
strong
joining.
2026. Thank you, sir.
This is
Look
not
forward to
good
it.
for
Be
all
well.
the
We'll see
calls
you
up
soon.
here on
Anytime Chef's
SPX.
joining us. Stay with us. We'll be right
Puts,
back.
I mean, all the calls here, SPX puts are literally not saying, you know, it's the best here too. But I mean, it's just QQQ today, man. I mean, not QQQ. Sorry, fuck Tesla today, man. Today, Tesla. Really, whatever happens on Tesla today will lead the market. Actually, Tesla and IWM today will lead the market. IWM testing the purple box, bringing SPY down to near the floor. Tesla, no pullback. QQQ pulling back with SPY and IWM more than Tesla. So, fuck Tesla. Maybe there's some fucking event coming or news coming tomorrow. Fuck Tesla.
Let's check crypto this morning. Take a look. Mixed story with Bitcoin now at 89,666. Bitcoin, of course, on a wild
Bitcoin
ride this year with a massive decline in prices earlier this month. Stablecoin issuer
Do
Circle
people
has been
do
leading the
zero
charge in
DT
crypto
at
payment
open?
and
Of course,
technology
brother.
systems. After
Of
debuting
course.
on the New York Stock Exchange in June of
That's
this year.
that's
the stock is down from its highs,
that's actually
but
the
back
norm.
to roughly where it opened
That's like
on that
that's like what they
IPO
want
day at
people,
$31
the
a
average
share.
majority of
Circle
amateurs to
posted
do.
better than expected third quarter
Shit,
earnings,
professionals do
reporting
it too,
more
but
than
the only fucking difference is,
$739
right?
million in
Setup
revenue.
versus
Joining me now
candles.
with a status
That's the
check
only
is the
fucking
CEO of
difference with
Circle, Jeremy
professionals
Allaire.
and
Jeremy, great to
amateurs.
see you.
But,
Welcome.
yeah.
Thank you, Maria. Great to be here.
What's your take on this volatility?
Technically, there's a
for
fine
digital
fucking line
assets
between
in
setup and
particular
candles
Bitcoin,
too.
et
So,
cetera, over the last 3 or 4 months or so?
but yeah, man.
What do you think was behind it? And
No,
how do you
but
see
100% there's
volatility
people that do
impacting
this shit at
Circle?
open. There's a reason why, you know, when the market goes
Yeah,
up,
you know, two
there's
things.
so
I
many
think
fucking
first,
puts.
on
Up,
the
down.
volatility
There's
side,
so many fucking calls.
things like Bitcoin have
It's literally,
always,
there's maybe
been,
people scalping,
more
yeah, maybe people
volatile.
deducting,
That has
maybe
been
people being
less so
safe and doing
in
this
the
and that, but
recent
I mean, at the end of
periods,
the day,
although
the majority,
from time to time,
whatever, is
you
literally in
have,
the fucking
a
pure,
lot
pure,
of
pure.
leverage, and when
The pure,
you
pure,
know, you
pure
have,
top,
a
pure,
major
pure, pure
market
bottom.
move, maybe triggered by a global macro event, that leverage
It's just how the market
can,
loves it,
can
man.
pretty negatively
Making
impact some of the
cycles.
participants
I
in the
fucking
market. And
love cycles.
I think that kind of chases away.
I love candles too,
some
but
of
like
the
I love the
participants.
candles in the
You know,
cycles.
fundamentally,
Garrett said,
you know,
I
crypto
like
assets,
candle.
blockchain
I like
infrastructure,
you, Gareth.
the
Gareth, I've seen
backdrop
some
of all
funny
this
comments
is the
from you, man.
strongest it's ever been.
Last 3 days,
And then,
2 days,
you know, I think
hopefully. You
specifically
stay
with
around and you
Circle,
become an
you know,
active
for us,
person
we
that wants
operate
to be around in
USDC
chat too,
and
bro.
a
I
family
like
of
candle.
technology services that help
I like
major
that.
financial institutions, payment companies, and others build on this
No,
infrastructure.
but the reason
to
why is morning, there's a lot
modernize
of
the way
volume.
the global
People
financial and
expect that
economic
morning
system
is going
works.
to be
And
a
so
lot of
we're less about
momentum,
trading,
clear direction,
you know, speculatively
movement,
in a crypto asset, and
I
much
agree.
more about
It's just
a general purpose,
it
general
could be very fucking
architecture,
relentless,
digital currency
you know,
money
like all
to
times, I
power
guess, if you get it
payments and
wrong. But I mean,
finance,
that's literally
in
all
this new
fucking
system
times of the
going
market.
forward.
So,
Well,
technically
certainly
speaking,
you've got
the best thing you
massive
could really
change
do
ahead.
is to
Circle, Ripple,
see
and three
reality
other
for what it
digital
is.
assets companies
Hope to
received
God and pray to
conditional
God every
approval
day that
from
you
the
could
Office
see
of Comptroller of
truth
the
and
Currency
reality
for National
for what it
Trust-based
is.
charters. This is a
Deduct.
major step toward cryptocurrency
In a world full
becoming
of
a core part of the
speculators,
U.S. banking
estimators,
system. Jeremy,
candles, and
tell
all
me
that,
how you see this playing
and
out.
fake
Are
fucking
you,
scamming
in effect,
Karujis.
competing with the traditional banks?
So we're really taking a different approach.
How do you think
and really
all
for a
these
very
smart
long
people,
time,
all these
we've
billionaires,
talked
all
about
these, you
really wanting to take
deductors
the model that
became
we've
who
developed
they
in
are
USDC, which is
through,
fully reserved money, where
easy
we're not
fake
lending
shit.
money,
No.
we're holding on to it
Through
one
hard
for one.
work, reality seeking,
kind
truth
of
seeking
have that
every
be,
single day, wanting to
held
become the
as
better
part of
person that
a
they are,
national
wanting
trust
to
bank.
become a
And that's a goal that we
superhuman
had for a long
being, a
time,
Superman,
as noted,
a fucking
we've
hero
just
in
received
their own
conditional
lives for
approval
who they
for
want.
the
I
chartering
think
of
yes.
a new bank
I think there's a big fucking difference in that. So I love what I do. Trust me when I say this shit. I take huge pride in what I do, and I take fucking huge pride in what I know, and I take huge pride in what I say, because I don't say shit that I don't really know, but I do really say shit that I really feel, and that I live on my own, and that I live on a fucking basically daily fucking basis. So
has the greatest safeguards around it.
I fucking love it, man. I love life. I ain't gonna lie, I love life. No matter what fucking year, I love life.
Like digital tokens that represent other kinds of
Tesla.
assets.
Right.
You know, our national trust bank.
We'll see on Tesla. Time is 11. I'm
I'm
feeling okay on Tesla. I don't see this shit going to 500.
And so we're not
but I mean, it could. I guess all things could at all times.
This is really to assist with the kind of core infrastructure that needs to protect this very powerful digital currency, USDC.
Cryptocurrency. Nobody cares. CNBC. Yes. Man, they're coming out talking about bubbles, man. Look at CNBC changing their profile picture too.
Now Rashir Sharma, Rockefeller International Chairman, and he's the founder of Breakout Capital. All right, Rashir, you want to go through them 1 through 4 quickly if you have time?
4 O's that shape a bubble.
Yeah, David, as you know, there's a bit of a bubble in bubble talk these days, which is that everyone's talking about a bubble, but there is no standard definition of a bubble.
Tesla.
So what I've tried to do in my FT op-ed this morning
market is hovering up because of Tesla.
A framework,
Nvidia, SOXL, other things are weak today. Tesla is fucking strong today.
And those 4 O's are overvaluation, over ownership.
Man, only reason why calls are having any sort of hope here is because of Tesla.
Go through these. For overvaluation, I think
any sort of bounce up is because of Tesla.
I also look at prices, which is that if you look at bubbles historically, the big bubbles in history, which is that prices in inflation-adjusted terms typically tend to rise 10 times over a 10 to 15-year time horizon. And that's exactly what we've seen for the US tech sector over the last 10 to 15 years. And valuations, we know, are in the 95th percentile or so on most metrics currently, with only 99,2000 standing out as a period where valuations were high. Then briefly, as far as over ownership is concerned, and here I think we have some of the most telling statistics here, which is that today, Americans have 52% of their wealth, financial wealth, in the stock market. That's higher than where we were in 2000. In fact, America is possibly the only country in the world today where people have more of their savings in the stock market than even in property. So you have so many young people today who are just trading and saying, we can't afford to buy a home, let's just punt around and try and make money off the stock market. Over investment, well, tech investment as a share of GDP now is at 6% of GDP, again, higher from where we were in the year 2000. And lastly, on over leverage, here I think that there's some degree for comfort because despite the ramp up we've seen in AI debt, the households and the private sector in general are not that leveraged, at least compared to previous cycles. The only fault line being here that the government is where the leverage has been built up this time. So putting that all together, I think you can say that we are pretty much in the advanced stages.
They're trying. Right, the MACD and volume could be reloading here.
All right, to counter that, I would say, well, obviously the leverage point's an important one because these are amongst the largest companies.
If the LOD breaks down, there might be safety for a minute or two, but I mean, anything other than that is too dangerous. I'm just watching. This is called pivot point trading. I'm already in Tesla, so I'm just chilling, watching right now. And SPY, QQQ, I'm not really doing new money shit.
Amazon shares are up 2%. Microsoft is up 12%. All three underperforming the S&P, all three part of what we certainly would describe as the center of the AI efforts that are underway, given the CapEx they're spending.
Deciding whether to
Exactly,
trap
but I think that that's what's happening,
or
that these companies were being valued a lot because of the amount of free cash flow that they were generating. But that free cash flow growth is now declining sharply. And I think that that's what they're paying the price for. And, you know, at this time last year, I had said that the big trade was going to be that American exceptionalism was about to come to an end. And I think that's what we are seeing as well, which is that America is spending so much on AI, But it's very interesting that the rest of the world's stock markets have done far better than America this year, possibly the widest gap since 2009. So I think what's happening is that, yes, in America, we are spending a lot on AI, but I think there is a quiet questioning going on as to whether all this investment is actually going to pay off. And also a realization that the American economy has become very
I like this
dependent
guy.
on AI.
This guy
As
sounds
we've
really
discussed here
smart.
previously on your show, there's become one
He
big
works
bet
for Rockefeller,
on AI.
bro. I wish
So
I
of
could
course,
work for
I know that
Rockefeller
these
in my
bubbles
life,
can
man.
last for a
20
long
years
period
later,
of
or
time.
50, or
And
when
I
I'm
will
like
conclude
50,
the article
60
even
years
today
old.
by saying that the one single catalyst going back
I wish
200,
I was like
300
as smart
years,
as these people,
which has
bro.
ended
Working for
every single
institutions,
bubble,
and
is when you get a rise in interest
I
rates.
really do wish
That is the one
I can
catalyst.
become like
Otherwise, there's
a
no science
smart
behind
person
saying, oh, this
as I grow
valuation
up.
is too extended, and this
I'm like
valuation,
looking
the
forward.
bubble has to
I'm
end.
also
That
like
doesn't happen. But the moment you begin to get a
energized and
rise in
looking forward,
interest
but I
rates,
really
whether it's
do.
short term or long term, any sign
I
of
have a
tightening
cousin
in
that worked
financial
for
conditions, and that's what
at
typically
one
breaks the
point
bubble.
in her life.
3 billion boxes will be
I
delivered.
think it's like cousin's fiance or cousin's wife or something, but she graduated from a really prestigious Ivy League, I guess, or something, and then worked for Goldman or something like that for a year or two. I don't even know, but yeah, very smart people. I need a financial degree. I think I'm about to go back to college, get a financial degree as I'm working, man. Damn, I want to go into the financial industries. I think it is so. So the only thing is though, if I go back and get a degree 4 years, like by the time I'm out, the market's gonna be different, and like, yeah.
News out of the Fed this morning. We'll turn to Steve Leisman with that, who's also got a piece on the wires now, Steve, that's pretty interesting. We'll get you the Williams headlines first, though.
Yeah, John Williams, New York Fed president, saying monetary policy is well positioned as we head into 2026. That is language the Fed chair used at the meeting recently that people took to say the Fed was on hold, but not entirely clear this is where Williams is headed. He says downside risks to employment have increased while upside risks to inflation have lessened somewhat. At the same time, he says it's imperative for the Fed to restore 2% inflation without increasing risks to employment. He does expect tariffs to end up having just a one-off effect on the price level. Doesn't see continuing inflation from tariffs. The tariff effects he acknowledges have been more muted and drawn out than anticipated, though they have contributed, he believes, 0.5 point to the overall inflation level. Despite the uncertainty that's been out there this year, Williams says the U.S. economy has shown considerable resilience and upgrades its forecast. Sees 2.25% GDP next year, up from just 1.5% this year. He sees unemployment gradually declining over the next few years, while inflation next year will be below 2.5%. The economy now, he says, appears to be turning the corner. So, guys, you could take that either way. I could see him supporting additional cuts from that statement, or this idea being well positioned, being taken by the market as saying we're on hold for a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely more dovish.
A little bit of a bull trap and then a bear trap, huh? Midday.
Like you spoke to Goolsby and Schmidt.
1
You also
third,
have
2
some
third, 3
reporting
third off a
on
market
the
open
Fed
into
chair
10:25 1 hour, and then 10:25
Yeah, it ain't
bouncing
over.
trying
Sarah, what we're
into
hearing is that there has been some
10:50,
pushback communicated to the
35
president, to the
minutes or
administration
something, and
on
then
Kevin
cycling.
Hassett, and this could explain this gap that we had where the interviews were off and then they were put back on, at least for Kevin Warsh. And we've heard two things. One is that some people are complaining specifically about Hassett.
There's a lot of
and others,
bears
rather
here
than doing that, are
and bulls.
promoting the idea of Kevin Warsh to be
Spike
Fed
up the
chair.
VWAP and then bear
this has been
burn
communicated
and
to the
then
president,
reject and bull
through a
burn and
variety of
then
different
chop.
ways. And so there
That's
is
the
some
most likely thing I'm
high-profile,
seeing here, but that is fucking
blowback on
crazy.
this
Scary.
inevitability of Kevin Hassett becoming Fed
Probably
chair. That might
terrifying for
explain why
bulls,
he took more, by
terrifying
the way,
for bears,
of a view
terrifying for all,
independence of the
terrifying for
Fed,
watchers, terrifying for
his interview with
Tesla.
Face the Nation
I'm a
yesterday.
fucking
But
Tesla.
Steve, if there's this belief that he's too close to the president and that's seen as a negative, but isn't it still a positive when the president's the one making the decision?
Coming in with
Yes, that is true. However,
no volume,
I
just
think
candles.
the president is almost certainly going to be mindful of the effect of the Fed chair on interest rates. And I know that the president,
11.05 to
we
11.10
know that he
bounce.
wants lower rates. And the interesting question is, how do you get there? Do you get there with somebody who will go in and do your bidding at the Fed and reduce rates? We've seen how the 10-year has behaved while the Fed has been cutting, and it really has not incorporated all of the rate cuts from the Fed. So I think there's some discussion that's being had from market people to the president about what kind of impact the wrong choice might have.
Although that's why I think that this is all much ado about
See,
nothing
guys,
on both
realize
of them,
this.
because the bond market is always
Biggest difference, right, with amateur, retail, fake, whatever the fuck you want to call them, is literally, right, seeing if throwing shit at the wall and seeing if it sticks 50 out of 100 times. That's called being guessy and being a speculative hoper and an amateur. Or being deductive and being like, oh, setup, dude, cycle, oh, this and that, oh, this and that, and then being numerically or statistically right 7 out of 10 times. That's called a deduction, right? Let that shit sink in before anything happens in life, because that is the number one thing that is what's going on, right, between amateurs and professionals. I'm talking about retails versus smart money. I'm talking about everything. I'm not even like, that's a huge fucking thing. So realize that, right? Fucking being speculative on candles and then throwing shit at the wall or throwing rice at the wall. It's called throwing, in my culture, it's called throwing rice at the wall and then seeing if it sticks before, going into a test, like whatever the hell in the ancient cultures. But like literally doing that shit 100 times and seeing if it sticks 50 times, or doing deduction and numerically being like, oh, blah, 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 and then being like 65, 75, 85% of the times right, based on the setups and the things you do. That is the biggest thing. No fucking professional out there in the world does some bullshit on candle and does 100 or 2,000 or whatever the hell this and that here, and then makes out to live the tale, because it's not something that happens. But that's what I mean by fake reality or fake shit in life, and versus like, I mean, I don't know. People get swindled by a lot of shit. I'll tell you that straight up, in a lot of fucking industries and a lot of things. Not even just this shit, trading, but I mean, a lot of people don't really think about that fact at all. That it is completely like it's. I can't even fucking describe it, bro. Fuck, my blood boils. My blood fucking boils. I'm sorry. Sorry for going. But oh my god, it's unbelievable, man. Look at the opening bell again. That's what I fucking noticed. That's why I started to get so energized and so lovely into what I do now, because that is what I realized. It's literally straight up candle versing, fucking like flipping a coin versus something going on. Which they I'll go ranging 11.10 on Tesla.
I mean, I have a 3. I have a 2.85 and I have a 3. I don't want to lose that. I would like to sell something, but I don't want to lose that mortgage. It makes me money. I'm making money on that mortgage.
There's the opening bell.
He's talking about mortgage. Was this 2008?
Celebrating the launch of some Barron active ETFs. Tom Chu will talk to him and his son Michael at 12:30 on the half, followed by an appearance on ETF Edge at the Nasdaq Extractor Supply in 4H, celebrating a partnership lasting 15 years.
I like Tractor Supply.
Yeah, I know you do.
Well, because it has a niche that is defensible. The stock has again lost its multiple, as all of the multiple expansions going to Dollar General and to Walmart.
Man, open so green. Why are we so red? Why? What news? Why? Oh yeah, people going, oh, they're gonna make, so yeah. Fuck out of here, bro. Reality says bullshit.
Chief economist Mark Zandi, who
Reality says chances are
listening in.
it's lies.
Do you have an opinion on one or the other and question
150 people understand that. Half the people don't even know what I'm talking about and why I'm saying the things I'm saying, but like the other half of the people truly understand what I'm talking about. Straight up, bro. This fucking comedy. This is the reason why I love what I do, bro. This is fucking, I love it.
They've got the necessary chops to do the job. You know, they got a tough job because they have to navigate Fed independence with the president who, you know, been
rejection pretty violent here, but until it breaks 1105 support or 1140 support here, nothing really is going to happen. Why? Because there's an algo range.
At the end of the day, the bond market's going to be the decider here. So if if either of them kind of push too hard on bringing down the short-term interest rates, the federal funds rate target, the rate they control, the bond market at some point
there's an algo range at 11, so I'm going to just mark
so
this.
it would be counterproductive. So I think
they'll know they made a mistake and they'll have to backtrack. That's the whole thing.
The only issue with
volume.
that is the bond market isn't this smooth, orderly, thing. It
just
moves
things are
discontinuous. So
midday low volume chopping, midday low volume cycling. Unless Tesla's doing something. But until it does something, I don't really call things as doing it. So.
Yeah, exactly. So
you raise rates.
I think they need. I think they'll fight for independence as best they can. But at the end of the day, the bond market will be the decider here.
So what do you expect from this
Tesla?
This double whammy of a job report tomorrow, October and November?
Yeah, well,
first
thing, let me just preface it by saying we can get anything, right? Because it feels like there's a bit of a mess here with the government shutdown.
It's like it's being like dragged down, but also like Tesla looking like it wants to fly up, market looking like it's trying to fly and show, but like it also wants to drop together. Like what the fuck?
My sense is the underlying
look at IWM right now.
If it doesn't come through in tomorrow's data, it will ultimately come through. Is the economy's not creating any jobs, and if you believe.
Just constantly going to the floor.
The job numbers as they are
constantly purple boxing. This is called hovering and chopping at the purple box.
We're losing jobs, and I think that feels roughly right to me. The unemployment rate's moving up despite no labor supply, and that's a pretty precarious position to be in. Thus, I think we should be on high alert. It just feels like this economy. I know everyone says resilience. I just don't. When the job market's losing jobs, that's not resilient. That's fragile in my mind.
It's not too out of the way.
It's not too fragile in my mind.
Personnel Management is launching a new initiative today called the U.S. Tech Force. They're going to work alongside all government agencies and several top technology companies.
Wow, what the hell is that green candle?
Apple, IBM, Meta, Microsoft, NVIDIA, OpenAI, and so many more. Join us right now with the details. Office of Personnel Management Director Scott Cooper.
What is that candle coming in trying to flip VWAP?
Tell us about this new endeavor.
What is that one huge fucking candle?
Thank you guys for taking the time today. So look, what we're trying to do is
IWM, like what is that shit?
As you know, technology is
incredibly
important to the future of the government, and we're trying to reshape the workforce to make sure we have the right talent on the right problem. So first thing we're trying to solve with this endeavor is to make sure we've got modern software talent, modern AI talent in the government. The second thing is, you may know this, but only about 7% of the U.S. government workforce is early career, so people who are, let's call it like 5 to 7 years of work experience. That compares to almost a quarter, actually, in the rest of the workforce. And so we're not doing a great job of kind of, as we have people retiring from government.
Wow, they want to flip VWAP here, or show flip VWAP at the minimum so they can burn all the puts from earlier. That's wild.
And how easy or hard do you think it is to get talent to actually show up in this world?
Crazy fucking thing is there's hella fucking calls up there too. They're fucking doing this shit, so maybe a little quick burn and then
and also do you want to advance your career? So one of the most
hover
important things we're doing, Andrew,
or
is
stay
with
and then fucking rejection again. But wow,
it is private technology companies.
Volume coming in out of nowhere here too. We're right at VWAP.
We're going to do a job fair for people once they complete their 2-year term here. So what
literally
we're really trying to
5 minutes,
demonstrate is
11,
that the
10,
work that
11,
you can do
15,
in government
11,
is
20.
challenging, complex, and that if you decide ultimately you want to go in the private sector, that's great. That work is valued by the private sector, and you'll have the opportunity to take that as the next stage of your career.
Scott,
this is 1/3,
you've
2/3,
obviously
3/3 too.
spent time with the most sophisticated companies in the world. You've invested
Burning
in them.
all those
in your
puts from
previous
morning,
life.
going
What is your
3/3
take just
since
on
10,
how
10,
good or
right, had
terrible
burnt
the
into
technology is
10:30.
that we as taxpayers are dependent on today?
Yeah, I'm going to avoid saying good or terrible. I'm going to say it's dated. I guess maybe that's the best way to describe it. And so, look, part of what we're trying to do with this program is we've got to modernize our systems, right? So if you're
Tesla really showing flip.
and you're trying to do great intelligence, you've got to have modern AI to do that. If you're a Department of War and you're trying to make sure, our fighters have the best technology, that all requires modernization. So that's what this really is about. It's reshaping the workforce to make sure that we have people who understand things like agile software development, people who understand AI and can apply those technologies.
I'm down 1K
because,
on Tesla. My 6K, holy shit. 472.5 now.
That we don't have the talent, and how much of it is that talent doesn't want to go into government because government doesn't have the hardware effectively?
Yeah, I don't think the hardware's the problem.
I want to add on Tesla.
Is, a lot of the work that that we've been doing here.
I
at
mean,
OPM
maybe they go for HOD
we're
here,
trying to
so
change
I'm
the
waiting.
nature of
I'm
the
not gonna
workforce.
add
We're trying to
unless
create
they
a
go
high-performance
HOD
culture where people
or
can come
they
to work
fucking
every day, do their
reject
best
and go
job.
lower
So
and start
I
going.
think these things work in tandem, which is we've got to tell the right narrative to early career people, which is these are some of the world's most complex and challenging problems.
If they just chop and
if you're
hover
excited
here,
about that,
I'm
come
gonna
do
let it
this.
be.
And oh, by the way, we have to have a work environment where we eliminate bureaucracy, we don't have a lot of red tape, we're able to promote people who actually
Maybe
do well.
Tesla
And so
going to
we're doing both of
540.
those
Holy
things at the
shit!
same time.
All-time
And
highs
I
in
think
two
that's what
days.
actually will enable us
Market
to be
loves to
successful.
do that, right?
Okay, but
Market
here's the
loves to
other
pull
one.
back a little bit and then
When
go
you
boom.
have a
So
world where there's an
no
arms
FOMC
race
happens,
effectively
everybody gets
for
bearish, and then
talent,
boom.
you have the Mark Zuckerbergs of the world, and I know you're partnering with a lot of these companies as well. But
the
some
crazy
of these
thing
engineers,
was
as you
when
know,
we did
are
the
getting
poll
paid
here,
an extraordinary sum
it
of
was
money.
like
I mean, just it's remarkable.
9
The
people
top
saying
talent in
LOD
AI right
and like
now,
4 people saying VWAP or something, like
you
14
can't
people
attract
saying
these people
LOD
fast, you
and then
can't
like
pay
4
them
people
enough.
saying
And
VWAP,
so
and then they went
how do you
even
actually get
lower,
those people to
making
go into
way more
government
people
when the
bearish.
paycheck is gonna be
And
so much
then
higher
they went to
elsewhere?
VWAP.
Yeah, so we're doing a couple
So,
things, Andrew. So one of the reasons
You gotta
why
think
it's
about what
important to focus
happened,
on
right?
early
Psychologically.
career is the pay gap
Way
at
more
least is a
bears,
little bit less
way
between private
extend,
and public
way
sector than
more,
it is
and
as you
then
kind of go through your career. So we're
cycle
never going to
use
solve
that.
that problem, right? It's always going to be kind
Retrap
of
that.
less remunerative to be in the federal government than it will be in the private sector. That's fine. We understand
VWAP
that.
flipped.
The real question and the opportunity I think that this program has is can we
Bullseye.
demonstrate to early career folks that the types of problems they're going to solve
This is the most
are
bullish
the
it's
world's
been all
most
day in the
complex. They're
MACD.
the biggest problems. And oh, by the way,
Wow.
you know what? Give us 2 years of service, and then you're going to have Zuckerberg
Tesla
and all
not
these other
flying
guys
now.
clamoring for
SPY
you
is.
because the experience you'll get, the knowledge you'll learn, that's going to translate well into the private sector. So I'm not asking people to commit to a 40-year, career, civil
Another
servant career.
burning
I'm
puts,
asking
but
people
there's
to say,
so
hey,
many
look, do
calls up
something
there
good for your
too,
country
so
for a
maybe
couple
a little
years,
bit
and
of
in
rejection
exchange,
here and
we're
chop
gonna
here
make sure you're
possible,
well
but
set up in terms of your broader
they
career
burnt
after
the
that.
puts.
Why waste another
SPX
summer
put
not
call
loving
puts.
your body?
With base 44.
XPX put call.
Let's bring in Moody.
Up and running for trade. What's going to be a very busy week, as I mentioned. We've got
This
the
week
job
to set
state.
tone for
So this quick snapshot
2025
of what we're
close.
seeing this morning as we get up and running for trade. What's going to be a very busy week, as I mentioned. We've got the jobs data, we've got the retail sales, we've got the CPI as well. Let's get to Alex Coffey now, who joins me this morning. Very happy Monday to you, Alex. And we do have also some housing market data hitting the tape right now. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, the housing market data comes in line for December. This is the NAHB Housing Market Index. It came in at 39. This is a slight uptick from the November reading of 38, and it's in line with the estimates that Street had at 39. If you look at the last several months, really going back to September, it has been a steady uptick off of what was roughly 5-year lows. So still a long ways to go to get anywhere near multi-year highs. This would have to show significant improvement, but what you are seeing is perhaps a bottoming process for this particular indicator.
They're saying driverless
of the National Association
robo
of Home Builders
taxi
regarding the
news
housing
on
market.
Tesla.
Okay, so coming in line there for the NAHB Housing Market Index this morning. Obviously, it's going to be a big week, a consequential one, as I mentioned.
AI
with
world
the
we
jobs
live
data,
in,
the delayed
folks.
jobs data, we get some retail sales, we get some inflation. So
Robo
we're going to get lots of
taxi.
different economic updates and information that no doubt will be factored into the Fed's decision making, and also how the markets are, pricing in what comes next. But interestingly, I saw Jim Bianco out over the weekend saying that, with the jobs data, maybe it's about, justifying at least what they have done rather than what's going to come next, which I think is interesting to think about. But what will you be paying attention to the most this week?
Yeah, I think tomorrow morning will be really, really critical just because you get both the retail sales and the jobs data at that same, 8:30 Eastern time, 7:30 here in Chicago, 1 hour before the open time frame. So that'll be a pretty consequential moment in time in these last 3 weeks of trade. But we were just talking about this on the opening bell with Nicole Petalides, Kevin Hinks, and I think largely as this week goes, it will set the tone into the end of the year as you're going to have holiday disruption both next week and the final trading week of the year. Liquidity may start to dry up, and also it may just be one of those situations where given it's been a stronger year,
I don't want liquidity to dry up. I want liquidity to go higher and higher and higher and higher for 4 years.
Or, harvesting losses, whatever it may be that, individuals and firms do. They'll try to do that this week or early next week just to get ahead of some of that. But you mentioned CPI as well. While I don't know that the inflation data is driving the narrative maybe the way it was in 2022, it's still going to be important, especially when you look at the Federal Reserve really focusing more on kind of this idea of productivity gains, less so sort of a reinflation or reflation type of a trade. So what you'll want to do is monitor some of those figures, even though we're looking back in time to see if they're on the right track. And then I think the University of Michigan sentiment alongside the S&P Global PMIs, the more soft data, will be critical as well, because where the K-shaped economy is most prevalent is soft data is really the lower half of that K, and the hard data continues to say a different story. So we'll see if that divergence continues in the sort of last week of big-time data for the year.
Such an interesting point. And, over the last couple of months, we certainly have been giving a lot more sort of credence to the soft data as well in the absence of some of the hard data. And, to your point, we're going to be dealing with a huge
MACD volume trying to show a spike candle here.
Backlog of economic data.
It's getting close on Tesla.
I suppose that, goes to Jim Bianco's point that it's more about justifying what the Fed has done rather than what they're going to do next, as far as the overall trend is concerned with the jobs and with the inflation. But just switching gears, as far as other potential catalysts this week, we've had a couple of names up on the screen, sort of as we get to the tail end of this earnings season too. You talked about the positioning, obviously that's key this week as we head into 2026, because you're probably not likely to do much of it as you sit and eat your turkey next week. But I'm just wondering, what else stands out to you? We're going to be hearing from some of the home builders. We're going to be hearing from Nike, FedEx, which is such a good barometer of the economy as well.
Yeah, Micron and Nike, to me, always kind of bookend the end of an earnings season. It's kind of fitting that it's falling on this week, the kind of final full trading week of the year. Micron's important because of the role it plays within this
I just
AI
added
build-out.
to Tesla
I think Nike's
into Friday.
important as well. We've seen a lot of apparel
472.5
retailers really
puts.
outperform. I think that
I'm
was
in
a
for 8K
surprise
now.
of this earnings season.
Added
Now, it's
4
typically
contracts.
been more value-oriented names, but we have had examples. Lulu just recently as well with some of the leadership shakeup had a nice performance after its report. We'll see if Nike can follow that up. As far as catalysts that haven't been discussed, maybe you get a ruling on the tariffs. I don't know if that would happen this week or even by the end of the year, but that's looming, so something to monitor on that front. That'll just be a headline that drops more than likely, and it'll have an effect on the market one way or the other. And then another thing I'm watching that we haven't discussed yet, Sam, and I think this is best represented by the dispersion index, which is the ticker DSPX. We've really seen dispersion in the market come down. Some of this is because we're in the later parts of an earnings season, and so some of that earnings volatility has come out of individual equities. But essentially what this is measuring is the difference between the average stock in the S&P 500's volatility on its own versus the broad-based index. And so as you start to see this come down, it starts to tell you that you have a more in sync marketplace. And so the interesting thing about this is it's kind of showing up. It's just you've lost the big tech names in many ways. And so what I'm really looking for is if the Mag 7 do bounce back this week, Do you lose the other 490, the other 493? That's going to be the critical question that this market needs to ask.
Yeah, look, we've certainly been watching the markets responding with a degree of rotation, as you say.
If the max 7 rallies this week, the market will go to all-time high. Well, IW would go right back up.
Coming out of some of these high
It did touch the purple box, so maybe this is
we continue to see that rotation in some of the price action today. Although we do have Nvidia and Tesla up, individual stories moving price action there. But and we've seen it in global equities. I think it's fair to point out too this rotation out of value. Into value, I should say, out of some of the more growthy momentum type names too. So it's certainly an interesting trend to keep an eye on. What stands out to you outside of equities though right now? Obviously, we've been watching these elevated yields too. It's a nice rally across the metal space as well. Just wondering, what stands out to you on that front too?
Yeah, I mean, the metals moves stand out, no doubt. Hard to ignore that. But to me, it's a treasury yield story, Sam. And the reason being is that was the story of last week. You got your cut. And then you got the Fed pushback that's typical, almost sort of shaping the narrative after Jerome Powell, especially when the market interprets it one way and maybe they want it to be interpreted another way. But what I was looking for was follow through this week, and so far we have not gotten that. To me, this is more of the same. We're at the high end of the recent range, but until you see a significant breakout higher, to me, it's just more of the same. So I'm looking for confirmation of that, and maybe that isn't what I'm expecting. I almost expect a moderation in yields like we're getting today.
Okay, yeah, we're keeping an eye on that 10-year, and obviously it has been moving off the back of some of the Fed speak we've been getting trickling in, particularly off the back of what Goolsbee had to say. We saw the 10-year picking back up to levels that we saw just the morning.
Tesla really fucking HOD'd again.
Interesting moves. Thanks so much for getting us across what's happening in the space and some of that data as well. Things to think about as we head into this busy week, Alex.
Tesla really HOD'd again. Man, why are there no videos out on Tesla right now? Fucking unstoppable. Showing unstoppable today.
Kevin Hanks live at the CBOE for the pre-bell playbook, and we're looking. Kevin Hanks live at the CBOE for the pre-bell playbook, and we're looking at futures this morning. I'm gonna get to Kevin Hassett and Kevin Warsh, and I mean, it's 50-40 at this point. I think who's gonna be.
They fucking dumped it all in the morning, and then they fucking bear trapped all the overextendedness at the bottom.
Here.
Wow.
Pre-market. Up all of them up more than 0.5%. The Russell 2000 almost up 0.9%. So we're looking really good to start the week. We did get a bit of economic data at 8:30 Eastern time. The Nicole Petalini's Empire State Manufacturing Index came out a negative 3.9 versus 18.7 a month ago. Remember.
Alright, VWAP pullback trying. Time is 11:30. There's no confirmation here.
Negative 3.9. That's the local New York Fed area survey on
just a 3/3
so
happening.
We'll watch that number as more of the regional data comes out, but we will get
cycle will probably build before anything.
Unemployment data tomorrow morning at 8:30
the MACD.
Eastern time. Right now, the consensus is for about 40,000 jobs, and unemployment.
I can see a little bit of a pullback here.
To 4.5%.
That
should catch the attention of the Fed. But wage data coming in, it looks like the consensus is 0.3, and from 3.8 year over year to 3.6%. So that would be a good number for overall inflation if that were to happen. But right now, it is a big week of economic data. Some delayed, some actual. We're going to get a CPI.
IWM is fucking
Thursday.
disgusting right now. Look at that.
Obviously, very important. So. A lot of data coming. If I look on the calendar, Nicole,
it's pulling back again with the gap on the 1 minute. This is literally just killing calls.
The end of third quarter earnings season, Nicole.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom 1 second. This is bearish, short term, but I don't know. I'll be back.
I know it's delayed. but we'll still take it. Don't love this Empire State Manufacturing number. I feel like it's New York's a big place, and so it does give us a glimpse into how things are going. Let's talk also about what's going on. We have a Fed speaker today, but we're really down to Kevin Hassett and Kevin Warsh. What do you think some of the differences are and who the president is leaning more towards?
Yeah, well, in terms of the Fed chair, I think down to the two Kevins, right, is Kevin Warsh and Kevin Hassett, two excellent choices, by the way, who both believe that the Fed should be independent, but the Fed should also communicate with the president on a regular basis. And they both believe that interest rates are too high. And once the fear of inflation has removed and information
All right, I'm back.
and inflation
What
is
is
on a
true is they
downward
make
pattern,
this shit
which it
look
appears.
bullish as fuck to go down, and they make it look bearish as fuck to go higher. Right?
Now the Fed can.
All right, they make it look
shift
bullish
its
as
focus
fuck to go
towards the
down,
labor
and they make
market.
it look
And if we
bearish
were
as
to
fuck
hit
to go high. All right.
4.5%
Just
tomorrow
pulling
in
back.
unemployment,
Tesla pulling back is a dump,
should
little dump.
catch, the attention of the Fed. And here's my view. Just like when watching Schwab Network, if his name starts with Kevin,
Little
we're going
dump.
to be okay, Nicole.
Time is 11:35. 11:30. Dump to 11:35. This is the halfway mark of this little pump up from 1 hour. Look at this shit. It's actually 1 hour perfectly. Hold up. Look at this shit. 9:30 to 10:30, 1 hour. 10:30 to 11:30, 1 hour. Look at this shit. It's fucking crazy, bro. Oh my God.
Right?
I'm not saying it's gonna reject here, but like that's actually something. The smart money might be playing something here. 9:30 to 10:30 LOD.
I think the
10:30
macro
to
setup
11:30.
after kind of a
11:30
bumpy week
time is
last week
11:35.
as we're rotating.
If it does go
seems
lower,
like
that's maybe
from
what's
the Mag
happening here
7
too.
into
to go
the other
test LOD.
493.
We'll see.
I think that the market
There
is
is
set up
a lot of calls up
macroeconomically for
there,
a
and that's
really
why they're
good
doing this
end
shit.
of the year.
There's a
Look at the
lot
Dow
of
lower,
puts down
the
here
crude
too.
oil
They do
lower,
not
the
have to go
yields
lower
lower
right
to
here,
start the
right
week.
now.
It's a
They
pretty
could chop
good
it here and then do
macro
it in 40
setup.
minutes,
So
or fucking, I don't
with,
know.
Good news on the horizon and the prospects of lower interest rates into
IWM
early next year.
is
I think that
destroying
we
calls.
may be setting
That's
up
all
here
it
for
is.
a little bit of a delay,
QQQ
but
is
a
being
Santa
pulled
Claus
up
rally
by Tesla today.
Nonetheless, Nicole.
That's all it is.
Look, you still
Market
have
is going
so many
higher
folks who
because
still
of
think
Tesla.
7,000 by the end of the
Tesla
year.
is also bugging
Okay,
out,
it's not that
looking
far
like
away.
I don't know
We'll
what the
see.
fuck it wants to do.
And we're certainly not too far off from
I want it to
record
drop,
highs.
but I
Kevin
mean,
Hicks,
it
great
could
to
go
see you.
higher. I have no clue. It does not have to start a rejection at 11:30 if it does not want to. It was a diversification trade. What the fuck?
If your hands go numb every winter, these gloves stop it, even in freezing wind. They
Kevin Hanks live at the CBOE.
CBOE. Oh God, now. Oh God, look who it is.
Talking about Tesla. For a closer look now is my co-host, Molly
Motherfucker.
Caden. Very
Oh,
good
God.
morning to you. Happy
Guys,
Monday,
get
Molly.
ready for
So
this
we're
shit.
talking about
07.
Tesla because of one man, Dan Ives. He's projecting that Tesla will hit a $2 trillion market cap in 2026. It's going to be its monster year. Talk us through this.
He does say
Dan
it's
Ives
going
talking
to
about
be a
Tesla.
monster year for Tesla, Sam. He's
Dan
a
Ives talking about
longtime
Tesla. Get ready for
bull.
this shit.
So no surprise
Get
here,
ready
but some
for this
of the numbers are pretty huge. You mentioned
Just
that $2
dropped
trillion
Charles
market
Schwab
cap. He's
network.
actually saying in a bull
Ready
case
for this shit,
scenario,
bro.
it could be $3
Dan
trillion
Ives, I'm already up
by
1K,
the end of the year.
9.1K
All of this
Tesla.
coming out
Dan
in
Ives.
a post on X. Dan Ives posted, heading
No
into 2026, this
Dan
marks
Ives.
a monster year ahead for Tesla/Musk as the autonomous and robotics chapter out in a post on X. Dan Ives posted, heading into 2026, this marks a monster year ahead for Tesla/Musk as the autonomous and robotics chapter. We believe Tesla hit
Dan
the $2
Ives,
trillion
go Tesla. Go.
2026.
Dead eyes.
Bull case scenario, $3
Time is
trillion by
11:40.
the end of 2026 as the AI chapter takes hold at Tesla. Now, this conversation has been ongoing, right? The company has been pushing its efforts to develop and push its AI programs.
Look, since
to improve
11:30.
some of its
Look at
full
this shit.
self-driving, move itself
You guys
away
see this
from
shit,
being
right?
thought of as a car
9:30
company
to
and into
10:30.
this autonomous space with
10:30
robo-taxis,
to
et
11:30.
cetera. And there
11:30
was
rejecting
some other
fucking
good
crazy.
news that came out that could be driving some of the move to the upside.
11:30
In
rejecting
addition to
fucking
Dan Ives'
crazy,
today,
right? Look
that
at
$2
this
trillion
shit.
market cap, though, does represent
Oh my
about
God.
a 30% upside from where Tesla is currently trading right
Oh
now.
my God.
But let's talk about
Look
some
at
of the
that shit.
other
That's
good
crazy.
news, because
9:30
there
to
is
fucking
some
10:30
reports that have been
bearish,
confirmed
10:30 to
now by
11:30
Elon Musk
bullish,
that Tesla's
11:30
robotaxi
rejection
service
starting.
in Austin
Fucking wild. Time is
was
11:40 here.
driving without a safety monitor. That people, there was
Like
video posted
IWM is doing
online
this shit
of
too.
the cars
They're
driving
doing a
around
nasty
without a
fucking
human
pullback on
in the
IW. They're
driver's
going to
seat.
the bottom
Now,
of the
the
floor,
robotaxi
bottom of the
service, since its June
purple
launch,
box, bottom of the
has had a
purple
human
box, bottom of the
monitor
purple box, most
in the
likely.
car at all times.
Bottom of the
That's been
purple box,
required
bottom
by
of the purple
regulators.
box, bottom
But
of the
there's
purple
now
box.
these videos
They
to at
reloaded.
least 2 different cars
Bottom
were
of the
caught
purple
without
box,
a
bottom of the
driver
purple
on
box,
public
bottom of the
roads.
purple box,
Now, it
most
is
likely coming on
unclear
IWM
whether or not that
251.
vehicle was supported by a chase
0.10.
car or some sort of remote monitoring process. That's very important to this scenario, whether or
IWM
not
nasty.
that's happening. But Elon Musk did confirm
Most likely this
that,
shit's gonna
quote,
go
testing
here.
is underway
I'm
with
pretty
no
sure.
occupant in the car. And he did say about a week ago that
Smart
Tesla
money.
would start removing
Bounce,
their safety
bounce,
monitors from the
fake,
car within the
bottom.
next 3 weeks.
And then
So that
figure out what to
timeline
do.
is tracking with what he said. But this
Bears
is
are
really
crazy
important
here.
because
Bears
Tesla's
are strong as
valuation
fuck. This is
premium
bearish
right
as
now
fuck.
hinges on the idea
This
that
is
autonomy
3/3
can become a
bearish,
high-margin network business for the company,
floor testing.
potentially changing what Tesla earnings even means, moving away from
Already.
this idea of it being an EV
Risk is
maker
crazy.
and fully into this
Risk
autonomous
is already
robotics
here.
AI space.
LOD
So
floor
if it can
testing,
achieve this
hoping.
milestone, Sam, that would be a huge potential
Showing
game
bearish as
changer
shit
here
because
for
of
the company.
IWM, but I
do
mean,
wanna
I have
note,
no
though,
I
that
fucking
Morgan Stanley has a
what
differing
happens
view
here. I mean,
and
I hope it
actually
fucking goes.
downgraded Tesla to
I
overweight
hope
to
it goes.
equal weight from overweight, saying that the high expectations around Tesla's AI
That
innovation
is one
narrative
fucking, look
brought
at
the
that.
stock
That's
closer
literally,
to fair
look at 1
valuation.
hour.
They
That
did
is
raise the
fucking
price target to
algo,
425,
smart money,
so
all
still
that shit
bullish,
combined.
but a little bit more neutral than what we're hearing from Dan Ives.
looks
Some interesting
crazy.
perspectives here. But this whole robotaxi thing could be a game changer for the company.
Yeah, it sounds like it
That looks
does.
fucking crazy every day. Oh my god.
So
What the fuck did we just see? Hold up.
of this story and this stock, and so
What
yeah,
the
it's a
fuck
positive,
did we
so we'll
just
have to
see?
wait and see
Oh
if those
my
reports
god.
are
You just
confirmed.
saw
But
that
thanks so much
wall
for
of
breaking
red,
down the
green,
notes
red,
and some
green,
of the
red,
analysts'
green.
responses
Oh my
today.
god.
Marley, we have the stock up
Oh my
over
god,
3%
that's disgusting.
right now in trade. So let's break this afternoon. Stock strategist
Green,
across the
red,
trading
green,
economy.
red,
Very good morning.
green,
Happy Monday
red,
to you,
green,
Charles.
red,
How are you
green, red.
approaching your example trade for
World
this
of
one?
deductors here. World of fucking
they're
deductors
certainly
here.
very
No fucking
bullish off
candle
the Dan
trading,
Ives
candle
comments.
hoping,
They've broken through
speculative,
a key
fucking throw shit
resistance
at the
point
wall,
today,
throw rice
right
at the
around
wall
this
100 times and see if it's 650
474,
times
475 price. So
bullshit.
that draws in the
Literally,
488 price,
chart
and that's
is
not
deducting
where I
live
believe it's going to
every
stop. I believe they're going to try and make a run for $500 at the end of the year. So I like the December 26th 480, 490 call spread. I like to get it at 350 or
Tesla
lower.
leading
Now,
today.
I don't want to risk too much because I don't want them sliding below 467. I think that's going to be a key price.
Dude, what is this
So
fucking
risk is only
wall?
about
Look at this shit in the
30%
1
this
hour. It
contract.
looks crazy.
But again, if it does break out and make
Up,
that push
down,
for
up, down, up,
that
down, up,
500
down,
mark,
up,
you
down,
should
up,
see gains
down, up,
exceeding
down,
50
up,
to 60%.
down, up, down, up,
This is a
down,
way to play
up,
the
down, up,
upside
down,
with
up,
some
down, I love it.
protection,
Up, down,
but
up,
still
down,
taking
up, down, up,
advantage of the
down, up,
move.
down,
I
up, down. I love
believe
it.
that, you know,
I fucking love it.
the notes are correct.
Oh
It
my
really,
god. Time is
for me, depends on the robo-taxi situation. This is where they can make a ton of money in the future if this actually becomes something in fruition. Obviously, it's only in Austin right now. They're pushing for Vegas, but if they could ever get a major city like Chicago or New York or LA on board, that's going to be a total game changer for Tesla. And they're correct. They become more of an AI robotics type of play as opposed to just a EV car company.
AI robotics type. Oh my. Max profit break. What the fuck?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean,
what
that chart just
hold up.
type of play as opposed to 490
That shit about to get fucked. That shit about to get fucked on, I think.
The December 26, 480, 490
that shit just
call
said
spread.
483.
At 350
Hold
or
on, that shit just said 483 call for. I don't even know what the fuck.
I don't want to risk too much because I don't want them sliding below 467. I think that's going to be a key price. So risk is only about 30% on this contract. But again, if it does break out and make that push for that 500 mark, we should see gains exceeding 50 to 60%. This is a way to play the upside with some protection, but still taking advantage of the move. I believe that, the notes are correct. It really, for me, depends on the robo-taxi situation. This is where they can make a ton of money in the future if this actually becomes something in fruition. Obviously, it's only in Austin right now. They're pushing for Vegas, but if they could ever get a major city like Chicago or New York or LA on board, that's going to be a total game changer for Tesla. And they're correct. They become more of an AI robotics type of play as opposed to just.
They want to go lower on IWM, man. This is 0.76% now.
That just shows us that how much of a wild ride shareholders have been on in 2020.
IWM having another roller coaster day after yesterday. Another motherfucking roller coaster. Down.
Let's wait and see.
Down.
Down. What are your thoughts on the market today and some of this positioning as we're in the final full week of trade for 2025 and ahead of all of this data? What do you make of it?
It's bearish as fuck, guys.
For me, it's more about the earnings report from Oracle and AVGO and the subsequent responses. That's weighed heavily on the markets, especially on Friday. We had a pretty straight line spill to the lows. We're seeing something very similar today. So, we're seeing a lot of the AI plays, especially the data center plays, really taking quite the hit over the last 2 days. But again, this is more of a speed bump than anything else. It's going to lead to some great dip opportunities. I believe the market's going to remain bullish. I believe that we're still on target to hit that 7,000 mark that a lot of analysts are calling for the end of the year in SPX. So I would say that there are some segments, especially tied to AI, that you have to be a little cautious on. That they're showing some pretty strong weakness in the near term, but I just believe that they're going to be great buying opportunities as well.
Yeah, a few of our guests have been talking about that. They've been sort of dipping their toes in, taking advantage of some of the pullback in some of these big names,
the morning,
Broadcoms, etc.
The alligators and the fucking whales chomped. But I mean, right now,
today, Charles, thanks so
they're
much for
showing
that.
LODO.
Maybe
that's a test, and maybe that's a hope, but that's what they're showing. That's what they're showing.
Record day here for the Dow, not for the rest. Sort of a mixed bag a bit after yesterday's Fed cut. Right now, joining me, Simeon Hyman's with me, global investment strategist at ProShares. So glad you're with us. What did you think about
Weird
the Fed
thing is,
action
QQQ and IWM goes in different
We've
minutes.
been saying for a
That's
while
the
that
worst
the
thing
Fed's
ever.
not so important to the market at this point. And for one important reason, that the long end of the curve has already landed.
Hey, it's Arkansas, man.
2 +
Hey,
2
we love you
4.
here, man.
The long end
What's up?
is actually pricing in, landing at 2% inflation, and that's why you don't see it move that much when the Fed cuts. And guess what? Equity prices, PE multiples, are primarily driven by that long end.
I see. So it didn't matter to you as much, but I think that people thought if we didn't get a cut yesterday, the market would have sold off.
Yes, and also I should point out that there's one part of the market that is sensitive to the short end.
Anything
and that's
above the red line got deleted today. All the calls from the morning
about the
when we were
AI
above
trade overall. When people say a bubble,
that's all
or
it is.
the debt that's building, or is it
volume is coming in choppy, bullish, tiny.
We just released our 2026 outlook, and we hit this one right
Tesla's
on the head.
the only thing that's holding today that's bullish as fuck.
We did a little
if Tesla
side-by-side
loses
back
power,
to 1999,
then the lights will turn
and what
off.
you can see is that the tech sector and the S&P 500 is actually cheaper than the end of 99,
I thought I was
beginning
blocked
of
or something
2000.
last week.
And
Thanks, man.
profitability, return on assets are actually
I did see
stronger.
my
So
friend
that's number
sent me a picture of you saying
the real risk is not so much valuation, it's earnings.
688 or something in the other community. So he thought it was funny, and he sent me a
We've had
screenshot, and
stable
then I posted it
capacity
in the WhatsApp
utilization
group. That's
for a year,
about it.
well
But I
under
like you, man.
overheating levels.
I
It
never
looks like a
hated
soft
you. I
landing
always
path.
liked you. It's just,
most people
you're.
think the soft landing.
I'm not saying
That's
you, but some people are the ones that are,
are you buying on dips, for example?
You were never one of
them.
Today.
Tech has been maybe a bit of a down on a down day on tech.
I always block people that are trolling.
I think the issue with tech is
block people that are negative
in a portfolio
towards the community
context.
that will be
Technology
not
is
beneficial.
35% of the S&P 500. Now,
That's
I mentioned that it's much
and I
more
always
profitable
make sure
and a little
I
less
am
expensive
telling
than
people, and I'm
but a lot of people may have holdings that are actually even concentrated beyond
no,
the
but
level
I know you were very active.
So one of the solutions that we've had is a simple ETF, SPXT. It's our S&P 500 X technology ETF.
Ah, right.
Not such that you would zero out technology in your whole portfolio,
all right,
but
bears
likely
are here
because
trying to push
you're
into
already so
1150.
concentrated that it could be a useful offset, especially if you don't want to sell and take capital gains.
Yeah, and it could balance
out.
Yeah,
no, I feel you, bro. I liked you, by the way, and I just said that in the group chat as in, this is what happens when you candle trade as a joke, but like I wasn't saying that shit to you. I was just saying that shit to like the whole vibe they have, you know what I mean? But I like you. I hope you understand that, but it's just like someone sent me a screenshot of that too, and then another dude that always he was in my WhatsApp group, right? He was named Tunk Elmas or some shit, and he's always telling me to shut up, turn the CNBC off, to stop talking, shut up, so loud, blah blah blah, asking me for help every single day. And that guy is the one getting scammed, paying $1,000 a month because, you know, that's the type of people that I deal with. And that's the type of people that I try to help. But I mean, at the end of the day, I don't blame them at all.
If you want to hedge,
everybody wants to get help. Everybody wants to
a whole suite
be
of
good.
crypto-related ETFs.
I understand that.
I mean,
it's a human
sort of
it's
a risk-on or risk-off trade. I mean,
at the end of the day, I don't need them to be negative to me. You know what I mean? That's something different. I don't like when people cross the line and be negative for no reason, absolutely at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they want to do what I respect that. It's just like, leave me out of their lives. Like, they just DM me and they want blah blah blah, yet they tell me to shut up, and they're so negative to me while all I want is the best for, you know, them human selves. And then I don't know, man. It's just, I guess we all live different lives, so it is what it is.
Or just even the contrarian play
I'm straight up
in your portfolio. And what is on the on-demand ETF for ProShares?
Folks who are looking for a little bit of a different way to continue to participate in the AI and tech revolution, OND is our on-demand ETF, and it's pretty cool. That's my official word, cool, because it's a global portfolio.
Yeah, you always been a positive person, though. I'll straight up tell you.
It's got some names
people
that
have been kind
of
being
NVIDIA,
like this too. It's just people that are straight up just nothing but negativity, nothing but trying to use
exposure to the Mag 7 is actually less
like
than the
little
S&P
tissue,
500, so it can be a
throw away
nifty
the tissue.
little alternative way
dude,
to stay invested in a very innovative approach.
Does it have a lot of AI in it? Because as we talk about, like, I'm sorry, does it have a lot of crypto in it? Because there's people who are looking for something other than Bitcoin. I mean, do you have like Solana in there or other
it's
things
actually
like that?
It's the on-demand economy, so it's not really crypto in there.
Right.
We're talking about the delivery, the drivers.
People respect the fuck out of that too.
So
I respect them. And thank you guys for hitting the like button.
The global aspect is a nifty one.
I love
so it's
life.
a nice way
Straight
to
up.
have
I
a
love
little
this
bit
shit
of
all, man.
different spin
I love it.
on participation in the tech and AI space.
When we talk about the rally that we've seen, you know, it's been 3 years running through October, and there are a lot of folks who have high price targets for next year, higher than where we are now. What say you?
It's back to earnings.
I don't do it, honestly.
If you think about valuations this year, actually, they've come down just a smidgen because earnings have actually outstripped price appreciation. So when we look at 2026, we're really looking at the forecast for earnings. And if you go back to that dot-com tech crash in 2000, a key driver was that recession that hit at the end of 2000 and 2001. We go to an old school metric, capacity utilization.
Right.
The rule of thumb, if it's
literally
over
downward
80,
channel,
the economy is overheating, you're going to get a recession.
Downward channel, range
it's 77
breakout,
right now.
Downward channel,
it's
range
flat
breakout.
Like that for a year. That really looks like a soft landing to
with
us.
the market.
I know you were looking at the valuations. I mean, sometimes valuations are soaring or astronomical, you know, 100 times times or 200 times, or sometimes it's just 20 or 30. And we look at some of the Mag 7 names, and they actually, while they're highly valued, they're still not,
Zero
you know,
DT is cycling, man.
So
Maybe there's so many puts down there, right? Even below the LOD, they don't want to even visit it now.
Trailing PE is 38 on the tech sector. It was 56.
LOD testing, LOD hoping and bouncing into 1150. 1150 is deciding what to do, and the 3-minute bounce is pretty violent.
What did you think of something like yesterday when the Fed said that they're going to be buying treasuries, and I guess it grows the balance sheet, but they said solely for ample supply of reserves because the reserves have been cut down. And while it may last a few months, they said they'll let us know when it's going to end. But there are people who think that the Fed is likely to buy
This is the perfect time to do a poll, folks. We have 155 people here. God bless you all. God bless wherever you are in this country. If you're not in America, God bless wherever you are. Hope you're having a beautiful day. It's snowy where I'm at today, so
the kind of neutral size of the balance sheet
but let's
is
do
a
a poll,
lot
guys. It's
larger
the third poll of the
than
day.
it was
The poll is:
5,
Are
10,
we
15,
going to
20 years
VWAP?
ago?
Are we going to?
It doesn't really appear that it's really a return to quantitative
Please do the poll
easing.
before the candles
But
come.
certainly the long end of the yield curve has been liberated.
In
and
your
that's
opinion,
really important because
this is an opinion-based
the market
poll,
is in
nothing
charge
more,
of that
market
10 and
sentiment.
30-year Treasury, not so much the Fed.
All right.
Yeah, and so I guess this is just another part of the story. We have to just take this in stride because you said the long end sort of shown us the cards, right?
2, 3, 4.
VWAP flip,
If we get 2%
reject new
inflation,
LOD,
we should have 3% Fed funds and a 4% 10-year.
Okay, well, that's good. I like that. Thank you.
The market's showing
Wasn't it
fly
like
for
3
5 minutes, but I want to vote chop.
I have to think about that. I'll find that. I know some of you know that one. I'm going to think about it later. Simeon Hyman, great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
so much. And you had all those stats in your brain that I was thinking of. Thank you. Nice to see you.
If 1130 flips, it would
Global
turn
Investment
everything.
Strategies Pro shares.
People are mixed. All right, we'll leave the poll up for 2 minutes before the candles come, and then we'll close the poll. Why are there no more like Tesla videos? Does Oracle financing in question as stock
Modi for more on
slides?
the widening bond yields for Oracle and some of these other hyperscalers, which appears to be hurting the stock.
Yeah, and it's clear, Sarah, that the market is becoming just more aware of how these hyperscalers are spending money, especially when it comes to debt. As it pertains to Oracle, the key question is whether the company can raise mountains of new debt while holding on to its investment-grade credit rating, currently at BBB, the lowest of all the hyperscalers. Last week, Oracle's management did reiterate its commitment to IG status, but the yield on Oracle's 10-year is
Oracle
telling
down
a
bad
slightly
today,
different
huh?
story, now widening to above
Oracle
200
big
basis
watch
points,
too,
while its
I guess.
5-year credit default swaps remain elevated on this belief that if the company raises a term loan from a consortium of banks, those banks will then have to buy
6 people
Oracle
voted
CDS
VWAP flip,
as a hedge.
5 people
And the
voted
focus is
reject
starting
new
to widen.
LOD,
Roth
and 2
Capital
people
Partners
voted
in its
chop.
morning note today calling out the uptick in
I'll vote
CoreWeave's
chop for now.
CDS. Bank of
6
America's strategy
V5
separately
V3
writes out hyperscalers
VWAP
like
flip,
Meta, Amazon,
reject new
Microsoft, Google.
LOD
They
or
generate
chop.
enough cash
All
flow
right,
to
YouTube
fund
says
CapEx, but
VWAP,
are also
VWAP,
tapping the debt
VWAP,
market to maintain
VWAP,
flexibility,
HOD
optimize the
chop.
cost of capital.
Both
Of course, we've been
VWAP,
watching that over the
VWAP.
past
So
couple of weeks.
7 people
The
says
key, though, they
VWAP,
add, will be
1 person says
off-balance sheet
reject
structures, and to
VWAP.
look for mentions of vendor financing, which does involve
1 person
the use
says
of chips
chop.
as collateral. We are watching
Alrighty.
the bonds of Meta. Spreads are widening slightly to 118 basis points versus 115 a month ago. I would point out that Microsoft bonds have tightened, the same with Amazon. So it is sort of evident of how investors are being more selective. As they
Understand
follow
this
this
is
very closely,
showing more than the midpoint
meantime,
almost.
it's hard to talk
Understand
about the
this is
CDS
showing the
SEMA without
floor,
talking about the
and now
equity.
we're in
And
the
Oracle,
bounce. So
in the last, say,
right.
4
maybe
or
it'll
5
help out into
sessions,
the
is
future.
down
Maybe it
almost a clean
won't. But I mean,
20%.
that's what
Right,
I
down
did
about
to help
40%
myself
from
out
its
into the
recent high.
future. I was
Clearly,
like,
there
hey,
is,
one time the
opportunity here
market
for
does a
management
huge
to
move down, or the
level
market
set
does
the
a huge move
expectations
up,
around
and then
debt
it
financing,
uses that
just
cycle
how
to
much it's planning to raise.
use it as a point
According to
to
accredited investor
LOD
I spoke
floor,
to on
hold,
Friday, the
cycle balance, or
expectation is that this is
whatever ever use VWAP and then bounce it and then figure out into the future. And then this is zero DT cycling, theta burning, like theta burning calls all up there, theta burning puts all down there, and the market is zero DT cycling at the tippity most efficient, finest.
Christina Parts-Nevelos joins us with how Wall Street sees the AI trade.
This is a very important one.
Christina Parts-Nevelos joins us with how Wall Street sees the AI trade right now, and Seema Modi has a closer look at how some of these widening bond yields for Oracle and some other hyperscalers might be.
This is the reason why we do the poll. When do we do the poll? At the most important, most important times, right? And literally, the candles are saying VWAP flip, and most majority voted VWAP flip, and then now it's reject LOD, so it's either that or chopping, and then they could fake that shit out and then VWAP flip it too. But I mean, look at how shit and fast this thing changes when there are setups and cycles happening.
Names Broadcom a top pick with a $350 price target.
Setups and cycles happening.
Is just getting started.
Right, setups and whatever, some sort of fucking cycle happening.
Like Google, Meta,
that's all it is, man. Market is doing that constantly.
Jefferies is also upgrading KLA to buy, betting lower interest rates will help analog as well as chip equipment firms.
Bears are gonna,
NVIDIA,
bulls are gonna, bears are gonna,
we haven't given up on NVIDIA.
Bears are gonna, my ass. Bulls are gonna, my ass. Deductors are gonna be up there. Speculators are gonna be down there. All times, going up or down. So, you know what I mean? Fuck the bears, fuck the bulls. Bless me. Bless you, you know what I mean? Like self.
Launching its Nemotron 3 family of OpenAI models to help startups build AI agents
Nah, but you gotta use the lingo, bulls and the bears, obviously. But like, you have to have an understanding of
Rosenblatt
like
has a buy rating, expecting another record quarter with even stronger guidance ahead.
Bull
they credit
and a bear here and there,
supply growth
and
over just the
understand that this is showing bull, understand that this is bearish, understand that this is making it think this to bulls, this to bears, this to this to there, based on what?
190% this year.
This is mixed to bearish in my eye.
Which they say justifies the growth.
Why? Because the 1130 is holding.
Although the Mag 7 may be stumbling, but
if the 1150 holds somehow in 20-30 minutes and then it goes up, I guess that's bullish.
What about Broadcom?
It's testing the 1150 right now, though, so I mean, until it fails that, I'm not going to say it's not testing that, it's trying.
What's the read on that one?
Post-earnings, it was an 11% drop to your point, which is surprising, but there was a few
Oracle
things.
The important thing today.
Into that name was quite
Oracle,
high. The stock climbed 25% over 2 months heading into the print versus NVIDIA that actually fell. And I was using, often they're compared because they're competing.
Candle or something.
The hype was around primarily Broadcom building the chips for Google. A lot of strength there. The reason why you're seeing the sell-off this morning has to do with a report that perhaps Google may be using MediaTek, another company,
I think there's a purple box on Tesla today. The second spike candle that I got in at literally is acting as some sort of support in a box. Like, I think that's what's going on. I'm pretty sure this is what smart money is doing today on Tesla. At bottom of the first 1 minute candle to the top of the second 1 minute candle is using as some sort of level, some sort of box chop. Right, I've turned my life around to the point that I can literally see things after they happen, but while they happen, instead of letting it happen and hoping on things that don't exist. I've realized that in my life, I can turn things around for myself and decide to see things the way I want for myself.
Force is real, and rather than calling it a bubble,
that's what it is on Tesla. This purple box is being played today. At some point today, into the end of the day, I'm expecting this shit to drop to the bottom. 456, 467. I mean, I don't know when today.
When you think about debt, fueling this cycle as opposed to maybe a prior cycle.
It's a crazy, crazy cycle, right? I literally said, what, we're going up, channeling down, breaking the range up, going down, channeling down, breaking the range up, we're going down, channeling down, breaking the range up, right? What the fuck does that do? Making it look bullish and then bull trap everybody at the top. I don't know, that's what I'm thinking.
When you think about a debt cycle, then, do you think we're early
innings? I don't fucking know. I'm up 9 point.
Early innings, and I actually think what we're going through
I'm at 9.2K on Friday.
Is there a bubble or not?
I added at the tippity top here,
so I mean, academic, because what we're seeing right now is every single AI company on the planet is saying, if you give me more compute, I can make more revenue. And when will that stop? My guess is as good as yours. And if it doesn't stop, we're not in a bubble. And if it does, I think we are.
Does that require a leap in terms of your view of monetization? That there will be end demand that is customers willing to pay, either enterprise or consumer?
I think definitely. It definitely requires the ROI to be there to keep funding this AI investment. But I think from what we have seen so far, that ROI is there. You have consumers, you have enterprises saying, I'm getting a lot of value out of this. And that's reflected in all these companies saying that if you give me more compute, I can sell more of it.
But doesn't it seem weird to be debating whether AI is in a bubble when you have a stock like Oracle trading 47% off the highs, when it is one of the biggest beneficiaries of the demand shift around AI?
Well, I think that the
Oracle down 4, Oracle down 3.5, Broadcom down 4, CoreWeave down 6%, NVIDIA up 1.5%.
Is related on Oracle, specifically on did it maybe appreciate too much?
They did fucking Broadcom 30. That's just down 15% in 2 days.
My time on the private markets, and I think what we're seeing in the private markets is this demand for data center, like what Oracle is trying to fulfill, and the need for that data center build to continue.
So, but is there froth in the private markets, or is the private markets also scrutinizing between potential winners and losers here?
I think probably less so in the private markets. It's probably more enthusiasm in the private markets
is incoming, in my opinion.
Spectrum. But that doesn't mean that the AI innovation isn't real or lasting or won't be a thing in 5 or 10 years from now. It just means that there may be pockets of winners and other pockets of losers.
When are we going to start to see
Tesla falls,
late stage, right? So when are we going to start to see?
I can't say that yet, actually.
IPOs for some of these, certainly the big ones like an Anthropic.
I can't say that yet until Tesla something starts dropping. So never mind.
I think what you saw last week is you saw rumors of SpaceX, which
I can't
potentially going public
humanly
next
say
year.
that in my mental head.
We also heard rumors of Anthropic potentially going public in 2026.
Chopping
Rumors
until
of
Tesla
OpenAI
drops like
preparing to go public. So I think for many of
72
these
and then fucking
companies,
maybe starts
the question
going, then I can say it
will they
then.
go
But I
public
mean,
or
until
not?
then,
The
nothing
question
is happening.
when will they go public? And I think going public offers a ton of benefits for these companies.
Is it more about capital raising or allowing for exits?
I think it's both. It's both capital raising, hey, I want to build more data centers, I want to build my own custom chips, and it's around providing liquidity to employees, founders, investors, and that liquidity both on the capital formation side as well as
what if Tesla goes and the market does nothing? That could be possible too.
Of it in the private markets to be able to fulfill
That's
the
what
needs
the market did earlier.
What
Tesla
ingredients
did
do
not
you
go
need to
market
see
went.
in the market to
Market
have a
pulled back
robust
a little bit or something.
IPO calendar? And do you think we've had that this year, more or less?
I think we had a hiccup in Q1, and I think after that we've kind of resumed back to normal. And
was the shutdown also a second hiccup?
It definitely was, because you had companies that were planning to, with the SEC, not able to ultimately go public. But I think we're back on the train. And I think we're back on the train because we have a Fed that is stable / cutting. We have a public market that's up 17% year to date. We have companies that have started to go public. Nobody wants to be the first, but IPO volumes were up 18% this year, and the total proceeds from that is up 89%
IPO volumes are up 18%
and then finally, you had
this year.
Performing well this year on the IPO side. The average IPO is up 30% this year. So I think all of that continues.
Chopping on SPY still.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned.
Tesla is the only thing trying to.
Next guest issued a dissenting vote at last week's big Fed meeting, pushing for even steeper rate cuts. Joining us here at Post 9 and a CNBC exclusive is Federal Reserve Governor Stephen Myron. Governor, it's great to have you back at Post 9. Welcome.
Good day. Thanks for having me back.
So I know you just gave this big speech at Columbia about inflation. And before we dive into that, maybe you could just explain why you dissented for even sharper rate cuts when some of your colleagues dissented because they didn't want to cut it all.
Sure. So I think that policy is too tight. I think that underlying inflation, as I just talked about at Columbia, is already running pretty close to our target, within the noise of our target. And the labor market, sort of showing some signs of worry. And so there's some lags between when the Fed does something and when it hits the economy. We have to make policy for a year plus out. And my worry is that if we remain too tight for too long, we're going to exert too much restriction in the labor market and the unemployment rate will move too high.
And what's the other
so
shit?
There's a lot there, but how about the fact that you see inflation closer to target? Because most people see inflation and they say 2.8%, PCE, 3% CPI.
Yeah.
That's not target.
VWAP flip is actually really hard.
It's not 2%, and 2% is the target, and there's a lot of folks who point to measured inflation being closer to 3%, but my point is that a vast majority of the inflation excess over target is a result of quirks of how inflation is calculated. And so there's two main things that go into that. One of them is the housing market. The way that housing inflation is measured is really, really lagging because it looks at all rents. And people usually only reset their rent when they leave, when they change their lease, which means they move, or they renew their lease, or they're changing homes. And that means that leases, all leases, will lag current market rents. So we know there's a real lag there. And we know that market rents have been growing at about a 1% rate for a couple of years now, at least. So there's going to be a lot of downward convergence and shelter inflation. And the thing that gives me confidence in this is the period of catch-up when you compare certain measures of all tenant rent to new tenant rent. Catch-up is done, which means the uncertainty there is gone. The other thing that really is distorting our view of inflation is what we call imputed prices for non-market services. And so I gave one example this morning of something that's really distorting people's view of inflation, in my opinion, and that's portfolio management fees. Portfolio management fees have contributed about 1/4 of a point, 25 basis points, to inflation.
Trolling on Tesla or what?
It's big, right? That's a really substantial contribution, way in excess of its historical averages. But it's totally imputed, and it's based on the stock market moving higher, just because that's how BEA calculates it. But if you look at fees in the industry, everybody in the financial industry knows that fees have been in a downward trend. They've been in deflation for 20 plus years. They fell 6% last year in 2024, right? So we know that asset management fees are in trend deflation and have been for decades. And yet, because of the quirks of the measurement process, it ends up being one of the biggest contributors to core inflation the way we measure it. And to me, that just seems really wrong. We shouldn't keep rates too high.
Rocket
we shouldn't ask people to lose their jobs
man.
because of quirks of the statistical measurement process. That's just not how we should.
It's showing everybody psychologically into next week, into this week, into all that 480, 485, 490.
Yeah, I don't see it that way. I don't see tariffs as being a major driver of inflation.
I believe it's coming out of my mouth, but
I went through this in a lot of detail in my speech this morning.
Who believes in 500 next week Tesla? Let's fucking see in chat, right?
You might think that
if you think Tesla 500 tomorrow next week, say Tesla 500. If you think Tesla 460 by next week, say Tesla 460. All right, let's see, man. What the fuck? I don't even want to fucking say this shit, but I mean, we have to at this point.
Let's go inside out on this name. Joining us now is James Chanowski. Thanks so much for joining us, head of Emerging Tech Consumer Choice Center.
That shit is so crazy.
So what do you make of all of this sort of soap opera
500
drama
Tesla
that's been playing out in the media world?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think that it's a fascinating development watching the battle unfold over the last week now between Netflix and now Paramount, looking to go and acquire Warner Brother Films and the broader company in the case of Paramount. This is a company in Netflix that is looking to go and continue to grow opportunity. We've seen it go and do this in live sports and gaming over the last several years, and certainly improve on its ad tech platform.
I was going to say, there has to be some people thinking 500 now. Come on. All right, good.
Really, if they were to get access into some
I kind of want it to be like 50-50. I want more people to kind of think 500 too, honestly. If everyone says 460, then shit, they go to 500. They go to 490.
And offer to buy the whole enchilada, if you will, and get all of Warner Brothers, plus CNN and everything else. A concern that was certainly shared by the president in any sale. He wanted to see CNN go down. So
best day for Tesla in quite a while.
Here.
You know, on the Friday that we heard that Netflix could
all-time high
here, or at least was in the lead with this bidding war and sort of managed to get across the line.
Crazy strength.
Hard pressed to kind of find someone out there in the market who actually liked the sound of this, because you had the market selling off. I mean, Netflix shares were down. You had Hollywood sort of coming out with these statements that they were worried about what it would mean for their industry. And then you also had the Trump administration who had come out, and I believe the line that morning was something to the effect of,
all right, so like 80% of the people say thinking 460.
The White House, skepticism, I should say, getting my S words mixed up, but skepticism coming out of the White House as well. But it sounds like there could be some opportunity here as far as what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, like, the concerns that are there potentially on an antitrust level could be resolved through a myriad of remedies that are out there. That's something that we have yet to go and see play out. Obviously, first things first, we have to go and see which bid ultimately wins out here between the two titans kind of clashing of Netflix and Paramount. And then once we get past that, then it gets into the regulatory scrutiny of whether or not you can satisfy the concerns from the Department of Justice domestically. And really, I don't think that they're my primary concern, at least when it comes to the regulatory scrutiny. I think that you also do have to consider international regulators, certainly from like the EU, for example, that might also go and have a hand in what this outcome might look like here. So that's what I'm also keeping an eye on.
You know, as is interesting because they
That's
haven't been
disgusting.
going down without a fight. That is paramount.
They're
And,
hurting the
David
cause,
Olson was here at
but
the New York
hurting the
Stock Exchange
puts too at the same
about a
time.
week
Like,
ago,
what the
sort of
fuck
laying
is this
out
shit?
his case for
On
why,
IWM, man.
this is a superior offer here. I mean,
They're
talking
hurting the
about
fucking
$17.6
cause,
billion
yet hurting the
more
puts at the
cash,
same time
to
on IWM.
shareholders.
One of them
So
has
it's
to
bad
release
for
at some
Hollywood,
point.
bad for consumers, and
One
particularly
side's
when
about to
you
get one
combine
side is
the
about to
two,
get fucked here,
you know,
and the other
big
side is
streamers
about to get a
here,
little bit relieved.
you know, he could
Or quite a bit
potentially
relieved
the
or
death
something.
of the movie business. I mean, there was
Man,
a lot of
Bulls
reasons.
and Bears
I mean,
are
it's
fighting
detailed
heavy.
in the letter that he sent also. How do you see this actually playing out?
Look at this shit.
now? I
All
mean,
the calls destroyed on IWM all day
what do you
long,
think the
yet
outcome of
all
this
the
battle is
puts
gonna
are
look
not
like?
even winning because of
Yeah,
data
it'll
and
be a
how they're
fascinating
cycling.
one to
It's
go and
just
watch unfold. It's not going to go and have
no
any
movement.
resolution for at least the
No
next 12
volume
to
on
18
SPY too because
months.
of
And then
IWM.
after the deal gets consummated, we'll still go. And this is a multi-year kind of thing. I think that we're going to see play.
I don't think anyone cares
If
about
LED
Netflix, so.
This morning with
They keep trying to drill this into us.
Executive Vice President Ivy Zellman talk about some
Home
housing
buyers.
for 26. Ivy, it's good to see you again. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
How would you characterize the backdrop right now?
Very challenging. I think that the first-time buyer is really struggling, and builders, while rates have come down some, that might be giving them some optimism for the spring selling season. I'd say it's really tough out there.
We've been keeping track of things that have happened since the Fed began cutting last September. Unemployment's higher, CPI is higher, the 10-year yield is higher. Can more cuts undo some of that?
Frankly, the cuts only control the short end of the curve, and what we're seeing right now is the long end of the curve is stubbornly staying elevated. I do think that the recent move by the government that they're allowing Freddie and Fannie to purchase mortgage-backed securities could help reduce the pressure on rates. But right now, I'd say that rates have to come down meaningfully, in our opinion. I don't expect that to come to fruition with respect to getting back to some type of trend line for affordability. So just to give it some perspective, we're hovering around 6 today. We believe you'd have to get back to 4.5 just to get to back to a trend line for affordability.
So if they can't fix the rates, then what about the supply? How dire is it, and what can be done?
Market is definitely
supply
being
right
patient
now is
here,
remaining elevated in
cycling,
construction,
letting
with
bulls and
specs,
bears
really
all
being
be
the
involved,
predominant way that builders
and
are
then it's
actually
about to
selling
make a
homes.
decision
Because if you're
real
a first-time
quick or
buyer
not.
today, the
It
only
is
way you
literally
can, in
being
fact,
patient in a way.
lock in and purchase
Not
a
doing
home is through
shit.
a mortgage rate buy down. Roughly 70+% of builders are using mortgage rate buy downs for a 30-year fixed, and they're getting rates down below 5, and they're still having difficulty getting people qualified. But the ironic part is they can't pull back on specs if they want to offer mortgage rate buy downs. So they've kind of caught themselves in a bit of a pickle here, and they really can't do it on a build to order because it's too expensive, and the duration of the time they'd hold that forward commitment, it doesn't make any sense. So I think that level is going to remain high, frankly.
So what does that mean for the pricing outlook?
Insane.
Pricing is going to remain under pressure. I think we're continuing to see builders incentivize. Actually, today we published our home building survey, and we showed that our new the survey today had the highest incentives on record for our survey. So while we're seeing absorptions
Squeezing and squeezing and staying today.
seasonality,
It's not even
we
going
continue
fucking
to see
higher, but it's
pressure
just
on price
staying
through
up
both
there today.
the incentives as well as base price reduction. So I think price is going to be the lever that gets them more volume.
So more volume. Some people are liking this chop, some people are hating this chop, man. Some people love directional shit, some people love unidirectional shit.
Welcome back. It is time now for the Word on Wall Street. Top investors watching you. Money. Joining me now is Key Advisors Wealth Management CEO Eddie Gabor. Also with us is Kenny Polcari this morning. Eddie, thank you for joining the conversation. Welcome to you. We got a
They're all
market
bullish
that
on the
is
market.
strong
These people on the
going
news,
into
man.
the final full trading week of 2025. Can you believe Christmas Eve is next week? The Dow Industrials right now up to 212. The Nasdaq's up 114. And we are wrapping up what has been a big year for the
This shit
economy.
is nasty
The
work
Federal
on
Reserve delivering 3 straight
IWM.
rate cuts. Gold prices hitting record
Look,
highs. Several
there's a
economic
1 minute
hiccups
gap
also
up there
happening,
that
including the
never
longest
fucking
government
filled
shutdown
too.
in
They're
history.
using that 1 minute gap
One
to
theme,
fucking
of course,
bull
stood
trap and
out.
go
Big
dump
tech and
every
AI
single
drove
fucking
markets to
cycle.
new record
IWM
highs.
is bearish.
Despite growing concerns about
There's a
valuations,
1 minute gap here. It
investors
is not
also
filling. That is
watching
something
two major
abnormal.
market
It's
movers,
using
the
this as a
Supreme
hope.
Court decision on tariffs,
Using
which
it
will
as a hope
happen
when.
imminently, and the
11:55. Using it
president's
as a
choice for the
hope
next
when.
chairman of the Federal
12:15.
Reserve.
Time
The
is
president said he's
12:20
leaning
here
toward
in
Kevin
53
Warsh or
seconds. They
Kevin
want to
Hassett
go
lead the
lower.
Fed
This shit is
next year,
fucking
telling the
weird.
Wall Street Journal the next Fed
The
chair
gap.
should consult with him on interest rates. The president also signaling he wants rates closer to 1% or lower, arguing the move would
There's
cut
a 1
borrowing
minute gap
costs and support
IWM.
economic growth. Eddie, your expectations for all of these issues, and how would you
252.66.
allocate capital in the new year?
Well, one thing we
I've seen
started
the
doing
floor
at the beginning of
with
this
this
month,
weird-ass
because we do
cycle
think the
grinding.
bottom from November is in, and we're going to be heading
Burning
into
all
a
the
quarter
calls.
where we're going to see real acceleration of GDP. Even the Fed
Fuck is
has
this shit, man? Just
GDP
chop,
north
chop,
of
chop,
2.5.
chop,
We
chop.
think
Little
it'll be
drop.
over
Like,
3%.
it's not even a big
So
drop.
when
The
you
little
see the
drop.
rate of
Like, dude.
change of the economy growing
Puts are still
as
fucked
fast
too.
as we
There's
anticipate,
hella puts
while
below
the Fed is
1030.
being very
So
accommodative, I think
little,
you're going to see this market
drop.
move in a big way. And one of the most
Like,
bullish things we've
just,
seen is a
oh my
broadening out of
God.
this market. We've started increasing exposure to small caps. We even bought home builders at the beginning of this month.
Playing
and
in between
financials have really
1050
started
and
to catch a bid.
1055.
So this is telling us that the health of the market and the economy is getting stronger, and you don't have to only own tech. Tech was obviously the story of this year. I think you'll have other areas lead in the first half of 2026. So broadening out is not only healthy, but I think it will give you additional growth versus just being concentrated in tech.
Well, it's a great point that you make, because Kevin Hassett has already told us he's
Volume
expecting
is
a very
barely there.
strong
Right.
first
Really
half
gotta
of the
watch what
year.
IWM
He said he
here
would
does.
be disappointed with 3% growth in the first half. He
Some
is
big names.
obviously on the final list for the potential chairman of the Fed. He and Kevin Warsh, I've spoken with both of them in the past couple of months, and here they are. Take a look and make your own choice. Watch. I want to get your take on what you're expecting for the new year, 2026, in the economy. What does that look like to you today?
Right. It's going to be an absolute blockbuster year ahead. And one of the signals you
The
just
most
mentioned,
important
the
levels to
report,
watch right now is this high at 1155 and this bottom at 1150.
GDP now for the
We're
last
playing in a 5-minute
4% on
little.
average, maybe even a little bit above.
You call this a
And
pop
we're gonna
and
have a
cycling.
little bit of a hiccup in
So
the
we're
fourth
playing
quarter
here
because
right
of the
now.
silly shutdown.
679.
But then things are really lifting off. And the only thing is that we're going to see a lot of whining from left-wing critics of the president.
Guys, go watch the market update video, right? Those that have watched the market update video when it came out yesterday, 150 people. Hopefully you had a beautiful, beautiful day. Go watch the market update video, please, and make sure you hit the thumbs up on the market update video and this live stream as well. Thank you so much for the love and support. I appreciate every one of you guys that do watch and do hit the thumbs up, because it is helpful for me too. Time is
Should
12:10.
the Federal Reserve be cutting interest rates right now?
So in a word, yes. Maria, it's quite simple.
12:20.
Why is it that money
Cycles
and
are happening
financial
super
conditions are
fast,
so
right?
loose on
They
Wall
might be
Street
small,
and
but it's
considerably
happening fast.
tighter on Main
Tesla
Street?
is
Because the
cycling.
Fed has the policy mix
Time is
exactly wrong.
12:20.
It has a big balance sheet
IWM
like
is
we're in the 08
cycling.
crisis, the 2020 pandemic. And as
Cycling
rates are too high,
going,
it needs to
trying
shrink the
lower or
Fed
not,
balance sheet
chopping.
and cut
Candles
interest
are
rates.
trash.
In so
Volume
doing,
is trash.
Main Street can get a much lower cost
That's
of credit.
honestly the truth.
First-time
I can't even
home
call
buyers
this
can
shit
find their way
bearish
into
because the
houses, and
candle and the
policy
volume
mix
fucking
would be
dog
right.
shit, trash shit.
I don't know if I'm just saying that because I was
If the algo range breaks down at 1150, then maybe we have something. Not algo range, but the 5-minute bounce.
Main Street needs to get its break, and it's high time they do it, and the Fed can be part of that.
Any thoughts?
Why? Because it's very
on
close to
which
the LOD.
candidate markets will react
If they
to,
do that, they can spike it near the floor
more
and the
or
true
less?
floor
Eddie, real
hope
quick,
test
your
and then
thoughts on the
bounce
next chairman
or
of the
floor
Fed?
break. But that
Kevin
would happen
Hassett or Kevin
super
Warsh?
fast and that would be very important to watch.
I think either one.
What is
the
going
market
on
will be
here
fine.
is
I
that
prefer
smart money
Warsh because of his
deductors
experience
maybe
in
have
08
played
crisis,
from
and I think he has a great
1032,
understanding of the bond
1110,
market as
or
well, too. So
11:32, 11:40, and they're sitting out at a pivot point, market deciding point, deciding what to do. Right? Everybody is thinking taking everything up or down. And smart
4.1% on the 10-year.
Deductors are
We
just
are
saying, I
waiting
don't
on the
really give a
November
fuck.
jobs
They're
report
just
tomorrow
waiting
morning.
and
That could give
waiting
us some more
for
insight. And
a
then, of course, October
deductible
retail sales out
and
tomorrow morning as
momentous
well.
and
Economists
right
expecting 40,000 jobs created and jobs.
true
and the
direction
unemployment rate
and
to
trend
hold steady at
direction
4.4%.
and trap
Got the
and
November
setup
Consumer
moment.
Price Index out on Thursday. And
No
expectations
candle,
call for an
rice
increase
throwing
of
at the
0.3%
wall type of
month
thing.
to month and 3% year-over-year.
If you understand what I'm trying to
say.
say.
So that's exactly why I'm in the camp that the Fed should not be slashing and burning rates by any stretch of the imagination. I worry that we're going to go right back into, a 1979,
Tesla low-key making me feel like that, but I mean, that's just set up right now for Tesla.
Prematurely,
Market has went lower in the morning and is building a flag down here at the floor all day long. This is a bearish thing.
Concerned about that.
The POC is all the way up north. We have not seen the POC all day today. We will bring the POC. I mean, the POC was north. My bad. It is now south.
They're playing with fire, in my opinion. I don't see this. Trump says rates should be 1%. I don't see that at all.
Real quick on 2026
right,
investing. Do you want to stick with what's been working in 25 or broaden out, Kenny?
So you want to certainly stick with tech because we're in the very early stages of this whole AI quantum race. So getting out of tech or saying you don't want to be in tech would be ridiculous.
Today,
but
you do have to look broader. It's already huge red.
SMIDs are going to do very well, I think, into the new year. Certainly financials will do well, like we've said before. I also like basic materials, and I like consumer staples because I think if the market gets antsy in a midterm election year, that staples are going to provide some stability.
What do you think, Eddie? Where do you want to be invested in 26?
We're grossing up risk for the first quarter, so we're going to stay in increase in small caps. We even have Bitcoin ETF that we have, as well as home builders. We're still going to have about a 30% exposure to technology.
What do you think, Eddie? Where do you want to be invested in 26?
Listen to what is being said, okay?
We're grossing up risk for the first quarter, so we're going to stay in increase in small caps.
All right. We'll see where this goes. But, okay. That's interesting. Maybe that 1 minute gap filling, but yeah, that's interesting actually. Things are building. It is. There may be a bounce too. Go to the algo range too. Two may be filled in 1 minute gap. I don't know, but yeah, this guy just said IWM.
Even have
so
Bitcoin
we'll
ETF that we have, as well as home builders. We're still going to have about a 30% exposure to technology, as well as consumer discretionary. We're going to want to own, and then we'll see what happens at the end of the first quarter. If we have to rotate and be more defensive, we will. But when you're getting accelerated growth,
remember this shit is new, so it's old news. Old shit is old news. Things gonna change in a fucking heartbeat. So. Right. Oh my God.
There's a lot of things to talk about with you.
Guys, please. Okay, everybody, please. Let's get some 07s in chat. God bless America. Thank you so much. Please hit the thumbs up in the video. Let's get some either 07s or American flags or oh my God, totally in chats. Thank you so much. All right, here we go.
There's a lot of things to talk about with you in terms of the skepticism now around the AI trade, skepticism around Bitcoin. Are they in fact related, do you think?
Related, but not related.
Yeah.
You know, I think the AI trade, I mean, it's been a juggernaut, and we know that the visibility for the next few years is really good. But now investors are just trying to figure out how much to discount.
Hell yeah.
You know, what's the appropriate price to put.
Hell yeah.
And that could drive some profit taking because they've done so well this year. On the crypto side, I think that there has been some concerns about.
I love that. Tom Lee
quantum,
with a Tum.
And then there was that
Tums,
huge deleveraging event on October 10th.
Tom Lee.
But the crypto fundamental story, I mean, is exiting on a really high note this year. You know, the U.S. government passed legislation and regulations favorable for crypto. And we know Wall Street has expressed a lot of interest in building products on the blockchain. So it's almost like they both have great visibility, but the price levels are just what's being uncertain.
I feel like what's common, though, with both of these stories, though, Tom, is investors questioning the growth
the trajectory of growth going forward for both of these stories? Not to say that things will contract, but maybe growth won't be as strong as we've seen. We've hit the peak sort of growth rates in terms of the story. The maximum bullishness happened with Bitcoin when the administration came on board and things started to sort of go Bitcoin's way. Maybe that was peak sort of trajectory higher when it comes to growth. Same thing with AI. Now it's a period where you're sort of
this man's
wondering,
so smart,
will this
dude.
actually get funded
He's
after
like
we saw
the
this
deductors
massive
of all
expansion?
deductors.
Yeah. Well,
he's like
in crypto, the best years are
this guy is
definitely
like
ahead,
Master
because today
Yoda
there's only 4 million
all the
Bitcoin wallets
Jedis.
with $10,000 in it. There's 900 million
He's fucking
IRA
Master
and brokerage
Shifu.
accounts globally that have $10,000. So that's 200 times larger market.
The fucking green
with regard
tie.
to AI,
Fire.
I do think that the
Fire,
business
boy.
models need to evolve. You know, you can't
Fire,
just charge $20 a month. I mean, really AI agentic services, but the market ends up being huge because in the U.S.
Green for
it's
all
really
the green
making
candles.
130 million
Green
existing
for all the
workers
green
into
candles.
super workers. I mean,
That's actually
that's a
fire
several
tie.
trillion-dollar market just in the U.S. alone. So I think there's still opportunities.
When do you think that we're getting point on that front? And I think arguably you're seeing it a little bit maybe on the margins right now. But do you see a step change?
He said the
18
force
months
is
out from
strong
now, or
with
is it
him.
5 years out from now? It's
He is the
because there's
force.
also questions, by the way, about some of these services and how valuable they are to people right now. And I know some CTOs and others who are actually saying, you know, we're actually not getting the value out of some of these products that we were hoping to.
Yeah, I think we're in the phase what I'd call the bleeding edge phase, like where everything feels like the tech is in front of the applications.
Verizon's got a bonkers deal at a new Google Pixel 10.
Master Lee. Why are you trying to do this, man?
Happened in mobile, which I studied for 17 years, and in internet early days. You know, like when color phones first came out on mobile, or even keyboards, people kind of sneered and said, you know, who's going to be using a color screen? And remember famously what happened when the iPhone was launched, and how one of the biggest competitors dismissed it and saying it's just a toy.
Right.
I think we're at that phase with AI where the capabilities will blossom and then services will follow. But that, as you know, the future happens faster than many expect.
So the business models of these
That's a good
players,
one.
which
That's a
people
good quote.
commonly call the Mag 7.
The future happens faster than many
Saying
expect.
it's just a toy.
Right.
I think we're at that phase with AI
That's
where
so
the
deep.
capabilities will
Can we say that?
blossom and then services will follow. But that
The future
as you know,
happens
the future
faster
happens
than
faster
many
than
expect.
So if the business models of these players, which people commonly call the Mag 7 in general, need to
think he
change,
reads a lot.
then
He's good with
what does that do
quotes.
to the valuation? Are we rethinking the valuation? Because, I mean, one distinct change has definitely already happened, and that is asset light to asset heavy, spending on assets continues, et cetera. Is that reflected already, or does there need to be further adjustment?
I believe that AI stocks, especially stocks like NVIDIA, are going to actually re-rate higher. Because if Walmart and Costco trade at 37 to 45 times earnings because they're predictable, then NVIDIA shouldn't be 27 times. I also think the banks are really criminally undervalued right now, like a JP Morgan, because that's becoming a technology company. And in the past, people are stuck in the head that it should trade at 1 times book or 10 times earnings. I mean, they should trade more like a tech stock. So I think tech and financial.
That of all the banks, or do you, I mean, JP Morgan in particular.
The
is
future
invested,
happens
obviously,
faster
heavily
than
in tech,
many
but if
expect.
I
So
said
that means you have to
JP
be the
Morgan,
future.
and then I mentioned a bank.
That motherfucking means you have to be the
10
future. You
rungs
gotta
down.
be
Would you say
faster
the
than
same thing?
motherfucker.
Well, it depends on how sort of
Sir.
evangelized the bank is towards adopting AI and being tech forward.
So, okay, on this screen right here, like, is Wells Fargo on your list of tech-forward banks?
Possibly. Goldman certainly is, and I
Okay.
think Morgan Stanley has shown a lot of evidence. So I think banks are sort of getting it, but they are really becoming technology companies.
So even at record highs?
Even at
You like
record
these
highs.
banks?
You know,
So
as,
much anticipation.
many
I'm so hyped. I'm
technology-
sorry, guys.
technical
I'm trying to
strategists
calm
tell you,
down.
it's
I
actually
might go
sometimes
make some
better to buy
hot
things at all
chocolate for
time
myself, but I'm really hyped right now.
Not always.
I'm basically break even on my Tesla
For
all fucking
2026,
day
though,
long, but I'm
you're-
hyped
you're
for some
bullish
reason.
over all
Like,
the markets.
I don't know.
And it sounds like you
waiting.
believe in a broadening.
I'm waiting on Tesla.
but
That's
not
truly my
decline
fucking
in the AI
honest
trade.
opinion. Like,
That's right.
I'm
I mean, I think
energized for some
2026
reason.
could look like this year because this year had a bear market and then a bull market.
Monday and next week, like,
Next year, there was two puts. There's the Whitehouse put still in play, and the Fed put, I think, is going to come back. People have sort of forgot, like it's been dead for 3 years. It's really going to come back in force. But it will take maybe the first half of the year to get through that because we don't have a new Fed in the first half. So I think the first half next year could be down 10 to 15%, and then a big recovery.
Down 0.56%.
The White House put is what? Further stimulus? The tax refunds that are coming? I mean, what?
Yeah, it's pro-business regulation. It's really allowing,
Garrett said,
US
I'm
to
going to
step
go make
away,
some
look at
rice
how they're
and
trying to
throw it at the
simplify
wall.
even
I'm
AI
over this
regulations
shit.
and
Bro, you got to
rulings.
make sure you
And
make
then
some
it's,
rice,
of course,
you cook it,
legislation
put it in
passing,
some,
and then we have
you put it in some
midterms,
water,
which
you make it
gridlock is
sticky,
kind of
right?
good
You make
for
a
markets.
rice
So I
cake,
think
you
everyone's
hit
developing
that,
this
right? You
Gridlock
make
because
sure
you suspect
it's sticky enough to
Democrats win,
throw it at the wall and then be
yes,
like,
it's quite
shit,
expected that they gain
let's see
in the
if this
House.
shit
and
sticks, brother.
So therefore you think gridlock would be good.
And then see if a fucking
second half
you
of
know what I'm
the
saying? We're not even talking about
Yeah,
just rice
I would
here,
say
right? You gotta do
half
something.
of the
Some
equity
sort of
investors I
fucking
talk to
rice
will
cake,
breathe a sigh of relief if there's gridlock.
Holy.
And then one last question on Bitcoin
This
for
candle is
2026
straight
or
up for the
crypto
last
in
40
general.
minutes up
If
and down.
MSCI
Literally
decides
not
to
no movement off
exclude
BOC.
digital asset treasury
No
companies like
movement off
a strategy
BOC.
or
This
yours,
shit
for
is
instance,
crazy.
what happens to sentiment? What happens to this trade?
Well, MSCI is important because other indices follow
That's what
suit.
they did in the ancient time, guys.
is building a
Right?
digital credit
Whether
company.
it was
so,
Egypt or whether it was
I think investors
ancient
will
Korea or
still
China
support
or Japan,
their efforts,
right?
but of course,
Whether
I
it
think
was
they can
maybe
be
in
very
America,
persuasive.
they made some bread.
But the
They
DAT
made
world
some rice
has
cake.
many companies. A company like Bitmine is
So,
already
let's be real.
becoming more of a bridge to Wall Street and investing in DeFi. So it's becoming more of a financial infrastructure company. I think DATs are going to be more of a generic word like REITs next year.
So it doesn't matter, is what you're saying. The MSCI decision.
That's right. And right now, the only MSCI sort of dependent company is MicroStrategy because everyone else is not even in an MSCI index.
Tom, thanks.
Thanks. Nice to see you. Happy holidays. We don't see you earlier than that, but hopefully we will. And I like your green tie, which is very festive.
Oh, he's so cute.
Tom Lee fun.
It's so festive. I love you, Tom Lee. Tom Lee says, correction first, rally next. Damn, look at this shit. That's crazy. He said 2 days ago. Wow, that's crazy. What the fuck? Do you guys want to see this shit or no? Wow, Tom Lee, correction first, rally next, 2 days ago.
How the economic
137,000 views. I think you guys want to watch that or no?
So we're going to 7,700. That's the
Everybody
headline.
type in chat yes
so
or
that's
no.
Pretty decent
The
year.
1 hour video
in
should
a year
be
ahead, not quite as robust as we had this
watch it real
year.
quick. They're testing
Why
out
that target?
Well, we're 3 years at 20% gains because the S&P
Fuck,
probably
man.
closes
Do I have to start fucking saying
7,000 or so
Tom Lee?
this
Tom
year.
Lee? Fuck.
And so I think there's a deceleration of what the
Oh
market
my
can do
God.
next year.
Tom Lee.
But that 10%, I think, belies what will be a very turbulent year, similar to this year, where this year
Tom
we had
Lee.
tariffs and sort of a Fed that became hawkish again. Next year is a year where we have a Supreme Court potentially overturning tariffs, and then a new Fed, which will be tested. So I think we could have what looks like a bear market in 2026, but we exit strong.
I mean, even with a new Fed, and it's divided, obviously, as we learned yet again yesterday. We know from what the president wants to do in terms of who he wants to appoint that the bias is going to be towards easing.
Correct.
So why so much turbulence around that particular issue?
You're right. I think next year the real message at the end of the year will be there's the Fed put back in play. So then you have a White House put and a Fed put, which are tailwinds for
Did you
stocks.
say the word?
But before all that happens, the Fed has to, the new chairman has to be confirmed. It takes about 90 days from the time that his nomination takes place and the confirmation. And the markets always test a new Fed chair. So I think that that is the January to October period is that the Fed is being tested, even though we know it's going to be a dovish Fed and a Fed put comes out of that.
We think we're going to get, I mean, at least if you believe the
Bears are
outlook,
trying
which
here.
it's your own prerogative. a cut into a strengthening economy, though. I mean, at the end of the day, that supersedes everything. Isn't that partly what the last
there be a huge
couple of
fucking
days,
candle,
yesterday and today, are
huge
about?
spike on Tesla and
I mean, this was
SPY,
in my mind, even though people positioned it as a hawkish cut, it's actually quite bullish for stocks because the Fed, again, is now weighing the downside risk to the economy, which is the Fed
really watching it.
coming back into play. Plus, as you know, QT ended, and even though it's not officially QE, it's the absence of tightening, which is QE.
I mean, you call it whatever you want. If the effects of whatever they're doing are nearly the same as if you want to call it QE, the bottom line is stocks went up and rates came down.
Yeah.
And if that continues to be the picture, it's going to be hard to lean against the equity market in that scenario.
Correct. And the right groups are responding, as you highlighted. Small caps hitting record highs, financials rallying. And now what we just want is the ISM to turn. But if housing can turn, then you've got a real broadening taking place next year.
See, when you still talk about a wall of worry,
is the MACD still deciding candles coming in spiky?
I mean, I felt like it's debatable for the last few months.
Candle has been coming in spiky
once you get into the new year, do we really have a wall of worry? As I said, we expect the economy to strengthen. The Fed's going to have a more dovish tilt. Even with a new person, you're going to have some of the impacts of the big, beautiful bill. You're going to have what should be a better environment for M&A and even IPOs. We may get some of the largest we've ever seen from the AI space, not to mention the AI trade in and of itself. Is that really a wall of worry?
Well, those are definitely all tailwinds, Scott. But in our conversations with clients, we find skepticism about valuations.
Okay.
Fears of an AI bubble.
Fair.
The Supreme Court overturning tariffs does create turmoil at a time when the midterms are now in people's minds.
Would that be a plus for stocks?
Well,
this shit is zero DT, burning bears and calls like crazy.
Again, and the economic
I'm feeling bearish too.
Uncertain because if the tariffs stay in place, and remember,
tomorrow
markets
somehow,
don't expect the
Tesla,
tariffs to hold.
Wow.
Then we can anniversary a lot of the effects. But if now we're
West
talking about them being reversed, some companies suing to get refunds, and then new tariffs coming, it adds to the lack of visibility.
So on the issue of AI, how does the breakdown happen and what leads the market to your target of 7,700 and what lags?
Well, I think tech is going to be a group that probably has to digest the prodigious gains made this year into early next year. And we know that whenever tech starts to stall, people wonder, is that the leadership ending so the market will fall, or is this a rotation? And that's controversial.
Isn't that what's happening right now?
Yeah, and you can see sentiment has not improved in the face of that. People have turned bearish because of that.
They've turned bearish. I feel like this is confirmation of exactly what a bullish story would want to be. That you could have a step back in the tech trade, but man, if you get a pickup in equal weight, and you get a pickup in the Russell, and you get a pickup in all these other areas, that's what keeps the market from being upset by the lack of performance from tech.
That's a rational explanation. It makes perfect sense, but in our client conversations, people are more bearish now because tech is stalling. And it's in the backdrop of 75% of the weeks this year, sentiment on AAII has been negative. It is only something you see in the middle of a bear market. So I think people are sort of entrenched in their bearishness, even as we exit strong, and I think that carries into next year.
Man, I mean, I don't know who you're talking to. I feel like it's hard to find
Tesla
people
is
who are
carrying
bearish, which is why we've got a couple people on the desk that we're going to bring into the conversation.
People don't understand, and they will not understand.
New Edge Wealth's Cameron Dawson, Invesco's Brian Levitt, both here at Post 9. You guys aren't bears. You're not bearish, are you?
It is really hard to fight a market that's in a clear uptrend, that has Fed support. That
not saying
has
this is
fiscal
bearish
policy
either, but I'm saying right now Tesla is holding it right here big time. IWM has already played out.
A little over a decade ago, Tony Robbins taught Oprah to walk on fire. According to Tony, he didn't do it through motivation, as motivation wouldn't be enough to convince your mind to walk over hot coals. He actually used a method he invented called neuro-associative conditioning.
perfection, and it's expecting perfection. You have a 22.5 times forward multiple. Earnings estimates look to be very fulsome, $309 a share. That includes 200 basis points of operating margin expansion. So it is definitely something you don't want to bet against the great American might of margin expansion. However, that's a pretty high bar. But to Tom's point, you are only in the 60th percentile in institutional investor positioning survey. So there is still room for people to get dragged kicking and screaming into this market.
Well, those are two different ideas. There is the idea, as Cameron says, of FOMO, of chase for performance. Then there's the realization of whether earnings are going to live up to the hype to justify the valuation that Cameron suggests that we are at and we may expand to.
Yeah, and I think we will. And you know, it's funny when you talk about hearing people's concerns. I mean, I think that's what I do for a living. I hear people's fears all the time. So it always sounds like they're somewhat pessimistic. But the backdrop continues to be quite good. You're in an environment where leading indicators are picking up a bit. The Fed wants to ease. Inflation expectations are contained. I mean, it's a good backdrop. And our outlook coming into the year at Invesco was about this broadening out. You know, a lot of the concerns we hear is valuations concentration. And what's nice about an environment with easing and a pickup in economic activity is you can build better value portfolios, whether that's non-U.S., whether that's down capitalization, equal weight. You can build a better value portfolio and participate.
I mean, 6,900 right now. S&P's never been higher in terms of where it might close. And we're going to track that right to the end. It just shows you the optimism.
The most important thing right now is to look at the 1 hour candle.
And
right?
look,
the 1 hour candle says
when
that
do I
we
get
went
less
lower from
bullish
9:30 to
if
10.
I have
Went
inflation
higher from
expectations
10 to
breaking out, if I have credit
10:30
spreads
to
breaking
11:30.
out, if I
We have been
the
going
Fed
lower
having to become
from
more hawkish,
11:30 to
if credit
time
spreads
is
are
now
blowing out,
12:40.
and they're not. So you know, this to me, it's more about leadership.
Until it flips
I'm
this shit,
very
you
convinced
can't
that
clearly
this
say.
cycle is
To be honest,
continuing.
VWAP is testing,
The
but that's right.
question that we've been debating is
There's so much going on here.
direction of it. Are we gathering momentum here? And I believe we are. And as you gather momentum, you want a different type of risk in the portfolio rather than 2023, 2024, where global growth was kind of not doing anything.
All right, well, let's stay on that theme and welcome in another guest. Jonathan Krinsky, BTIG, has a new note on the small caps today, so we wanted to bring him in to talk to you about it. It's nice to have you, especially given this move we've seen in the last few days, at least. We getting confirmation of a bigger breakout?
Hey, Scott. So, I mean, yeah, there's a couple of points here. One, you know, we had the Russell 2000 breakout in September, 2 new all-time highs, but the S&P 600, which is a small cap index that has a profitability component, really continued to struggle even despite that breakout. So it was more of a speculative, lower quality breakout. And what we have the last couple of days is that S&P 600 actually joining the Russell 2 and is within, you know, a very close margin of hitting its own all-time highs. And, you know, when we think about small caps, we're basically at the same levels we were 4 years ago in November of 2021. So, you know, if this breakout can hold, then, you know, there could be meaningful upside to the small cap trade. And at the same time, you know, we're noticing some moderation or relative weakness in some of the Mag 7. NVIDIA has been trading a little bit poorly. Meta is below its 200-day. So when you put all together and you look at the ratio of small caps to Mag 7, we're now really just starting to break out above a multi-year downtrend that started, you know, back in 2022, 2023. So I do think
there's so much going on here, man. They're like creating a W maybe or not, but like even if a W creates,
so it's okay that there's relative underperformance from the Mag 7s.
I don't trust no W,
despite that fact, as long as the other parts of the market that you're citing here continue to participate, all is well.
Look at this shit.
Well,
teetering at the purple box, dangerous shit. Teetering at the fucking purple box, dangerous shit. Teetering at the pivot point floor, dangerous shit. There's no momentum, no volume, no direction. Everyone's just fucking opening up or down. No momentum, no volume, no direction. Everyone's just fucking opening up and down.
It's probably one of the weakest of the Mag 7 where you actually have the price under the 200-day and the slope for the 200-day is potentially inflecting lower. So if you were to start to see more Mag 7 names have that setup happen, that would be a bigger concern for the market. As it stands now, I think it's a function, and kind of what Tom was saying is maybe you get just some lagging or underperformance from the S&P.
See, this is one over there, the fucking 50-50 people, right? The people that throw rice at the wall see that
Okay,
it sticks.
interesting.
Be like,
we saw your note. We
it's
needed to talk
bullish,
to you about
right?
it. Jonathan, thanks for making
Bulls
time for us. We
print,
appreciate you, Jonathan
Krinsky. If it
Krinsky,
runs, they're going to be
BTIG.
like, oh,
Mr.
look
Small
at
Cap.
that. And then if it rejects,
we had a good year. We're up
they're going to be
16%.
silent. No one's going to say
and a lot of it's been done in the last, well, not a lot of it, but a good amount of it we have watched in recent trading sessions. You want to make a big call about this?
Which is why I say,
small
please
caps in
don't come back,
2026.
to those that are channel
I just don't want
hopping,
to jinx it,
because,
Scott. That's why I'm
literally
silently
what
watching it,
happens,
because
but I
every time
mean,
I kind of feel confident about small caps, there's a bit of a rug pull. But it makes sense that
That's the
small
shit
caps
they
should
do, dude. That's
outperform
fucking
because the
sad
Fed's
as fuck.
dovish and the
That's sad as
ISM,
a
which has been
motherfucker.
below 50, is finally going to break out, and small caps valuations relative to large caps have never been cheaper. So
But you made the point already, though, that there's going to be this tension within the Fed complex because of a new chair. Will that also, if it leads to some sort of volatility or turbulence, as you use, won't that upset that trade?
yeah, I mean, in the short term, it will. I mean, I just think next year it's going to feel like a full cycle again.
Scam ass fucking guru
a rally
Ferrucci's,
in
man.
the
That's what
beginning,
happens.
turbulence, and maybe a bear market,
fucking
20% decline like we had this year, but then we exit really strong and maybe a rally to end all rallies type at the end.
What do you think about that?
Small caps have been the quintessential here for a good time, not for a long time trade, because since they peaked in 2021, we've had these little bursts of relative outperformance, and then they give it all back up. So you've made unrelenting new relative lows. And the reason for that is because earnings estimate cuts for small caps have been unrelenting. You came into this year expecting 40% earnings growth. You've gotten 6. Next year, there's an expectation for 50% earnings growth. That's why small cap valuations on the surface look so cheap relative to large caps. However, I don't think small cap earnings necessarily deserve the benefit of the doubt that they can deliver that 50%. Rate cuts help because small caps have a lot of debt and a lot of floating rate debt, which should help with some interest expense. But again, just because consensus expects it doesn't mean you're going to get it.
I'm still hung up on this idea that Tom's talking about, that you could have a bear market moment in 2026 before things resolve themselves. That's not going to feel very good. You agree with that? I mean, let's look at a year-to-date of the S&P also, because we have had an incredible ability in this market.
It's not algo range.
And you see a couple of moments where we needed a V-shaped recovery from big dips, and we got it every time, including the most recent one where we now have completed the cycle and finished the V. As Mike Santoli likes to say, we've actually finished the V, and we were able to close it at record highs. Does that sound like a scenario that could happen in your mind?
Well, there would have to be a catalyst for it. I mean, you have a 5 to 10% downturn almost every year. To get to a 20% downturn, you would probably need a decent amount of policy uncertainty or something going awry with the AI trade. And so my sense is it won't be the AI trade in 2026. So the idea of policy uncertainty, I mean, the backdrop really since Liberation Day has been increasing policy improvement or a movement towards greater clarity. I don't personally think that a new head of the Fed is going to drive that. Largely to your point, Scott, is because they're going to lean dovish. Now, if the market gets a sense that the Fed funds rate's going to 2% and long rates have to adjust, then yeah, valuations need to adjust in the market. But if it's, well, we may see low 3s on the funds rate instead of 3 1/4 or 3 1/2, I don't think that's a 20% downturn in the market.
You mentioned AI stocks. I mean, they obviously are underperforming today, but there is still plenty of news being made in that space. OpenAI rolling out its latest version of ChatGPT. Sam Altman was live on this network in an exclusive interview earlier today. Mackenzie Segala up for us, even a deeper look at some of these stocks. Are we going to see more dispersion within the group? Like, you talk about the Mag 7 as if they continue to trade as a monolith. They don't.
If you live in a New Jersey zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years,
and they probably won't, right?
They do and they don't. They're all largely connected to the same mega theme. So I would say the answer is yes and no. It's like they're all genetically related, but they don't all have to have the same career, you know? So I don't know how to answer that, Scott.
Well, I mean, right, there was a time where you talk about the Mag 7. Do you want to own the Mag 7? As if it's this monolith group that all trades together. But now, what has been an arms race is a battle. They're fighting with each other for everything. You know, they're doing business with each other, but they're also battling it out with one another for AI supremacy.
Now, when we look back at the last industrial revolution, which was the internet build-out, which had internet infrastructure and mobile and Cisco and switches and telecom infrastructure and the mobile carriers and Spectrum, they all peaked within months of each other, and their correlation went to 1 when the bear market started. So there's
so many puts down here too. That's the thing. So LOD maybe, and then something, or
I think that we're learning that AI is extraordinarily competitive, and this is what we're seeing with this switch between Google, OpenAI. Which one is better? This is starkly different than the very near monopoly businesses that these companies have been able to use to generate extraordinary supernormal profit growth. So a competitive business that's very capital intensive implies lower return on invested capital, which is very different than what these businesses used to be.
How would you see that?
I agree completely, and I was going to use the word monopolistic also. It's a sea change, right? These are businesses that, you know, if you were using social, you knew where you were going. If you were shopping online, you knew where you were going. And they're all competing in the same space, and it's investment heavy. So it is a bit of a difference, and you see it even with Oracle, not necessarily a Mag 7 name, but one of the big hyperscalers. You know, you're starting to look at where debt to EBITDA is on some of these companies, and that becomes a challenge. So, yeah, I don't think that they're all going to trade in uniform here. There will be winners and losers.
All right, it's going to be fun to watch.
I'm at 10K on SPY. I have SPX right now, 2K.
I know we will. Thanks so much for having everybody here.
Shit loud as fuck. I'm at 2.4K breaking LOD waiting. Time is 12:55 here in 37 seconds. Tesla's rolling. IWM's rolling. IWM is 0.8% red. Alright, I'm out of SPX. 2,700. I'm still in. I'm selling fucking Tesla. 10,500 now. Huge. That was my one and only SPX trade for the day. That break LOD? Or what, my computer fucking break? SPY is frozen. LOD did not break yet. 1250. LOD test bounce strike. And QQQ. Chopping at 612 and dropping. What a weird ass fucking move today, dude. They are going lower and then spiking and then trapping and then there's so many puts down there. That's why. Wow, what the fuck? Oh my god. Wow. Cycle creating at the floor. Come on. Tom Lee.
Outlook actually does call for a drawdown next year. So very similar to this year of probably closer to 20%.
Tom Lee.
So I think
what the
we are
fuck?
going to have
20%.
another miniature bear market next year, but then we're going to recover. I mean, let's take 2025. Let's say that at the end of 2024, and actually we did talk about the idea of a drawdown in 2025, but let's say that someone plays the clip. So let's say it's Michael Semblas, but you don't. Let's just pretend he's saying at the end of 2024.
Tom Lee is a
and he says
perma-bear.
the market will be
Holy
down
crap.
10-15%.
No, I'm kidding.
That doesn't rule out where we are by the end of 2025, because in fact we did have a drawdown, and I think I'm not again saying. I actually think Michael and I are pretty aligned in the sense that I think there is going to be a drawdown next year. He says he wouldn't be surprised, but to me, it doesn't mean that's the end of the actual bull market. And in fact, I think stocks fully recover.
So the wall of worry here that we're talking about, and that you outline in your outlook, you got several elements in there. You've got, and these are the things that you describe as people are worried about, investors are worried about. So politically divided nation, social unrest, Supreme Court overturns tariffs, new Fed chair, and then you have two ones here that I really agree with. I feel like I'd love to have you dive in on. AI valuations, which I think a lot of people are concerned about, and then also
today,
20%
this week, next week,
equity returns in the past 3 years, i.e. each year for the past 3 years, the stock market has risen by an average of 20%, which may imply maybe we're running out of steam at some point. Could you just unpack what your concerns are in that wall of worry? And do you think those would be the trigger of
Tesla can't
correction?
go lower
Let's
that
start
much
with the
without
one that you just mentioned. The stock market.
The market has so many bears down there since yesterday and today.
So I think if we rally 3 percentage points, we'll be 3 years of 20% gains back to back. And it's actually more common than we realize. In fact, when we look at the last 65 years, it's happened in 20 different, I think it's happened 20 times in different countries, and multiple times in the US. I'm sorry, 12 times. It means a lot of good news is priced in. I mean, of course, stocks being up 20% a year, 3 years in a row, it's definitely pricing in a lot of good news. So to me, I do think that we have to consolidate those gains, and that's why I think a drawdown next year makes perfect sense to me. But because there isn't a lot of leverage in the economy, household sector has not really borrowed money. It's been expensive to borrow money, and even margin debt, it's risen, but it hasn't risen hyperbolically. So it's actually essentially tracked S&P gains. So it's not like people are borrowing faster than the market's been going up, especially if you look at a 5-year CAGR. So I would
1 hour
be in a
span
camp that
going up and down.
as long as the economy's holding up, that drawdown is going to be viewed as a buying opportunity. Now on AI valuations, it makes perfect sense for someone to say a lot of the valuations for AI are probably absurd because this is the nature of a exponential sector, right? If we
everyone's gonna hate him for saying that, guys.
An industry that can grow parabolically
everyone's
for 10
gonna
years,
fucking hate Tom Lee for saying that, bro. Don't say that, Tom Lee. Come on now. Say OpenAI, OpenAI, OpenAI. All right.
So it's
say,
and then we're trying to discount that back to today, and so stocks are going to look absurdly expensive, and more importantly, investors make a common mistake, which is that they assume that the existing universe of companies are going to be the central cast characters over the next 10 years,
just
which is
pointing
not
out
the
the
case.
obvious,
So
guys. We're just being
the
sarcastic.
reason valuations don't make sense today is that, one, of all the AI stocks, I'd say it's probably safe to say only 10% are going to be good investments. Maybe it's even generous, maybe 5%. And of course, there's going to be a new emergence set of new players. And in fact, the economic model might change. But it doesn't mean it's a bad investment. And we've highlighted this
depending on how and what
generational traits
time
in
and
past
how
reports.
and when.
For instance, like if you look at the internet.
Good answer, Tom Lee. Good answer.
If you bought the internet basket in 99, okay? So you bought it near the peak.
Oh, we're not talking about the 99s.
And
Come on.
you held it to today. You actually still outperformed the S&P 500, even though 99 claiming that we're.
I'm sorry, guys. We have to skip a little bit of Tom Lee so that we don't sit here and watch the entirety.
But again, I just, in my experience,
none of us has watched this, so I think it's very important for us to sit here and watch.
They're bullish at the tops, and I don't really find that many bullish people.
When people talk about the types of jobs,
he keeps saying that. I see a lot of bullish people at the top. I don't know. Maybe he's talking about the professional field, but I mean, I see a lot of bullish people at the top.
So
what about you guys? Do you guys see a lot of bullish people around? Do you guys see a lot of bearish people around? What do you about y'all?
And what, if any, impact is it having?
What is Tom Lee talking about?
On your human capital?
Wall Street itself has actually been a victim of technology because, first,
this is a poll.
Many investment firms have been using essentially versions of AI systems for a long time, right? They've been investing in quant systems and models. And the sell-side firms have invested in technology to replace labor constantly. I don't think there's been a year in my career on Wall Street that money wasn't being spent to actually reduce the labor intensity of the job. I mean, I remembered
around you in the free market, do you see a lot of bears or do you see a lot of bulls?
In the early 2000s, trading occupied a huge percentage of the cash equities business real estate. It was a couple floors. And then one day went to electronic systems and the number of traders went to a tenth of a floor. So I think that's the nature of Wall Street, that every job is eventually automated away. And so value capture is shifting around. In the 90s, when I started, equity research was a back office job. It wasn't because I went to Wharton undergrad and I graduated, I wanted to get into research. Firms weren't really actively hiring for research. Research was an apprenticeship industry. You had to find a job and find an analyst that would hire you and take you in. Of course, research has become a much more important business today as other parts of Wall Street became commoditized. But, when I graduated in the 90s, traders were the highest paid people. The sales trader, they were like the masters of the universe. And of course, now it's just computer code. So I think you're exactly right. In the future, a mediocre research person is not going to be any better than a mediocre OpenAI or LLM, right? So Wall Street needs to constantly evolve. I know that at our company, we are using AI.
There is no one voting in the YouTube chat.
It's not just
research, and we are using it to ingest data, but it's really how we manage our data now, and even how we manage
people says I see a lot of bears in the free market around me, and one person says I see a lot of bulls in the free market around me. Interesting.
And family offices plus around 400 hedge
I
fund
feel
clients.
both.
So but the way we manage them and identify their needs, we are using AI. So I would say I have not found any of the AI models that have been shown to us and that we trial, because everybody wants Fundstrat to adopt one of their models, has not been good at stock picking. We actually run 3 ETFs. Fundstrat Capital has Granny Shots, GRNY, GRNJ, which is a small mid-cap version, and GRNI. But GRNY has a 1 year of history, has outperformed the S&P by 800 basis points this year. And none of the AI systems that have been shown to us have actually outperformed our own process for stock picking.
What would you say makes a great researcher and a great analyst? And then I want to get into crypto. So this is one of my final AI questions. But when you talk about AI is going to replace the analyst, what are the kinds of skills that makes you irreplaceable as an analyst? What kinds of things should white-collar workers, working professionals in general, be trying to work on and be trying to hone in order to not be replaced by AI?
AI is very good at looking at the past. So if you need to build a model, you need to recall data, even say, give me the last 12 times something happened. That is AI. But as you know, to do true training, then you need to
fucking fake and bullshit about 100 fucking SPX contracts on green or red lights, you could easily make up bullshit and be like, oh, I'm out.
Scenarios.
But like, if you are literally
and the probabilities are unknown of each future event.
Retail or whatever, smart money, whatever the fuck,
you're
small
dealing
money.
with so much uncertainty.
Basically, even big money, they don't do that shit. I guarantee fucking to you. But I'm talking about
give you a single point answer would ever work.
You need to find like a setup and a direction and a direction, some shit.
Someone
not just
will
off
say this is the fair value of the stock, and they say this is the PE and this is the E.
50% of the time.
And I can never understand that, because I'm always wondering which E are you using, and you know what I mean, like because price is today, but what's forward metric, and then how do you discount it? How do you explain to AI that you have to look at 10 years of future earnings,
like
but
65 to
you don't know
45.
which future earnings will actually matter the most? And then how do you assign the weights? I mean, that's really what we do at Fundstrat. Is we're constantly assessing the probabilities of future events, and then deciding. We do have to pick a direction, right? Then we say this is the path we're going to take, but it's a guess. So I think that the best qualities of a researcher, at least in my opinion, are you do need to be unemotional, but you also need to know the difference between conviction and being stubborn. Because stubborn is riding something and believing in something when all the facts have changed.
If you're not
Conviction
saying
is basically
anything
riding through the
constructive
volatility,
right now,
and it's
this is your own advice. You should not talk over if you're streaming live. Why talk over Tom Lee right now with nonsense? Doesn't make sense. Huh? Are you talking to me? Adam Rendon? But I'm sorry, but your previous comment says back to open. Ball flag just formed, so don't be mad at me because things are working out. It's not my fault. If you don't like what you watch, you can leave. But thank you. But no thank you for your non-constructive input. You are literally what? I mean, why are you mad at me, bro? Because of what he's saying? Like,
it's not easy to tell the difference until history has already passed. And I think, the third thing that's really important in markets is to know what's already priced in. I don't know if AI is going to really have a good sense for, like, if AI is the only thing managing money in the future, I think a human will beat the market. because all the
Why are
AI
you mad at me,
systems will
bro?
be predictable. You know what I mean? And then you can spoof them all.
Now you're analyzing what I'm saying. No, that's literally the only thing you said today. The 3 chats. So 2 were completely against, and then the third one is being mad because I'm streaming what I'm streaming.
So
It seems like you're the one that's
that
mad and you're
that
the one that's negative, man,
like
about something. I have
that's
no
really
time
where
for
I think
nothing.
human judgment matters because I'm constantly surveying our clients and I'm in constant touch with them. So I kind of know where the
I'm sending
money
the
is
SPX put
and
to
what
call
the
ratio here.
bets
I mean,
are
you're
and
truly wasting
how they
time here if
react
you're literally
to
what?
the Fed. And I don't
Sleep,
know how
dude.
you can program AI unless it is.
I have no idea what he's getting
Well,
at.
they'll get very good, but they really have to think not just on a specific outcome, but on a series of future outcomes. And that's what we're always sort of obsessing over.
We'll be right back. And for even more markets content, sign up for our newsletter at profgmarkets.com/subscribe.
Throw it as hard as you want. Go on.
We're going to turn
Watching
off
it
that distraction and mute that too, because you can do whatever you want, bro. I'm going to do whatever I want in my life. I don't know, bro. People are here to be negative. People are here to never hit the like button, and all they want to do is just be who they are, bro. But I understand. I was like that once too. But at the end of the day, life is too good to be too negative about.
Reportedly planning to go public next year, telling employees that it would buy insider shares at an $800 billion valuation. Our Deirdre Bosa has more on that story in today's Tech Check. Hey, Dee.
How am I analyzing what you're saying if that's literally the only thing what you're saying?
But one thing is for sure, and that is that VCs are watching very closely. After years of muted IPOs, limited exits, the venture industry
I'm sorry, I interact with people.
Real liquidity events.
That's what they do over there. They don't interact with people and they just want fake-ass people to do
capital
the shit
available,
that
and
they
that
do,
a
which is some
SpaceX
fake-ass
IPO
shit.
would not actually drain the system. In his words, we're still running well below average annual capital raised, and 2026 could shape up to be a very big year. Now, from that view, SpaceX could act as a catalyst, not a constraint, especially as some very large private companies continue to sit on the sidelines. He notes, though, that many of them still prefer to not go public. SpaceX bucks that trend, and that certainly backs up a lot of the conversations that I have with other VCs and founders here on a regular basis. Now, Jeff Richards at Notable Capital, meanwhile, he says that the narrative around AI would be, quote, wildly different if public investors had access to financials related to some of the biggest and best private companies like Databricks, Anthropic, Waymo, Cursor, what he calls the demand side of AI. Now, Kalshi markets, they're already leaning in that direction, pricing a roughly 60% chance that SpaceX formally announces an IPO before late 2026. And that is where the real test will come in, because SpaceX, it won't just be one of the biggest listings ever. It will help set the terms for the next wave of AI IPOs and force a big question for the trade at large. And that is, are public markets willing to fund strategic, capital-intensive companies with massive capex and delayed profits? Now, those are similar economics that are sitting under the AI model training and infrastructure build-out right now. Guys, another possible winner here, Tesla shareholders. Musk has said that if any of his companies would go public, he would prioritize longtime shareholders of his other companies. No details or structure, but does raise the possibility of a backdoor benefit.
Yeah, I literally said, like in the WhatsApp group right now, man, it's fair to be bullish when it's bullish, right? Things flip fast on the market. Setup is the most important. Somebody was like, oh, people around me are bullish. They believe the market will go up, even though, and everything in the market looking bearish and downward, blah, blah, blah. I mean, like, that's okay. Like, it's just like, everyone has a different understanding of setup. Everyone has a different understanding of cycle, and they want to have a different understanding and setup of cycle. So
here's what a whole home water filter.
We have President Trump something. Oh yeah, some metal presentation at 3 p.m. But we have SpaceX reporting. We're SpaceX IPOing in 2026, they're saying.
Stephen Myron, Governor, it's great to have you back at Post 9. Welcome.
Good day. Thanks for having me back.
So I know you just gave this big speech at Columbia about inflation. And before we dive into that, maybe you could just explain why you dissented for even sharper rate cuts when some of your colleagues dissented because they didn't want to cut at all.
Sure. So I think that policy is too tight. I think that underlying inflation, as I just talked about at Columbia, is already running pretty close to our target, within noise of our target. And the labor market, sort of showing some signs of worry. And so there's some lags between when the Fed does something and when it hits the economy. We have to make policy for a year plus out. And my worry is that if we remain too tight for too long, we're going to exert too much restriction in the labor market and the unemployment rate will move too high.
So there's a lot there, but how about the fact that you see inflation closer to target? Because most people see inflation and they say 2.8% PCE, 3% CPI.
Yeah.
That's not target, 2%.
No, it's not 2%, and 2% is the target, and there's a lot of folks who point to measured inflation being closer to 3%, but my point is that a vast majority of the inflation excess over target is a result of quirks of how inflation is calculated. And so there's two main things that go into that. One of them is the housing market. The way that housing inflation is measured is really, really lagging because it looks at all rents. And people usually only reset their rent when they change their lease, which means they move or they renew their lease or they're changing homes. And that means that all leases will lag current market rents. So we know there's a real lag there. And we know that market rents have been growing at about a 1% rate for a couple of years now at least. So there's going to be a lot of downward convergence in shelter inflation. And the thing that gives me confidence in this is the period of catch up when you compare certain measures of all tenant rent to new tenant rent.
1:30 coming in 15 minutes,
which means the uncertainty there is gone. The other thing that really is distorting our view of inflation is what we call imputed prices for non-market services. And so I gave one example this morning of something that's really distorting people's view of inflation, in my opinion, and that's portfolio management fees. Portfolio management fees have contributed about 1/4 of a point, 25 basis points, to inflation in the last year. It's big, right? That's a really substantial contribution, way in excess of its historical averages, but it's totally imputed and it's based on the stock market moving higher just because that's how BEA calculates it. But if you look at fees in the industry, everybody in the financial industry knows that fees have been in a downward trend. They've been in deflation for 20 plus years. They fell 6% last year in 2024, right? So we know that asset management fees are in trend deflation and have been for decades. And yet, because of the quirks of the measurement process, it ends up being one of the biggest contributors to core inflation, the way we measure it. And to me, that just seems really wrong.
It's the saddest thing. It seems like the person that drama happened with, seems like he was a person that was here for quite a while. He used to be here actually almost every day from September 11th to literally September 18th. But sometime, he just started to become periodic. It literally shows me, man. I'm sorry, but why are you mad at me? Now that you're coming back out of nowhere, typing, what you're typing in chat, you know what I mean? You're the one trying to bait me, trying to be like, bro, if you really just don't like what you hear, you really do not have to listen to it. Respectfully. I mean, it really just straight up tells me, man. Much love, but December 15th, December 11th, December 2nd, December 1st, November 26th, October 30th, October 22nd, October 17th, October 8th, September 18th, September 17th, September 15th, September 12th, August 5th, August 11th. So you've been here for quite a while. You just, started to become periodic and then here and there, you know what I mean? But I'm sorry, it's just what it is, dude. There's people that are here every single day, though. They, right, don't really just bait me and then do whatever the fuck because it's just not what's going on with whatever they want. It has absolutely fucking nothing, jack shit to do with what I want or what anyone wants here. It's literally what's going on. The market's literally just doing whatever it's doing live, man. But don't get mad at me.
Shouldn't keep rates too high. We shouldn't ask people to lose their jobs because of quirks of the statistical measurement process. That's just not how we should be setting policy.
So do you disagree with Fed Chair
I'm
Powell,
having a
who
good
said
day,
that,
dude. Let me be.
a lot of the inflation remaining stubbornly high has been tariff-induced?
Yeah, I don't see it that way. I don't see tariffs as being a major driver of inflation. And I went through this in a lot of detail in my speech this morning about why I don't see that being the case.
That's what I mean. Like,
and
if
I've
you
been
want to just be a
consistent
channel
about that
hopper,
being the case. Now,
watch somewhere
you
over
might
there,
think
just
that
be over there.
if I don't think the tariffs are driving inflation higher, then core goods will stay high
Don't
for
come
a long
over here
period
and
of
waste
time,
my
and that would
time,
be a
try
problem
to
if
be
I
like
wanted
be
to cut
rude as
rates.
fuck and then
But
go
I
over
see
there and
so
start
much
paying $1,000
disinflation
because
in
you
the
don't know what
pipeline
the
because
fuck
of
you're doing.
shelter
That's
that
literally
doesn't
what the
bother me
fuck
at all. As I said, market
Trump
rents have
dumbass
been
guy
growing at a
did. Like, you know what I
1%
mean?
rate
That's
for a couple of years
disrespectful as
now.
fuck.
I see shelter inflation coming down below
some fucking
where it had been
respect.
growing pre-pandemic.
As a
And I
human
think
being,
Goldman
to
actually
not
just
be
had
rude as shit to somebody and try to use them as a tissue,
They
and
see
then be
below
like,
pre-pandemic,
oh,
below
and then
2019.
go somewhere else and pay someone.
Shelter
You know what I
inflation.
mean? That's some fucking ratty
and
ass
then
behavior.
PCE housing going to 2.1 by December.
So they see the same thing. So look,
ratty
I
ass
don't see
behavior.
tariffs driving core goods at
Not
all.
gonna lie,
But
dude.
if that's not the case,
Much
then core
love.
goods may stay high for a longer period of time.
But that guy
Doesn't
was being
bother me
rude as fuck to
because
me,
there's
though.
going to be so
Tom
much
Allen, this guy,
disinflation
I'm not gonna lie,
pipeline from
he was straight
shelter
up telling
that we
me
can
to shut up.
tolerate it, and we know that shelter disinflation is coming
In the WhatsApp
because we
group,
can see
not
where
the
the
YouTube
market
chat
rents
too.
are. They
So
are a window into the
understand that
future.
too. That guy was telling me to shut up in the WhatsApp group, and I was like, what? Like who?
So on leases makes total sense. People
Who
get
are
how
you, bro?
leases renew and they stair step over a year. It takes a while. Couldn't you say the same thing about tariffs or pricing in general?
That's like
contract
crossing the
based.
line.
That maybe some of those aren't fully set yet. A seller hasn't had the chance to reset a price.
Yeah, you could, and as I said, I don't yet see tariff-induced inflation in the inflation data. I do not. That my read of the data is that tariffs are not driving any material increase in inflation. However,
You think I'm making all this shit up though, bro? Somebody sent me a fucking picture, bro. My friend sent me a fucking picture.
If you do, I think there's a couple things to be said about it. One of them is that it's the type of thing that you would look through. Monetary policy
My friend
works by
sent me a
balancing
picture
supply
of
and
the
demand
guy
in the
being
economy.
in the
If demand is
alert
too
room,
high,
so
we can raise interest rates to pull
on
it
a
back.
public
If you
YouTube
get
live
prices
stream,
going up because
I
of
guess
something
it's
like
like
a
a
tariff
screenshot or
something
whatever
like
the fuck that was showing, but I mean, that's
standard
literally
central
what
bank
it
practice
is.
is to look through it because that increase in prices is not
Bro,
indicative of a supply-demand
I don't want to
imbalance.
get into it, though.
Prices didn't
We
move
over it
higher
now,
because
come on.
demand
Time
moved
is
higher,
one.
and so as a result, it's not necessarily to pull in demand to compensate for that. That's just not how central banks should behave. So I don't yet see tariff-driven inflation. We may get some eventually. We haven't yet. If we do, standard practice would be to look through it.
And you don't really see it in the longer-term inflation expectations. You'd see it show up there, and we're not really seeing that. But here's my question, Governor Myron. Even if you're right and inflation isn't as pressing of an issue as some on the Fed think it is, arguing for a double rate cut at a time where the economy is doing pretty well and GDP is tracking 3.6%.
At some point today, it's going to release downward,
extreme.
or because
Yeah,
why?
so
You got to think about it.
one,
Zero
we don't know
DT
exactly
puts
how the
work too.
economy is
Like
doing.
their
The labor
data
market
hurting.
has been showing
If they're not leaving and they're
a
getting
trend of
cycled here,
weakening
they're
over
just
the
like, what
past
the
several
shit? It's gonna
years,
come more,
and
come
there's
more,
no
and it
evidence that
bounces
the trend
every
has
time,
changed.
so.
And the unemployment rate, sort of has poked up a little bit. Now, Congress didn't tell us to target economic growth. They told us
But at some
explicitly to
point,
target
there
employment.
must be
And so that's
some
what I think we
space
need to be looking at it. And indicators there
scared
are
out
still
here.
that we're not at a maximum employment, right? We're actually quite a ways away from it, and the trend that we're on is
But there's
one
not
that we need to
severe
address.
stress in the labor market yet. Yes, the unemployment rate has ticked up.
Time is 1:25 here in 10 seconds. I mean,
but that's why the Fed's
thing
cutting
is, though,
rates.
I don't want to
there's
talk
not
about all
severe-
this
there's
toxic
far
ass
from
shit,
severe
but like
stress. The labor
these people
market
bait
as
me.
a whole, as it
And
currently
usually, I
stands,
mean
is
by these
still
people are
currently
people
in a
are
good
from over
place.
there.
The question is, what's the
And
trajectory?
I end up
and
talking
how
about
long are
over
the
there
lags of monetary
because
policy? Now, nobody knows exactly how long the
generally,
lags are, but I think conventional wisdom is they're
at the end
about
of the
12 to
day,
18 months.
I don't have to.
I would say that's probably fair. And if that's the case, then you need to make policy now for 2027. We need to make policy now for 2027. And if we are looking at, as I said before, the supply-demand imbalance in housing being more reflective of 2022, right? We shouldn't be making policy for 2022. We need to make policy for 2027. And if the labor market continues on the trajectory it's on, and inflation continues upon the trajectory that I outlined this morning, we will be in a really bad spot in 2027 because inflation will be undershooting. Will be down towards our target, and the labor market will be, will be quite a bit weaker because we
Insane
kept
fighting
policy
on
too
Tesla.
tight. Policy
Not
right
even
now is too
going lower.
tight. If we don't take
Not even
steps to
going
adjust
higher,
it, it'll be too weak beyond.
Insane fighting on everything.
The statement by Powell the other day that we're overstating jobs by as much as what 60K.
Yeah,
is that a widely held view? Is shared by you?
It may be. I'm sort of not one to try and game the revisions in the system. Economic data are almost always revised. CPI, of course, is an exception. I'm not one to try and second guess exactly what the revisions will be. When I try and get a more nuanced view of economic data measurement, it's of the type that I did this morning, not in terms of second guessing as are the data going to get revised away, but more of do the data mean what we think they mean, right? Do the concepts relate exactly to the concepts that we actually want to focus on? And the things that I analyzed this morning, I think the answer is no on a couple of them, right? Especially the portfolio management fees, which, as I said, we all know in the financial industry, they've been in trend decline for decades. I don't think that would be surprising to anybody watching this program. Every year, there's a new article about how investors are benefiting from the lowest fees ever. So how is it the case this would be one of the biggest contributors to
I agree. When PCE comes out, we talk about it on every print. How kind of silly it is.
It's silly. It's a reflection of the stock market.
We shouldn't ask people to lose their jobs for that. I mean, I just think that's wrong.
Let's see if IWM does
so
it.
I'm more of a let's sort of think about the data in a very nuanced way. Do they mean what we think they mean? Do they relate to the concepts that we actually care about and that the Congress told us to focus on? I'm less of somebody who's inclined to sort of say that the data are sort of false at face value and are going to be revised away. And that may be the case. It's just never really been one of my.
They're trying.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a full.
Why is Tesla just holding all them?
Case we hear from the hawks, not just the worries about inflation and we're not at target. The other case that we hear is that it doesn't seem like the monetary policy is too restrictive right now. It sounds like you very much disagree with some of your colleagues.
No volume
about
on
how
Tesla,
policy
or is there
is
volume
right
on
now.
Tesla?
Yeah, I mean, I disagree. I think, first of all, if you look at the labor market data, they speak for themselves in terms of confidence indicators of how plentiful jobs are, or small business sentiment indicators about how difficult it is to find employees.
Why
I
is
think the
Tesla
trajectory of the
just
labor market data is pretty clear. And then I think if you look at the housing market,
Look at
which of
SPY
course is
right
the most
now,
important financial condition and
just
most cyclical
going,
sector of the economy, it's remained in pressure for a while now. I think that there's no question about it.
But the Fed is cutting rates, and the market rates are not reflecting lower rates, at least on the long end, and that is keeping mortgage rates very high. What do you make of that?
Well, some of that was front run, right? The decline in interest rates happened gradually over the course of the year, even before we actually started cutting rates. And I would expect that they eventually would come in with lower interest rates. I don't see anything in inflation expectations data that make me think that we're making a mistake by cutting at all.
So you don't think cutting short-term rates would steepen further?
It's level full trend.
No, it will steepen further the curve. That's what happens when you cut interest rates. But I would still expect long rates to decline.
Along with short.
Yeah, but maybe they just don't decline by as much. I mean, every cutting cycle steepens the yield curve. It's just that long rates don't go down by quite as much.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think that more cuts won't have that big of an impact because, I don't know, there's still some sort of housing shortage, which is keeping prices high. And then there's AI, which may be keeping the unemployment rate drifting a little bit higher. At least we're seeing fewer hirings.
Yeah, well, if we are seeing fewer hirings because of AI, then there's two questions. First of all, I'm not totally convinced that's the case, but if that were the case, then there's two questions. One is that permanent or is that transitional, right? And if it's permanent, then you might think that that's the type of thing that monetary policy shouldn't respond to because it just means that maximum employment has changed, right? The amount of maximum employment has gone down if it's permanent. Now,
look at the
I would
volume,
say that I think that we've,
how the fuck is there no
the
volume?
country's, 250 years old. We live through a lot of technological innovations, a lot of technological changes. AI is obviously,
IWM and SPY might go.
Promise, it'll be one of the more important ones that we've experienced. But in none of the previous ones did we really have, a permanent change in maximum employment, right? Sectors rise and fall, and new technologies create new opportunities and new jobs. And so I would be disinclined to think that if people are losing their jobs because of AI, I would be disinclined to think that it's in any sense permanent. Now, it could be transitional as new industries get created. And one example that I like to give is that you think about social media. Sort of destroyed lots of jobs in, for example, journalism, right? But it also created new job categories like social media advertising strategists that didn't exist before. And then we created tens of thousands of that type of job. And I don't know what new jobs AI is going to create that we haven't even conceptualized now because we can't even define the category. Like prompter, right? Like, are we going to have professional I'm a professional prompter, right? Like, is that going to be a job that we didn't even think could have possibly existed a year ago?
Level.
So I'm inclined to think that technology yes, it destroys jobs, but it also creates new jobs. And to that extent, if people are not being employed now because of it, that is something that the Federal Reserve has to accommodate by creating a labor market in which those new jobs can actually come into being instead of snuffing them out before they started.
Speaking of new jobs, Kevin Hassett versus Kevin Warsh. Do you have an opinion? Either?
I do not make personnel decisions. You know, I think Kevin is a fantastic name. You know, it's a great name.
I'll ask another way. So
I'm getting
Kevin
ahead of
Hassett's,
myself.
You know, there's been some. He's been dogged lately by being too close to Trump. There's some, you know, there are reports that there's been some concern voiced to the president around the fact that maybe there'll be credibility issues because he's close to Trump and he's just going to do what he wants. This is something that came up when you were nominated to be Fed governor. So I do wonder if you could just reflect on that and whether that's a legit concern.
Yeah, so look, I mean, I think the most important thing is getting the policy right. And if you get the policy right, then the economy will do well. And if you don't get the policy right, the economy will not do well. And if you get the economy right, if you get the policy right and the economy does well, financial markets will reflect that too. At the end of the day, financial markets care about outcomes. They care about cash flow streams. They care about streams of income, right? And that will be a function of the policy choice that's made, not of sort of words of, is this person close to that person? Is this person doing something for good motives or bad motives? I don't think any of that matters. At the end of the day, financial markets care about cash flow. They care about streams of income. And if the streams of income are good because the Fed is doing its job in preventing recessions and preventing large inflations, then the streams of income will be good.
No
and
relief
financial
for
markets will
bulls.
reflect that, and the economy will reflect that.
So the
too.
markets will be
Bears
the check,
are
which is what
hoping
I said
like
about the
crazy
bond
at the
market.
fucking floor too.
I mean, the fact that President Trump
All
really
getting
is
dragged to
vocal
the fucking
about
ground.
wanting lower interest rates, does that not
Do
enter
they bring the chain
your mind?
lower
Is that not going
on
to be
this shit? Let's see on
a force
Tesla.
for the next Fed chair?
Look, like everyone else, he's entitled to an opinion. You know, he's entitled to an opinion on rates. We have lots of people in the political world who give their opinions on rates on both sides of the on both sides of the aisle. Lots of people have an opinion.
I guess we're
and
about to
everyone's
find out in
entitled
the next
to
2
give it.
minutes
My
here.
perspective
Time is
is that
1:35 in 2
really,
minutes.
really bad, and that it's very easy to settle into a lazy and complacent consensus.
Let's hit the thumbs
where you
up
don't have
on
your
the
views
video,
checked and
folks.
challenged.
Thank you so
And
much.
so
The
I wanna hear as
100 of
many
you that
views
have
as I
hit the
can
thumbs up already.
about
Thank you guys
different views
so
on the
much.
economy, inflation, labor markets,
55
interest
of you
rates,
that have
so
not
I
hit
can
the
always
thumbs up
interrogate
yet.
my views and
Please,
figure
please,
out
thank you
where
so
I might
much.
be wrong, and thereby
Thank
arrive
you.
at a better
Hope you all had a
conclusion. I don't care where those views come from. They could come from President Trump. They could come from anyone else.
Tesla is so wild today. Tesla is so
fucking
fucking wild
3
today.
billion boxes will be delivered this holiday season.
In the purple box
Some
again.
can't get there soon enough. Boxes full of hope and so much more.
All day.
Has he talked to you about, so this, your term is up, right? End of January.
day.
Has he talked to you about continuing in that role? Because that'll be a seat to fill, or whether he would use that to put in the next Fed chair?
He has not talked to me about that. You know, yes, my term ends the end of January. Yeah.
So you'll be there for the January 28th meeting.
I will be there for the January 28th meeting, and until somebody else is confirmed for my seat, I anticipate I would continue in that seat until somebody is confirmed for that.
And will you keep dissenting for 50 basis points?
You know, it depends what we do on policy. You know, we have, as you pointed out before, we have been cutting rates, and so the amount of restriction has been declining somewhat. It's still not declined as much as I really would like it to, but it has declined somewhat. And as that amount of restriction declines, the imperative to dissent for an extra big cut becomes similarly lessened. So no, I won't commit to always dissenting in favor of 50.
You're also going to get some new hawkish voters on the committee next year as well. I wonder if you think that's going to change the trajectory of policy.
Yeah, we'll get some new hawkish voters. We'll lose some old hawkish voters, and you know, we'll have to see where
you'll have to battle each one of them.
But you know, look, I'm of the view that monetary policy needs to be forward-looking because of lags. Right? So we need to make policy based on a forecast. A lot of my colleagues have a view that monetary policy should be more data dependent, that you should respond to the data that come out. My view is that's too backward looking, and if you wait to sort of see all the outcomes you want in the data, you're going to end up with a bad policy because of these lags, and so you'll wind up just jumping around too much. Now, if the data come out in ways that are more indicative that lower policy is appropriate, I suspect even the most hawkish of hawks will have a sensible response to that and become less hawkish.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us to discuss the views. Always helpful.
Thanks for having me.
Stephen Myron.
I'm pretty sure a measured move is about to happen on IWM, but that's a pure speculation. It's already at the tippity bottom, so if they do go lower, that's what I'm gonna think. Oh wow.
What are you listening for in?
What are you listening? Wow. Strong. Tesla.
I'm Nicole.
Market is. Nicole.
It's time now for our 360 round. For that, let's bring in our panel to recap the year that was for Tesla. Joining me now is Carl Brower, executive analyst at iccars.com, and Garrett Nelson, the vice president and senior equity analyst at CFRA Research. Carl, we'll start with you. Thoughts on Tesla's volatile year that we've seen so far, albeit it's up more than 4% today.
Yeah, the stock price versus what's going on with that company in the past 12 months is always a quandary, but we've certainly seen a lot of turbulence, as you mentioned. Everything from the sales challenges and the fact that I think it was over a year ago, October of 24, that Elon said growth would be 20 to 30% in 25 for Tesla sales. Obviously, we're not going to get anywhere near that. It's probably going to be a down year for him. To political turbulence and involvement in places like Doge, the Doge department, and of course, increased competition from China that is really starting to dominate a lot of the global markets for electric vehicles. So a lot of ups and downs. Some might argue more downs than ups for Elon and Tesla in 25.
And Garrett, Carl just hinted at, some of this disconnect we've seen between the stock price right now and some of the actual data that we've gotten from Tesla. You have a sell rating on Tesla, $325 price target on shares. What do you think the biggest disconnect is between how the stock is trading and the underlying
Makes me want to say that shit on Tesla, but fuck.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I agree with everything Carl said. This has been really a roller coaster type year for Tesla, but the stock is basically back to pretty much exactly where it was a year ago, trading, hovering, right at record highs. The reason why we lowered our rating to sell in September was just this increasing disconnect. So if we look at estimates for 2026 and 2027, we think consensus numbers are too high. Based on our below consensus numbers for 2027, we have Tesla trading north of 175 times our 2027 EPS estimate. Historically, the stock has traded about 112 times forward earnings, and our $325 price target's based on 120 times. So another thing, we haven't really seen the full impact of the expiration of the federal EV tax credit at the end of September.
Like crazy.
We've seen some monthly sales numbers in the U.S. Showing that Tesla's EV sales hit close to a 4-year low in November. And so we're going to get those numbers for Q4, their sales, just after the new year. And we're not really optimistic as far as what the sales numbers are going to show. So there's that in terms of a near-term challenge for the stock.
And Carl, coming back to you, I'm looking at the chart here, and a lot of the rebound that we're seeing
here coincided with when Elon Musk
really recommitted himself back to Tesla and stepped away from his Doge role. How much does the leadership focus and credibility still matter to Tesla's story? I was just talking to Cole Petalides about, is this the year of Elon Musk versus Tesla, and how important is he to the success of Tesla?
Elon's always been critical and a key component to the brand and the visibility that he's able to achieve with the brand, and the belief that he's got a real long-term vision for success of a company like Tesla and a lot of other companies like SpaceX. So he's key, and that's why I think his various political involvements over the past 12 months was detrimental to the stock, because if you're not a fan of Elon, it's hard to be a fan of the things he's managing, and he's so critical to that. But he does also seem to have backed away from that, as you said. He's kind of recommitted to success on the corporate side and less on the political side. And I'm hearing incredibly optimistic things from lots of analysts about SpaceX and its ability to generate power out there, free from the Earth on using solar panels and launching satellites into space that would give you a lot of the power that a lot of these AI companies are going to need going forward. A lot of people feel like he's got the biggest advantage there. So that makes some interesting future potential for at least SpaceX.
All right, and Garrett, my last question is coming to you. We got this news of the Model Ys driving around Austin without a safety driver, potentially signaling the robo-taxis for Tesla maybe moving into the next phase of not needing the safety driver in the car, which would be huge for them. Does that in any way meaningfully change your long-term view, or is it too early to move the needle on that one? And I guess the follow-up here is, what does Tesla also need to deliver in 2026 to avoid this multiple contraction that you're forecasting?
Well, give them a lot of credit in terms of their technological development and innovation when it comes to full self-driving and in other areas, AI, robotics. We give them credit for that. What they've done has been very impressive. Our issue is more with, I think maybe they've guided too aggressively in terms of how quickly they're going to expand to other markets. In our view, there's still significant uncertainties and a lot of potential liability related to that expansion to other markets. And so I don't think it's going to be as fast as they're guiding to. Furthermore, they've also guided for volume production of the Cybercab in 2026. As we know, Musk has a long history of sort of disappointing relative to expectations, the timing of when new models might be available. And so we're a little skeptical of that, as well as some of the other products they're guiding for. So I think there's a high risk of disappointment in the near term. Longer term, we continue to be amazed how investors are just focused on what the company's earnings might look like a decade and 2 decades from now, sort of brushing off the near-term challenges that they clearly face. But we do like that Tesla's focused on sort of the industries of the future with AI, robotics, autonomous driving, and so forth. And if investors continue to give them a pass on near term, when I think another rough quarter, as Musk was guiding for a few months back, then the stock can continue to work in this environment. We just, as fundamental analysts, find
right now. I'm sorry.
The stock's valuation very tough to justify here, and we view the risk reward as unfavorable.
Thanks so much for being with us, both of you. Carl Brower from iSeeCars.com and Garrett Nelson from CFRA to talk through Tesla, the year that was, and the potential they've got going into 2026.
Let's give it some time.
This week off, Joe. You're going to get data, which is front and center. And the rotation trade is in full effect. Take a look at market performance over 1 week. We're going to show you sectors to give you an exact picture of what's been happening within this market. Materials up 4%, financials up 3%, industrials up 1.5%. Cyclical plays. What's down? The bottom of the list, communication services and technology. So that's how we begin this week. Deutsche Bank says tech saw its first back-to-back weekly outflows since June. We have this rotation trade going to continue.
Right place to start the conversation.
Thank you.
I think this is going to continue as we go into 2026. I think from a bigger picture perspective, thinking about the broadening out and the opportunity outside of just the Mag 7 and the AI adjacent technology names is real. I think you carry that into 2026. There has been a meaningful rotation. It started with the momentum factor kind of rolling over, and now it's really more isolated to technology and AI itself. I think in the near term, there is going to be a little bit of a return to some of the Mag 7 names, some of the technology names, just in terms of the performance differential between the 493 and the 7. It has gotten pretty wide. I think this morning we had a meaningful flush lower. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit this week if you see the Mag 7 come back, if you see some of these technology names come back and narrow that price differential. But bigger picture, I like where you're going with that. I think the rotation's real.
You're going to get always, nibbling and dip buying in that group, but the so-called run it hot trade, that's what remains in focus as people prep for 26. Is that something to run with for the foreseeable future?
I think so, and I think there's a couple of things here. Number one, we still have this transmission of lower interest rates, regardless of whether you think they're going to do 1 or 3, depending on what happens in May of 26 with the Fed chair. I think that you get that as a tailwind. The other thing is Scott, we saw the Fed increase their expectations for economic growth next year, and that run it hot trade is based on the fact that you are anticipating an inflection higher and a reacceleration in everything from manufacturing and construction to consumer spending, and this liquidity infusion that we're due in April and May around tax time. All of these things really are supportive of the fact that if you're looking at just the fundamentals and why equities go up over time, it's earnings growth, and earnings growth is expected to be strong up and down the U.S. cap next year. And so, to Joe's point, we may see this delta between the Mag 7 and the rest of the 493 narrow at certain points. But I think in terms of where we are, we're seeing a channel where earnings growth is going up and to the right, and the bottom part of that channel is continuing to rise as a result of the more attractive valuations and the anticipated earnings growth next year on economic tailwind.
Some are wondering, Weiss, whether the casualty of all this, if you want to say that, will be new highs for the S&P. Like, you got your new high, and then you had a Fed meeting, and then the run it hot trade seems to be the outcome of what happened there. Wolf says so much for a return to new highs. Was starting to look like new highs before year end were inevitable. It's now becoming evident that AI euphoria is starting to fade into the end of the year. We think there's a good chance that trend persists into Q1, which likely does not bode well for tech. We don't necessarily have to have a conversation about tech specifically here, but the other idea, run it hot, buy what's hot. Shan hit it. It's consumer discretionary. Hits a new high today for the first time since September. Restaurants, retail, Marriott got an upgrade. Financials have hit a new record high. Those are the kind of stocks that are getting a lot of ink today.
They are. As the market looks for laggards, say, okay, I've been embedded in this technology trade for so long, and it's always served me well with this V-shaped recovery off to new highs, and that's not really happening. And when you take a look at what the Amazons and the Metas have done in the year, they've really lagged. So new money's looking for places to go that's unloved, and that's consumer discretionary. I personally wouldn't stay in that trade too long because I don't think the consumer's bifurcated, right? There's the real, those that don't worry about the economy every day that keep spending. So that's probably good for luxury, except on the margin, some that reach for that class won't be reaching for it anymore. And then there's, those that are really worrying about their jobs as you get more and more layoff announcements. So I do think that the bull market will continue. I think now, we're just not.
Rotation trade in full effect, they're saying.
I mean, if you look at some
rotation trade. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio here, guys.
That's in part of thinking about the higher end. Hilton's up today. Royal Caribbean is up today.
Trade.
Some of the restaurants are up
Sands
today.
is up,
So, like, again, the recurring theme of the demise of the consumer. And you can't just tell me that it's the high end that's supporting the Shake Shacks or the Brinkers.
No,
or
I don't think it is. But I also believe that the costs at the supermarkets, which have gone up, and you've got less of a spread now between eating out in the Brinkers and buying foods, make your own meals. And I don't think it's dead, right? We've got a very resilient consumer that believes in the country as they should and believes that things will work out, and they will, ultimately. But I think next year you've got to be very careful where you go. And I do believe we're going to see more AI affecting more jobs, and that's going to drive the market, actually, because it's going to increase productivity while lowering labor costs. So I think we're okay, but it's picking your spots. I think there are plenty of other spots to pick aside from consumer. That trade's good for now.
I got you. The other thing, by the way, is obviously discretionary is being skewed somewhat today by Tesla's move, which is up near 4%. So anytime you get a big move in either Tesla or Amazon, you're going to see it show up in the discretionary sector. Tesla's up a lot today on news that it's testing driverless robo-taxis in Austin. It is a significant advancement for what they're trying to do. Not surprisingly, Uber and Lyft, you can show those because they're lower. You personally sold Uber last week. By
Holy crap, Tesla!
Is going to be on ETF Edge today, along with his son Michael. That's a big deal. One can only presume that we'll ask him about what's happening with Tesla. So what about this? I mean, it's, you know, you see Tesla go up, you see Uber go down. This is the way it works when you're talking about robo-taxis and autonomous and the efforts that these companies are trying to compete.
Yeah, there's the conflict between
where it
trading
fucking
and
went
investing,
to, like,
maintaining
oh my God.
two different perspectives on where you think something ultimately can go and reshaping your risk accordingly. Long term, I believe in the
still red
fundamental
on
story
SPX
for
showing,
Uber.
man.
It is in the JOTI ETF, so I'm covered there. Near term, I do not like the way the stock continues to kind of bump its head against the ceiling, somewhere between 90 and 95, and fall back and continually test this $80 level. I think at that $80 level, which is a critical swing area, previous resistance, it breaks through there, you're going to see further deterioration. I think that's really more decision-oriented about trading than anything else. And I also think right now where we are collectively in the market, I think trading decisions are kind of dominating more than investing decisions.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you know, if you look at the areas that are working, I'm not sure if it's necessarily, Shan, you know, trying to trade the market. I think financials are hitting a record high because for all the reasons I said, the run it hot economy, yield curve's been steepening.
I think there's more to it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt your thoughts.
Well, I'm not saying there's not more to it.
Well, there is more to it. From a portfolio manager's standpoint, you're always looking strategically at various factors and looking at risk. I also think a lot of this story, and we're getting to the same place because we both are identifying that these are the places you want to be in the market right now, but there's something about low beta versus high beta. And at the beginning of the year, everything was about high beta. Now the market seems like it wants to gravitate towards lower beta. Look at healthcare, Scott. Healthcare is the leading sector today. It's been the leading sector in the quarter. Why?
What a
Because
choppy
it checks
ass
the
end.
box on beta, it checks the box on being defensive in a certain sense, and it checks the box on valuation. And this market, as we moved into the fall, was concerned about valuation.
It's perfect
so
for deductors, but it's
collectively
eating
all of it. And I think
external
portfolio
greeters.
managers are really driving right now in the near term this move towards the 493.
If you live in a New Jersey zip
All
code
calls
and have
destroyed
zero
and
DUIs,
extended puts are eating it. Ay, ay, ay. There we go. 20 to 30 people have called it quits. There you go. Great. Now let the real move start, right? That's always how it is. Never fails. Let's see. What the fuck is this? Now they're coming out with bullish news on tech. Crazy. I mean, man, that's literally how it is every day. Hopers and speculators get toasted, and basically deductors using setup get somehow fucking relieved. And they don't hope on shit. That's literally how it is every
Seeker,
day.
who is here every Monday morning, why will home builders be a top sector in 2026?
I mean, I
good
think
timing on your visit, I say.
Yeah, it is. I think it is going to be the top sector because here you have the Gen Zs and the millennials. They're coming into the peak home buying stage, and what you have is you had a Fed that lowered interest rates that did virtually nothing for the house, very little for the housing market. So what's going to need to happen is the government is going to have to step in, and the government is going to have to reduce some of the regulations. I'll give you a real life example. My company, a private equity firm, we are funding these construction projects for home builders, and a lot of the towns we're funding them in are holding up these projects because of senseless red tape and regulations. Someone needs to step in, remove these regulations, then we get the supply. So there is going to be this tailwind that's going to help the big public home builders, and those are the stocks that I think they're going to do extremely well.
I see your reasoning, but don't hold your breath in New Jersey.
Well, in New Jersey, yes, especially. But you also look across the country where there is where there is this desire to have more affordable housing.
New Jersey, what the fuck?
Affordable housing in New Jersey. So if they keep talking about it, they're going to eventually come to the point that the reason we don't have it is we don't have enough supply.
Why will President Trump's AI executive order help big tech? Because I think you think it will help big tech. Why?
I think it will, and here's what I see with big tech. Big tech, if President Trump gives the incentives to these big technology companies for domestic production, it's going to help dramatically. And also, if he reduces the regulation, it's going to help them dramatically. Because I think what happens is a lot of these technologies get tied up in red tape. Regulations overall are what slows growth. Not to say there should be no regulations, but a lot of these regulations are senseless. President Trump realizes it, and I think he's going to help the big tech.
I think he's the red tape cutter in chief.
Yes.
That's a good thing. Yeah. Sure is. Jeff, thanks very much. We'll see you again soon.
The fuck is this shit on Tesla, man? Creating a what? Humongous flag, or what is this shit? Craziest patterns. Back to the trend that we were chopping at. Yeah, that motherfucker's crazy. From the floor. Insane. Creating a W now again. Insane. Just give it 5 minutes. I'm going to say something that's going to be hilarious. Alright. Time is 2. Candle traders need to go home, and candle traders ought to never come back, because candle traders will never get anywhere. So please tell them when they come back, 20 or 85 of them. Sorry, 35 of them. I don't want them to come back. I'd rather want my view count to go to 1. Which I'm okay with, dude. I'm gonna kick out all the fake AI bots in the WhatsApp group too, dude, because yeah, literally just a SDS alert. Today has been a boring ass day though. Not breaking the HOD or LOD significantly after the morning run, so that's the only reason why people aren't kind of hyped, because it hasn't broken the LOD or HOD again. But I mean, that's literally the market for you. It's not going to continuously break the HOD or LOD or break the HOD or LOD every single time, which I'm okay with. Some people can't handle it. I think we watched just about everything. I think we watched just about everything. All the important things, at least. The important thing is 11:30. 11:30 is not broken yet, and we are in between 11:30 and 10:30, so we're talking about Kevin Hassett.
Kevin Hassett versus Kevin Warsh. Do you have an opinion? Either?
I do not make personnel decisions. You know, I think Kevin is a fantastic name. You know, it's a great name.
I'll ask another way. So Kevin Hassett's, you know, he's been dogged lately by being too close to Trump.
Said they are waiting for numbers tomorrow
there's been
for
some
dump.
concern
I mean, they already
to
dumped.
the president around the fact that, I don't know, maybe there'll be credibility issues because he's close to Trump and he's just going to do what he wants. This is something that came up when you were nominated to be Fed governor. So I do wonder if you could just reflect on that and whether that's a legit concern.
Yeah, so look, I mean, I think the most important thing is getting the policy right. And if you get the policy right, then the economy will do well. And if you don't get the policy right, the economy will not do well. And if you get the economy right, if you get the policy right and the economy does well, financial markets will reflect that too. At the end of the day, financial markets care about outcomes. They care about cash flow streams. They care about streams of income, right? And that will be a function of the policy choice that's made, not of sort of words of, is this person close to that person? Is this person doing something for good motives or bad motives? I don't think any of that matters. At the end of the day, financial markets care about cash flow. They care about streams of income. And if the streams of income are good, because the Fed is doing its job and preventing recessions and preventing large inflations, then the streams of income will be good, and financial markets will reflect that, and the economy will reflect that.
So the markets will be the check, which is what I've said about the bond market. But I mean, the fact that President Trump really is vocal about wanting lower interest rates, does that not enter your mind? Is that not going to be a force for the next Fed chair?
Look, like everyone else, he's entitled to an opinion. You know, he's entitled to an opinion on rates.
Trash. Robot taxi. Tesla. The robo taxis are strong in Tesla. Holy crap. Man. This shit is fucking testing me today, dude. Annoying as fuck. Keep popping up. 205. It's getting closer and closer to 3. And they're trying to show bullish yet again. It's so fucking perfect. It's like as if nothing happened. Since 11:55. We're back to the same spot. Wow. For another little cycle up or down again. Wow, Tesla literally as if nothing happened to 11:55. What the fuck?
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it.
What the shit is this?
$1.2 billion towards the eradication of polio as part of $1.9 billion in commitments by global leaders unveiled at the Abu Dhabi Finance Week. Tanya had the chance to speak to Bill Gates and is joining us now with more from that conversation. Tanya.
Sylvia, thank you so much, and hello from Abu Dhabi. That's right, Bill Gates was here at Abu Dhabi Finance Week to announce the pledge, $1.9 billion of the eradication of polio, along with other global partners. I sat down with him straight afterwards, and I asked him why it was such a milestone moment.
Fuck you talking about?
Pretty fantastic that we're close
trolling.
to getting rid of polio. And once you get to zero, then no kid gets paralyzed. Inside a lot of very close
fucking AI bubble, fucking
these
lies.
benefits, including the health, education, and agriculture that we're working on. Absolutely, nobody should have any doubt about that.
Oh my fuck! Everyone is coming out. Ay ay ay. Some bullshit videos here and there. Look at this shit. Now they're coming out.
No, it's a great point, though, Christina. Thanks. We appreciate it. Christina Partsenevelis. Let's break it down further with someone who was just part of a big chips forum out in Asia. Stacey Razgan is a senior analyst at Bernstein covering the U.S. semi-space. Stacey, it's great to see you. I was just talking with Dan Ives backstage, and who says he thinks the play is really to kind of make sure that China stays hooked on these chips so that they don't, as Christina was saying, develop their own chip industry that could be competitive or superior to ours in the long run.
Yeah. My guess is they're already going down that path, regardless of what happens. I actually think that there's a ton of demand for NVIDIA's parts in China, at least from the customers. We're seeing this from the governmental side, though. I mean, clearly they're a little more hesitant to allow it, and that is because they are trying to encourage their local domestic chip vendors. And they really have no choice, right? I mean, we've already proven we can chop their knees out from under them whenever we want to. And so I don't think that they can afford to give up on the localization plans, even if they do allow some sales. And by the way, my guess is they will allow some sales in. But I think it's too late. I think that horse has left the barn. And by the way, we're not just seeing that in AI. We're seeing it in semi-cap. We're seeing it in analog. All of the areas that are strategic and where the U.S. has put constraints on them. I think China's already going down that path one way or the other.
So where does that leave the chip? So where does that leave an NVIDIA, right? I mean, both in the short and near term. And please layer into this, what were your big takeaways from your time, that was spent there just now? I mean, as an investor, what does it make you think?
Yeah, no, you bet. So look, at least NVIDIA has zeroed out China from the numbers, and so anything they get is upside.
Just straight up.
And if there's demand and they get purchase orders, I think they can secure supply and ship that. But I do think, at least as an investor, over the long term, I think you have to discount, like the long-term viability of China for all of these guys. That's not new, right? That was already, I think, the view even before the H200 approval from the U.S. government. So I think NVIDIA's actually handled it really well. Like I said, they've taken it out of the numbers. They've told investors it's going to be a very competitive market. Don't count on it. Anything they get at this point, I think, is upside, and I think that's fine. And fortunately for them, the overall global market for AI, at least right now, is so big that even if you can't, I mean, they don't have enough, to your earlier point, they probably don't have enough capacity, to serve all of the demand in China.
Bear flag yesterday, bear flag
anyway.
today.
So I think they're okay.
Not only okay, you've got a $275 price target on them. $100 higher from here would be a tailwind for the markets for sure, I would imagine. And I think what you're raising goes to what got a little bit lost last week, which is as it pertains to Oracle and others. Are they delaying, bringing capacity online or what have you, because there's not enough supply, which is incredibly
Statistically
bullish?
speaking, on
because
Friday
there's not enough
is
demand,
red,
right?
Monday is ready.
I mean, demand is off the charts right now.
Exactly.
So,
I believe there was a supply story. Yeah.
So they're selling everything they can make, and they're on supply. There's the wafer capacity. There's the packaging, what they call the CoWoS capacity. There's memory, high bandwidth memory. And there's just the broader complexity of assembling these racks. Like a Blackwell rack weighs 3,000 pounds, and it's as tall as my ceiling, and it's got 1.2 million different components in it. So there's a lot of complexity and constraints just around building that stuff. The Blackwell racks, at least some of those constraints have been easing. And I mean, NVIDIA even put up a chart at their GTC event a few months ago that kind of suggested, they're on track to ship. It was 20 million Blackwell and Rubin GPUs, so that would be 10 million actual chips. Each chip has two. Each chip has two GPUs in it. Up from it's like quadrupling what they've already shipped to this point next year. I mean, so they've got the supply to meet the goals that they've set out, and they're getting more orders even after that date. So they've got the supply to satisfy that. My guess is the demand is still higher than that, at least at this point. I'm not really worried about demand. The only ones right now that seem to be worried about demand and sustainability seem to be the investors. The actual companies that are doing the spending right now, it's full steam ahead.
Well, that is.
Time is 2:10. I'm in 6825 right now. SPX. Tiny. Tesla leading. Alright, I'm out. 3.1k. $400, I'm out. Easy. Three-minute scalp. Come on, fucking roll on Tesla, man. It's fucking just all day, same spot. I don't know. All day, literally, same spot bouncing is kind of nuts. $17 up in 1 day, 2 day. Top of the ascending channel. Higher than the previous all-time high. Yeah, maybe I didn't say, but I mean, I literally said in the WhatsApp group, but I don't think anyone saw. At 2:11, Friday red, Monday red today. And then I joined, and then I typed in, I'm in 2.7k 0 DT SPX puts. And then 4 minutes later, 2:15, we are sliding lower. Time is 2:20 now, actually. So 2:10, 2:15, 2:20 now. The volume bearish. I need Tesla to roll here. I don't know. It's just fucking hovering at the top. Robo taxis without safety drivers. The news on Tesla. So bullish. Fucking robo taxis, man. What the fuck? Fucking robo taxis, man. Tesla bounced so strong. Huh. $220 bouncing at 2:17, 2:18. As the end of the 3/3 trying. Market is cycling to decide what to do before the next step. Tesla super today. Nasty working, man. Getting tired. Market's getting near close. Bear trap all day. Or sorry, bear flag all day on IWM. Looks like there's another IWM 1 minute gap here that never filled. Bull trapped on that all day on IWM, man. Candle traders got fucked today. Hoping way too much down there got fucked today too. Why? Market had a 1% move plus yesterday. Right, a lot of amateurs, a lot of retail traders don't realize that. Right, market having a 1% literal move down or up is actually kind of like once in a month type of thing. So it takes a lot to move the market more than 1%. It's actually more that you see this 0.7, 0.6, 0.5, and then maybe 1%, maybe here and there. But yeah, we're getting near power hour. Power hour is going fucking crazy, flipping up and down. There's a hell of liquidity here. So are they about to have a buffet on power hour? I don't know. We're about to find out. I mean, that's just what experienced people know, dude. Like, I'm not gonna send every single chart that I see every single day on every single thing. Like, it's actually kind of like too much to. I send a lot of shit to begin with already, but yeah. Saw a graph posted by someone. It was like a statistical data, or it's showing since. Actually, I could send it in the group chat right now. I'll send it right now. I have a screenshot of it, so there you go. That's the data. S&P 500 drops 1% the day after hitting new all-time highs. That is a rare thing. That doesn't fucking happen a lot. Right, 1% drops are actually even more fucking something to. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's a lot of things that people need to know, but I mean, at the end of the day, the market does what it does because of what it does, right? People just. I'm pretty sure there's people that do this shit faster than I do, just with supercomputers and like hybrid trading or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I mean, yeah. That's the truth. So many things that the market needs to, or people need to know in the market to honestly know, have a safe understanding of what the hell is where. But I mean, I clearly developed a system for myself that I can do fucking good for myself, safe wise. So, right, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Right, where the bull is trapped at the roof. Right, where the bear is trapped at the floor. Sure, they went from the midpoint to the floor, but you have to respect that. And that's 1/3, 2/3, and then what? They go to the floor, and then someone plays in the 3/3, and they get caught, and then they get burnt. I mean, what it is just literally zero DT cycling. Like, you know what I mean? It goes up and looks bullish, and what the fuck can you do when it goes down, goes down, looks bearish? What are you gonna do? Sit there and be like, why is this doing this? What news? Like, it's literally market cycling. So there needs to be a system and something that speaks like, hey, HOD, LOD. Hey, LOD, HOD, and go higher. HOD, no confirmation. Hey, LOD, HOD. Hey, HOD, LOD. But yeah, yeah. Like, people don't realize this shit only came in because of the NVIDIA setup and a lot of Oracle, whatever the fuck, a lot of setup. But I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the reason why maybe Tesla's not going down either. But I mean, yeah, very impatient with Tesla. Always like a day or two early. Damn. Tesla. Tesla. We did not hit an all-time high, but I mean IWM did. That data is sent by some other YouTuber. It's not even sent by me. But, yeah, man. They for sure are using certain things though. Interesting. Let's see how the market closes. Power hour. In 30 minutes. President Trump is supposed to come on too. Ole. Sorry about that.
They say
we're gonna watch this one.
So a chance, he says, that it could hit a $3 trillion market cap by the end of that year. And for more, let's bring him in. He's here on set with me. Dan Ives is Wedbush Global Head of Technology Research. Welcome.
Great to be here.
You could have picked an easier one, maybe NVIDIA. Like, why Tesla to you? Is it still so clear? For all the ups and downs, for the auto industry, for all of its ambitions, everything they want to do is always delayed. Granted, the market cap, is still phenomenal. Why do you think why do you feel so strongly that 2026 will be a great year?
I think it's about autonomous. I mean, when it comes to physical AI, I think there's nothing better, when it comes to physical AI than NVIDIA and Tesla. And I think this is going to be a golden chapter for Tesla.
Physical AI.
When it comes to robotaxis, when it comes to cyber cabs, volume production, true autonomous, and of course you look at robotics in terms of Optimus. I mean, Kelly, that's why I think we're looking at $2 trillion, ultimately probably a $3 trillion market cap by late 2026, early 2027. That's why it continues to be one of our top picks.
What's the so you think about a market cap that big, you say, okay, it's a high multiple. I don't know what exactly the earnings look like. What are you anticipating on that front, and how does physical AI kind of feed directly into the earnings power it might have?
I mean, when I look out the next 3-4 years, I think earnings power is 4x, 5x. But because it's my view that when you think about not just the FSD piece, but in terms of true autonomous, it's going to change the whole margin profile. It changes the whole growth story. And I think just going forward for Tesla, the focus, it's, okay, deliveries, do they matter? Of course they matter. But in terms of the next few years,
I'm on a big
especially
trade on
Musk
Tesla right now.
wartime CEO in
I
terms
did
of
2
pay
scalps
package,
downward on
that's
SPX
already
today.
cemented.
That's it. Tiny.
This is just the start, and they're also going to have an ownership of XAI.
20.
You look what's
I think
happening in
one's at
SpaceX. I mean, I think
11:30-ish,
we're now
and
talking
one's
about
just now
this
at
next
20.
AI chapter that's happening across the Musk ecosystem.
We had Dan Primack on last week, and he said, you know, I basically asked him, or he said the
Consolidating while
question
we're
to
going
ask
down
is, why
almost.
is SpaceX going public now? Do you think there's anything related to financial pressure on Tesla or Musk or anything like that? Or is it a political? Why would 2026 be the year for SpaceX?
I think the time's right. I mean, you could argue valuation, right? Does it approach $1 trillion? It's the same reason why does Anthropic or ultimately when you look at OpenAI and others. I mean, we're hitting at a point where it's only year 3 of an 8 to 10 year
Of course he's saying
build out
this shit
in
because
the AI
Tesla is
revolution.
holding shit up.
And for the first
Tesla
time in
and
30
Nvidia are the
years,
best
I mean, you've
companies in
talked
the
about this.
physical AI world.
U.S. is ahead of China when it comes to tech, but SpaceX.
Who here likes Dan
is
Ives?
in an
Let's see in
inflection
chat,
point.
man.
I think
Who
it's
here is a
important that
Dan
it goes
Ives
public. It's the
lover?
right time.
Who
And
here
look, we are in,
does
I
not
think, 2 more
enjoy Dan
years in
Ives?
this tech bull market, and we're going to see more and more of these great private companies going public.
Won't SpaceX be, if you'll pardon the term, sexier than Tesla? In other words, right now, if you are a big fan of Elon Musk and everything he's doing in the future as described, this is the only public equity you can own for that story. Now, SpaceX could be the newer, younger thing on the block. What if investors go with that and thus remove some of the halo, right? The community effect around those who hold shares of Tesla and support its valuation just to have a piece of Musk.
Yeah, it's a great point. Look, I actually think it expands. I mean, to some extent, the ecosystem from SpaceX to Tesla and ultimately what's going to be the ownership of XAI. Because the reality is when you think about what's happening here, I mean, we're talking about the next 5, 10, 15 years. Musk at the centerpiece of it. But I think it speaks to when it comes to Tesla, that continues to be the best play because I think autonomous is worth $1 trillion alone. You think about Optimus in terms of true robotics. And as this all plays out, I think globally, I mean, they can own 70, 80% of the autonomous market, globally over the coming years.
And you think that full self-driving penetration could be as high as 50%. In other words, half the people who buy a Tesla pay the extra money to have that option, which would be, as you say, a game changer for margins and for the stock. So that's part of what you're talking about is for those who own Teslas, they use this technology. The other part is the cybercab, what's it called? And how would you describe its position in this vis-a-vis Waymo, where Waymo also does quite well. The car's really expensive, regulatory and otherwise. What should we expect on the cybercab front from Tesla?
Well, first, like FSD, you're going to go from penetration 15% to 50%, and I think it could even be higher. So
$17. Wow. Today, Tesla's having a good day. Wow. Today, Tesla's having a happy day. Happy. Smiley, smiley.
As I've traveled the world.
Happy.
He's the vice chair of Ariel Investments. Charlie, it's great to see you again. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome back, Kelly. Great to see you.
Thank you. And one of my most memorable things right before I think I went out was that you had said to everybody, be careful with Oracle here. Think twice before getting involved. And that was maybe, 30, 40% from where we are now. So what do you do with the stock now?
Yeah, I think my exact words were trim, not just be careful, because this stock did go and I first talked about Oracle, it was at 118, it was trading at 18 times earnings. It was clearly not being considered a beneficiary of AI upside. It went all the way to 350. Wow. So it almost tripled, and it was trading at over 30 times earnings. And what value investors will say is there are good companies, but not so good stocks. And that's what this was. Oracle is still extremely well positioned. The stock just got way ahead of itself. And now it's come way back as there's a lot of concerns about the profitability of the industry. They're going to have incredible sales. The backlog is up fourfold. They're going to have a lot of sales. The question is, how much money are they going to make off those sales? And that's what people are concerned about.
Quickly, because Seema's standing by here with some more detail on this, Charlie. But so if we were just starting from today, forget your history. It's like, dating. Forget the history, just starting from today. What would you say about the stock right now? What are your concerns? What are the opportunities?
Yeah, I think that AI is real. Data centers are real. They're going to participate in a big way. They're very well positioned because as we talk about, AI is all about you're analyzing your own data, not about the world's data. And your own data sits on Oracle software. They are the leading company in data software for big companies. Those companies are going to want to use AI to create their own benefits from their own data. Oracle sits very well in that space.
But you worried about its debt load or no?
The debt load is going to get higher. What I'm worried about is that they're not being very forthcoming on the profitability of the contracts that they have. I don't know the margins. I do think everything right now points to double-digit earnings growth in 2026. So I think things are going to be okay. They're not going to get over their skis in terms of the debt. The CDS market doesn't agree with me on that and has started to treat this company like it was below investment grade. It's not. But we need a little more disclosure on the profitability. When we see that, I think things are going to be okay. Let's call this is a small position for me now, below average position, but I think it's still a well-positioned company.
Created like 3 W's today. W here, and then drop, and then a bigger W, and then trying to form a little W here too.
I'm Diane King Hall alongside Kevin Hinks over at the SIBO. Time now for our cash tag segment. For that, we want to bring in our next guest, and that is Landon Swan, co-founder of Likefolio, taking a look at Uber today. All right, Landon, Uber has been an outperformer compared to the S&P 500 year to date. So the question is, when you look across your data, is the green light still happening?
How the fuck is
green light? Yeah, it's a good, strong stock.
They're really talking about Tesla taking over Uber, like
40%. It's off its highs right now, so investors may not be super happy, but what is it down? Maybe 20% from highs, but still, again, up 40% in 1 year. So doing well, and it's become number one, right? I mean, it's just crushed Lyft. It's always had a good lead on Lyft. I remember a few years ago, Lyft made a little bit of run at them with consumer sentiment, I think because of the tipping, but Uber matched, and they've kind of left them in the dust. So Uber is definitely the leader, and they're doing well. I mean, when you look at
great candles coming in,
human delivery, if you want to call it that, it's up 20% on a year-over-year basis.
Coming in chopping.
Item delivery is up 25%, so they're getting into that game as well, doing very well. But and the data does look strong. I'll give them that. I think the big question on everyone's mind is, what's going to happen with autonomous driving? Is this going to help or hurt Uber? And that's a monster question. And you can kind of see here Waymo's at the top with the increase in consumer usage, web visits on a year-over-year basis. Uber fits nicely in there, right? I mean, it's a little bit behind DoorDash on the food part of it. Uber Eats is below, but Uber's still doing well, and you can see Lyft and Grubhub kind of struggling a little bit. But I think really the big question for me as an investor is, how does autonomous driving fit in? Is it going to help or hurt? For a long time, I was thinking that they've got the users, and that is super valuable.
I mean, the most craziest part to me right now, guys,
when you've got the
is how we're stuck at the fucking bottom of 10:30, and we're literally stuck in the middle of 11:30.
However,
like we went down from 9:30 to 10:30, bounced from 10:30 to 11:30, and we're in the fucking middle, and time is literally 2:30. Like, what the shit? It's been 3 hours. You realize it's been 3 hours. 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. Like, oh my lord. They're waiting for power hour.
They have to get to autonomous because that's who they're going to be competing against. Right now, Waymo's actually costs more than Uber.
Now, actually, it's
about
not
40% more. I'm not sure if that's going to come down. We'll see. They're about $1.36 cost per mile, whereas Teslas are about 80-cent cost per mile to operate those. So we'll see. And Waymo's doing well. They did, I think, 14 million rides in 2025, which is triple last year.
Still, they're making people guess.
Way
Still,
more than that. I think
things are unclear.
Waymo's got
Still,
2,500 units out there running around, whereas Uber's got 5 million drivers. So it's
someone posted a grandpa emoji. What does that mean? You're turning into a grandpa? Barcoding, Jerry says.
More so. The bigger one to fear, coming at them with a complete disruption strategy. This is not just a different way of doing things, a different network competing on price. I mean, this is obviously taking a big factor and changing it. We're removing the driver. So Tesla thinks that they can get to 2 to 3 million units produced annually. And that's, like I said, Uber's got 5 million drivers. If you're cranking out 2 to 3 million units annually, you've got more than Uber in 2 to 3 years easy. So I think there's a big concern with Uber on what's going to happen on that side of things. Now, I will say the biggest
Man, why can't there be a spike down to
saving
LOD?
grace for
Fuck.
Uber is probably going to be regulatory.
That's all I want
think
on
it's
Tesla,
really
bro.
important for
Fuck.
Tesla shareholders to watch and see how these elections go because I believe that Elon Musk has
This shit is the point
half
50
of the
Fibonacci from
congressmen
the
like
low
him and
of the
half
day
of them don't,
to
much
the
like the
midpoint.
country. And if Democrats get elected, I'm guessing the regulatory side of Tesla self-driving is going to be harder to get over those hurdles than if Republicans are elected. So I think that's actually a big factor. But long term, all things being equal, I think Tesla's going to disrupt in a very big way. And yes, Uber's got a lot of users, but if you're talking able to say 40 to 80%, it's not going to take long for people to start downloading the Tesla app and start hailing driverless
One
cars.
second.
So we'll see how
I'm
well it
muting
turns
up.
out, but overall, I am a little bit worried for Uber long term because of the Tesla's factor and to a lesser degree the Waymo factor.
Landon, you and I and
Get
Tom
my snack real
have
quick. Holy shit. Holy shit.
price competition, particularly for automobiles.
All right, I'll be right back.
Chinese stocks gains this year were really kind of disconnected from the economy and more on AI innovation. Earnings for Chinese companies are still being cut. So Chinese stocks might need a stabilization in earnings for future gains.
Okay, obviously something to watch as we move into 2026, particularly with the big meeting at the start of the year where they sort of hammer out some of their objectives for the year. But Coop, let's just get to you because from China to the US, obviously the two world's biggest economies with a lot of data out this week and consequential, obviously. We've got the jobs report out tomorrow as well as the US retail sales and then inflation down the road on Thursday. What are your expectations?
Yeah, so you know how you wake up some mornings and you say, what day is today? Or it feels like a Friday. That's really going to be tomorrow because normally we get the jobs data on a Friday. Tomorrow it's going to be we get it on a Tuesday. So a little bit of a different change up, a little bit of a unique environment. Obviously, it's all because of the government shutdown. But the expectation is that we're going to see further weakness in the labor market. So the expectation from the streets is only a gain of an additional 50,000 jobs. I think what's also going to be interesting is that we're going to get a combination of some November data as well as some October data. So really parsing through the data and looking at what's important is going to be very important. I think it's going to be a little bit of a mixed picture. The unemployment rate is expected to tick up to 4.5%. So if we do see further weakness in the labor market below that ticking down to 4.5%, or maybe fewer than the 50,000 jobs being added, I would expect that there might be a little bit of weakness in terms of yields moving lower tomorrow.
Yeah, happy Friday jobs day on Tuesday, not to mention the added confusion of which month are we talking about, because obviously we're dealing with a backlog of economic data as well. So plenty to keep tabs on this week. Hey, Michelle, we've got a week packed full of central bank action as well, from the ECB to the BOJ, the BOE, throw in a few PMI reports into the mix too. What are you going to be watching out for? I mean, how consequential will all of this be for global markets?
Yeah, there is a flurry of central bank meetings. It's likely to highlight the divergence between the Fed and central banks elsewhere. The Bank of England is likely to cut, but they might be close to the end of their easing cycle. The ECB is likely
Holy shit, it's mad cold out today.
Expected to hike rates.
Damn.
And so the Fed might be an outlier in terms of the large developed central banks and continuing to cut rates next year. So that could keep downward
Tesla
pressure
is
on the
so
dollar
high up today.
and boost
Still
international stock returns.
robo-taxi.
In terms of the PMIs, we get the preliminary December PMIs later this week, and it could show growth remaining resilient, particularly in the Eurozone. The Eurozone composite PMI rose to the highest level in 2.5 years in November. So, credit growth in Europe is also rebounding. and we could see a rebound in economic growth in Europe next year.
And Coop, just everything in mind with regards to what Michelle just laid out there with, where all these global central banks are up to with regards to their rate cycles. I mean, you've got the BOJ that's hiking. You've got now talk, at least some speculation in the market, that the ECB could potentially even have a rate hike on the cards next year as well. I'm just wondering how you're looking at sort of global fixed income in that context, particularly when you look at the bond market here.
Yeah, so if you look at the global fixed income market, I mean, obviously 2025 was a pretty good year for most fixed income returns, but that especially applies to international as well as EM. Large part of that was because of the decline in the dollar. So if you look at total returns, they tend to be a combination of the income you receive, the price you receive, and then also on the international front, changes in the currency. So given that there was some downside on the dollar this year, that really was a positive for 2025 fixed income returns on the international front. Now, I would not be too surprised if we continue to see a positive returns for international bonds going forward, given that there is potentially more downside on the dollar. So we do think that they can be an area to focus or to pay attention to in 2026. Overall, Sam, we do have a positive view on what's happening in the fixed income markets next year. I don't necessarily think that it'll be as good as what we saw this year, but there is still some return to squeak out into 2026.
Looking for opportunities in fixed income and potentially international as well, with, of course, that weaker dollar. And, Michelle, you've spoken at length about some of the opportunities internationally for stocks too. So obviously something to look out for. Thanks so much for that, guys, this morning. Cooper Howard, Director of Fixed Income Research and Strategy, Schwab Center for Financial Research, and Michelle.
What the fuck is this Cloud MACD on IWM?
Strategy, Schwab Center for Financial Research. Appreciate your time.
Kevin Hanks live at the CBOE for the pre-bell playbook.
We're going to watch this real quick again because I'm eating.
Futures this morning. I'm going to get to Kevin Hassett and Kevin Warsh. And, it's like it's 50-40 at this point, I think, who's going to be the Fed head. But let's just start with a big picture thought, please.
Good morning, Nicole. Yeah, futures jumping here. Pre-market. Up all of them up more than 0.5%. The Russell 2000 almost up 0.9%. So we're looking really good to start the week.
We're down.
We did get a bit of economic data
so I
at
guess we fell like
Eastern Time. The Nicole Pedalini's Empire State Manufacturing Index came out a negative 3.9 versus 18.7. A month ago. Remember,
all right, I'm done eating. I'm eating ice cream right now,
last month, that number really jumped to 18.7. This month, a negative 3.9. That's the local New York Fed area survey on manufacturing. So we'll watch that number as more of the regional data comes out. But we will get the November unemployment data tomorrow morning at 8:30 Eastern Time. Right now, the consensus is for about 40,000 jobs, an unemployment rate that's going to tick up to 4.5%. That should catch the attention of the Fed. But wage data coming in, it looks like the consensus is 0.3, and from 3.8 year over year to 3.6%. So that would be a good number for overall inflation if that were to happen. But right now, it is a big week of economic data, some delayed, some actual. We're going to get a CPI Thursday. That'll be obviously very important. So a lot of data coming. If I look on the calendar, Nicole, and I see FedEx and Nike like we're getting Thursday, I know we're near the end of third quarter earnings season, Nicole.
All right. Well, I think the jobs report will be very telling. I mean, I know it's delayed, but we'll still take it. Don't love this Empire State Manufacturing number. I feel like it's New York's a big place, and so it does give us a glimpse into how things are going. Let's talk also about what's going on. We have a Fed speaker today, but we're really down to Kevin Hassett and Kevin Warsh. What do you think some of the differences are and who the president is leaning more towards?
Yeah, well, in terms of
they use some Empire State Building manufacturing number. Did you hear that shit? Now that is funny. Market was up 0.5%. He said pre-market. Now we're down 0.17%. So I guess 0.67% or something we moved. That is so good. Wow, gold's gone higher. Wow, they're saying some major strike after Syria. I don't even know.
At NATO, here's Mark Rutte. He's warning the U.S. to prepare for a war with Russia. Matthew Whitaker is the U.S. ambassador to NATO and joins me now. Mr. Ambassador, that was a very strong warning. I think it's
There's some attack in Syria, apparently.
Yeah. After 2 U.S. service members and 1 American civilian were killed in Syria. Watch this.
I can tell you in Syria, there will be a lot of damage done to the people that did it. They got the individual person, but there'll be big damage done.
What's your reaction to that, Mr. Ambassador? I mean, big damage done. Sounds like a big operation coming.
Well, Stuart, first of all, this personally affects me. These were Iowa National Guard members that were serving our country and deployed in Syria. You know, I mourn for their families and the 3 that were also injured, praying for their recovery. You know, these are the best of the best and the pride of Iowa. But, you know, President Trump is absolutely right. We are going to seriously return fire in this situation. ISIS will be completely obliterated. President Trump is not going to allow ISIS to get a foothold in Syria, and so we should expect significant operations in the coming days and weeks. But at the same time, you know, President Trump is as resolute on this, and you know, these soldiers are not going to have died in vain.
We've got a lot of military power concentrated in the Caribbean. Do we have enough military power to take care of something like this event in Syria?
You know, the United States is unmatched globally in our ability to project power. You know, I was just last week in Aviano, Italy, visiting our wonderful fighter jets there and the pilots that fly them together with the people that maintain and enable those missions. I mean, we are an incredible country that can project power wherever we need to on the globe. At the same time, we need to make
Tesla
sure
is squeezing with all these fucking bounces. And it's doing little bounces, little fucking bounces.
Yes.
Good things on gold.
Oh, it's fantastic. So average ticket is up 15%. Unprecedented, really, 50% rise in the last year. It's doubled over the last 2 years.
Just in the underlying commodity.
Just in the underlying commodity. And silver and platinum, by the way, have gone up 70% in the last year. So pretty phenomenal run.
Why is the average ticket then of the items
in the last year? Shit, everything's up in the last year.
The price of gold is up.
Inflation's up in the last year.
60 and 70%.
Everything. Yeah. So the bulk of the asset value is really in the gemstones and diamonds, and lab-grown diamonds are driving the price of diamonds down. down. So there's an offset there that's greater than the value of gold.
That's pretty amazing that it offsets it that much. But before we get to the lab-grown diamonds, I just want to stick to gold.
Yeah.
What do you see as the drivers behind this?
Uncertainty, political uncertainty, economic uncertainty, money printing, all three are alive and well and going to increase in the future. So I think people have really bought into that. And I think gold will continue to do well. Just historically, over the last 10 years, gold had appreciated 11% per annum. S&P is up 12%, so it's actually pretty close. Interestingly, over
a lot of talk. We have the Whitehouse coming live in a little bit. What a shithole pattern this is on Tesla. What a fucking shithole pattern this is on Tesla. Unbelievable work market is still doing. Using Tesla, that's kind of the part of the reason why it is sideways like crazy. Look at this rally up into 2. Shit, everything helping. Rally up into 2 to the top of the purple box, lose it, and then purple box in. So everything is call burnt at the tippity top. Everything is bear burnt at the bottom, but we are near the bottom more. Time is 3 p.m. Power hour is here. Alright. Now they're showing VWAP flip, run into 3, or they reject, and then power hour or something. The fuck is this shit? No fucking volume. Wildin'. Gap now? Maybe. Time is 3. It's spike up and fill it or what? Oh.
When you walk into a Burlington, you're
What the shit? I don't know why they gave us that ad when we're still waiting. Market can't go back green. Still red. Power hours started. They want to go. Fucking dump this bitch from VWAP. It's a VWAP dump. VWAP dump. Oh, shit. What a fucking... There's a gap up there. Things are so fucking fast. Yeah, there's a gap up there. So... Market cycling at 3. Yeah, guys, the WhatsApp group is only for old, experienced people and people that are active in the YouTube chat, not people that are here barely and people that are trolling in the WhatsApp group by posting weird memes and all that, man. The WhatsApp group is literally not for memes. Right, people that are literally from the other community seems like those are the people that don't give a fuck the most. I'm not gonna lie. I'm being brutally fucking real here, but I don't know why. I don't know what's good, but it seems like people that are fucking from the other community seems like they give the fucking least fucks. It's pissing me the fuck off. I'm fucking so fucking tired of fucking asking the same shit over and over and over again too. Like it's literally the same fucking type of fucking community people, man. I'm fucking tired of it. Right? No emoji, like no fucking, like no memes. Like what are we doing? Like it's market hours. Like come on. And someone that doesn't even type in the WhatsApp chat, didn't even type in the WhatsApp chat for literally a month or two. I don't need no channel fucking hoppers anywhere, dude. Can't even call it a dump yet. There's a gap up there, so showing everything. It's just candles literally moving. 1 minute candles. There is much volume to be used to go higher. There is much volume to be used to go lower, right? A lot of bullish bias amateur newbies will be like, oh yeah, bulls are gonna just go. And it's literally 50-50 at this point, but it is what it is, right? It's what they do. Oh, look at that. Yeah, it's what they fucking do. So, fucking let them be. I'll go range created. I'm too busy. I'm too literally busy to catch everything, bro. Someone posted a meme like 20 minutes ago in the WhatsApp group. I don't have time, but I mean, yeah. I kind of use it for my some shit also. Clearly. Holy crap. If Tesla goes to 42, I don't know, this shit would be fucking elitist almost, but wow, 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 wow. Boring. Constant purple box. I don't even want to draw this cycle because it's disgusting. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't even want to draw this cycle because it's disgusting, basically. Mm-hmm. Any rat could be like, oh, this is gonna run, or this is gonna go, or this is gonna reject. Realize that, dude. Before it's way too late. Some people never will. It's just fine.
Is there anything to it? Come on in on the conversation. Is there any value in this for you?
I think that the market does want to see some employment data. So I think it's good that we're starting to, even if it's backfilled and will be noisy, I think it's good to have that data. I think investors are also starting to think about 4Q earnings. And typically you just have GDP in other economic data that gives you a sense of how earnings will come in. So I think it will be a little bit of a relief to get past some of this data and see where it comes in.
Mike, if you're Fed Chair Jay Powell or a voting member of the FOMC, are you like, why couldn't we have gotten this data last week? but would it have changed any of the way that people on the committee voted?
We don't know. If we get a big surprise one way or another, it might have. The reason they couldn't is the Fed meeting was very early, and they extended the survey period for November to be able to get as much as they could, because they not only got started late, but they had Thanksgiving in the middle of it. So they weren't able to change it or get it in time for the Fed meeting. But I think what you'll see is Fed officials, they'll give us a feel for how they think about what it's telling them about the economy, but they're really going to wait for the December numbers, which we'll get on January 9th if we don't have another government shutdown, and that will be more of the basis on which they'll make a decision for the end of January meeting, although also with the CPI numbers we're going to get on Thursday.
Right. And I wonder if they're more important. We did know that Fed Chair Jay Powell, you guys know this, that he did say there's pressure on both the labor and inflation mandates on the Federal Reserve, and he talked about this being challenging. When it comes to inflation, Stephen Myron, the Fed governor recently appointed by President Trump, he shared his view once again on U.S. inflation. He spoke earlier today at Columbia. Here's what he had to say, guys. There was a large bout of inflation that resulted in an increase in prices after the pandemic. While American families are still rightly distraught with that experience and unhappy with affordability, prices are now once again stable, albeit at higher levels. Policy should reflect that. Megan, Mike, you both smile. Is he right, Megan?
So we at BNP, we're actually forecasting inflation to accelerate a bit into 2026. We think there still will be pressure on goods inflation.
Because of tariffs or because of?
Yeah, and based on tariffs and some of the delayed impact of goods. So we have inflation target around 3%. And so we do think there also will be some bumpiness in the labor market, potentially, as Mike highlighted for the January report. So we think we get one more cut next year, but that inflation will prevent the Fed from really extending a cutting cycle beyond that.
It's pretty much a universal view that we're going to see inflation accelerate because of tariffs into 2026. There's some question about when that falls off. Jay Powell said 6 to 9 months it could be that we see this. But the interesting thing about what Stephen Myron said, and remember he's there to give Donald Trump's viewpoint, was that inflation has stabilized, albeit at higher levels. Well, wait a minute. That's what you're supposed to bring down.
Well,
so then there's inflation.
But that brings up a good point, and that's about the Fed's 2% target and whether or not that's actually a realistic thing right now. What do you think, Megan?
I think that
given the environment that we're in,
I think it's going to take. I mean, look at their forecast. I think it's going to take some time for the Fed to get to the actual 2% target, and it does seem like, although they're looking at both sides of the mandate, Powell does still seem like he's biased towards the unemployment side of things. So if anything, we would likely get more cuts based on that posture.
Mike, will CPI help us out here in terms of giving us some more good information on inflation?
I don't think it'll give us a specific amount of information unless it's a surprise, as I say.
$6,500 from 5.2K.
Feelings, because I think they have a pretty good feel for where we are within a certain range. But the thing that is going to get people is when do we have a feel for what unemployment is going to do versus inflation? And that's what you need to have is the comparison, because right now they're betting on unemployment being worse. They're looking at the SOM rule basically and saying when unemployment starts to accelerate.
I had 7 fucking SPX puts. Holy shit. 6, 8, 30.
But
holy
inflation
shit.
doesn't come down. Then they're going to flip their mandate and start worrying about inflation more.
You guys have been watching the Fed for a long time. If both of them are challenged, what are they going to be most? Or let's say
Posted in the
jobs
WhatsApp group,
gets
3:11
better.
p.m.
but inflation gets, like, which one is more important, I guess was what I'm asking, in terms of the mandate. I'm not laying it out well. But, I mean, does one of them matter?
They don't want to say one matters
But
more
does
than the other.
one
But
typically
what their official strategy is you look at the one that is farthest away from the goal that will be the hardest to bring back to where you want them to be.
Right.
And right now they think that's going to be unemployment, because they had been making progress on inflation until we got the tariffs and things started to turn around there. But there's another argument that there are some embedded inflation
Man, I'm kind of getting grinded on Tesla, but I'm just waiting.
Not related to tariffs, and that's what they're going to have to be able to tease out here and figure out. I was thinking when Megan was talking, since 2015, roughly, when they started putting out these summary of economic projections, 2% has always been their goal.
Yeah.
But every year they move it 2 years out. Right now, we're not going to see 2% until 2027. Well, last year it wasn't going to be till 2026, and the year before that it wasn't going to be till 2025. So can they hit it? That's an interesting question.
Candle.
2 years from now, maybe.
2 years from now.
2 years from, and 2 years from.
3:15 candle coming in.
Also 2 weeks.
Crazy.
Well, Megan, on the dual mandate, what Carol was getting at, and this seems to be the core tension between different members of the FOMC. Which one is the priority in your view? What needs to get under control?
So we think they will protect what they will do, not necessarily what they should do. We do think they will protect the labor market, and so we think they are biased towards more cuts. I think that's partially why you're seeing asset prices so elevated.
At the risk of inflation.
At the risk of inflation, because you have the Fed at your back. You know, if unemployment, we do see a nonlinear sort of rise in the labor.
These cycles are crazy right now.
The summer, the Fed is there to really cut. For now, we haven't seen inflation rising to any degree like we did outside of the pandemic. So I think that is lower on the priority list for now.
All right. So I want to ask you, Megan, I want to stay with you for a moment in terms of the credit markets and what we're seeing. It seems like we had a little bit of stress earlier this year, right, in terms of some of the regionals, some of the, kind of subprime auto lenders and so on.
Well, if I get Loch Ness monsters on Tesla
so I think
today.
The debate right now is really around, are we seeing a transition from deleveraging to releveraging? And for most of 2025 through third quarter, we still really saw corporates very disciplined, not much borrowing, higher rates really impacted debt issuances, and then that sort of started to change in third quarter with the hyperscalers and just really chunky.
Yeah, those that are
M&A
active in
deals,
the YouTube chat, you could join you could request to join the WhatsApp group. I'm going to be removing every single dead bot in the WhatsApp group and all the fake watchers. So.
But we're still forecasting less supply than
one is
consensus.
active.
We think that rates are still elevated, and they will dissuade some sectors outside of the known, utilities, hyperscalers from really borrowing too much. So I think that's the key story, especially in the investment grade markets.
We talk a lot about the K-shaped economy, and that's kind of been like, the backdrop of our conversations over the last few months. You note the credit market is K-shaped. What do you mean by that?
So K-shaped, I think it means a couple things. You have some sectors where you're really seeing CapEx expectations surge, and that they're expecting growth, and you're seeing borrowing on the back of that.
Technology.
So technology is a great example. I think utilities is another example. CapEx has increased 20%.
Related to the tech spend.
Related to the tech spend.
We're going to talk about like the New York power spend really a little bit later on this hour.
But on the other side, you have sectors much more tied to the consumer. They're growing much more slowly, and they're much more cautious about adding leverage. So we do think that there's a dichotomy there, and so overall credit can perform well. And part of it is you're not seeing that real animal spirits in a lot of the market.
Mike, when you think about the economy and moving into a new year, I mean, it's hard to believe all the kind of twists and turns we had this year, but what are the major risks to the economy next year?
Well, it's interesting because the president is touting, and some economists are writing into their forecast the idea that people are going to get bigger tax increases, tax refunds this year because of the president's tax cuts.
Wow, I'm back.
And then they're talking
yeah, bro, I
about
posted this shit at 3:01 VWAP dump, and at 3:11 I said I'm in 5.2K0 DT, it puts here 6,830 SPX, and there's literally like maybe 10 or 12 people that watched it
$1,500
in the first minute or two,
taxes,
so
but you're going to have to pay
don't worry, bro, you're not missing out on shit. Like, it's literally just a fucking post.
Right.
So
it's a channel where I get to post whatever the fuck I want, and I literally just I post what I do.
Confidence. I've said this many times for.
I don't have an alert room yet,
Recessions
but I mean, I think I'm gonna have an
when
alert room where I literally
confidence
post what I
falls.
do
And
and
so
then
it
also
depends on
show
how
what I
people
do,
are going to be
all my
feeling,
SPY and SPX
which is
contracts and my
kind of
Tesla.
the tension
So
you see coming out of Washington is the Republicans are saying to the president,
Time
get
is
out there and tell
3:20
people
here.
how wonderful it is. And
Things
then
happen
people,
fast,
when they
right?
hear him say,
It's literally
not so much. And so the Democrats are going to be piling on that side and the Republicans on this side, and we'll just have to see how people feel.
time is
as
already
the year
3:20
goes
already. I
on,
can't even
and
fucking
all
believe
these
it. I thought it was
things come
2:20.
at
Like
them.
holy shit. Man.
Yeah, Megan, on that, the way that
like it's crazy.
people feel obviously has a way,
already
an
3:20.
impact on the
Hold
way
on.
that they.
I think the White House must be live now. Hold on. Bro, trust. Like people don't even fucking give a shit anyway, even if they're in the fucking live stream, even if they're in the chat or not. Oh shit.
Quality, affordable health.
There's 250 people here, and like no one even fucking,
Pete
active.
Hegseth, Attorney General
Trust
Pam
sucking.
Bondi,
You're not missing out on
Chairman of the
shit.
Joint Chiefs,
President Trump is
General
on.
Dan
Dump
Kane,
it. Market dump it.
Commander
VWAP
of
dump.
U.S. Northern Command,
dump.
General Gregory Gio, Commander of the Southern Border Task Force, Major General Scott
We're in
Bowman,
the 3/3 now.
Command Sergeant Major Brett Johnson of the U.S. Army's 10th Mountain Division, Administrator of the Drug Enforcement Agency, Terry Cole,
POC. I'll go
and many
range
other
may
members
be
of
as
our
safe.
administration who have done an incredible job on the
Level
border.
they may be
You know,
targeting.
people forget now that the border has been secure.
Anything below that might be getting risky in the
Actually,
3/3,
7
but the
months.
bears are
Okay,
coming here.
more.
Off
They
of
don't mention the
POC.
border anymore. Nobody talks about the border. They talk about affordability, and we're the ones that are bringing the prices down. We were given the worst inflation in our country's history, and we're bringing the prices down. But the affordability is on the Democrats because they have made it unaffordable to be in this country, but we're bringing those prices down, and they're coming down quickly. Energy is coming way down, and if you look, gasoline prices are hitting in many locations $1.99 a gallon. Nobody thought they'd see that. There were $4, $5, and $6 a gallon under Biden. In the 4 years before I took office, our southern border was surrendered to criminals, drugs, cartels, human traffickers,
What a
and
rejection.
child smugglers.
President Trump, man.
Our entire southwest
Presidential live stream.
border on the Mexican side is under the physical
Look at that
control
VWAP
of
fucking
cartels that
rejection,
are among the
bro.
most violent
Actually
entities.
turning into a power hour.
Nobody's
Now
ever
this is
seen
power hour.
anywhere
This
on
is
the
power
planet.
hour.
The most violent people on the planet.
Volume is getting
Remember when
crazy.
the Democrats and others, the radical left, used to say that the people they're allowing into our country.
Volume is crazy and
immigrants,
huge.
are nice
It's going
people.
bearish, right? Volume
They're
is
not
huge
violent
and it's
like our
crazy
people.
bearish. They want to
Well,
go south.
They make our people look like babies. These are some of the
They want to go to
most
LOD,
violent
bro. I'm telling you,
criminals
the
anywhere
volume
on
going
earth.
fucking crazy
From
here.
many countries, not just Venezuela. Venezuela emptied their jails into our country. But others have also.
It's a
the Congo
crazy
has,
fucking
so
risk.
many other
It's a
countries.
crazy risk.
And we don't end up
It's
with
a
it.
fucking
I have to
insane
say
risk. But I mean, the
drugs
volume
coming
coming
in by
in, so
sea
if it continuously
are
goes,
down 94%. And we're trying to figure
candles
out
go
who the other 6%
stack
are.
consecutively here.
But they're down 94%, and we're going to start hitting them on land, which is a lot easier to do, frankly. But these are a direct
The
military
candles stack
threat to the
consecutively.
United
That's
States
how
of
it's
America.
confirmation.
They're trying to drug out our country. And you can look throughout history. Look at China when they were loaded up with drugs. They were suffering greatly, and others were able to take them over. And other countries also. They're trying to drug out our country, and we're reversing it rapidly, actually. But with the help of our great service members, we've stopped the invasion in its tracks, and
It's only $1.
we're
Oh.
dismantling the cartels very rapidly. And they are being declared enemies of the United States of America. They have been so declared, legally declared. More than 25,000 warriors have served in this historic operation. It is indeed an incredible and
Wow,
historic
baby,
operation.
they really are.
And we've never done anything so effectively, and we've had a lot of victories.
Candles are
They've
stacking
spent
here.
night and day enduring scorching
Bears
hot
are coming
and
in
bitter cold,
fucking
and they've
crazy
given up
here.
their holidays and their weekends, working with the officers of Customs and Border Protection.
Friday.
Our armed forces have already
Red, Monday,
conducted nearly
red.
13,000 patrols along the border, and today we give these great warriors the recognition that they have earned, and they have really earned it. The military component of our border security efforts is just the beginning. We're also designating the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, a big deal from a legal standpoint and military standpoint. We've ended
Until the
catch
low
and
of
release, and
320
we
breaks.
endured and ensured
There's
that
bouncing.
anyone who sets foot across our border illegally is intercepted, arrested, and immediately deported, or if they're really bad, they're put into prison because we don't want to ever take a chance if they come back. As a result, illegal border crossings have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded in the history of our country. Think of that. The history of our country. You can all be very proud. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States of America. We inherited the worst border in the history of our country, one of the worst borders, I would say, in the world. I can't imagine any border in the world being worse when they allowed 25 million people to come in. And again, many of these people are gang members from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums. And some of the worst people on earth they allowed to come into our country. We're getting a lot of them out. We've made a big dent. And the self-deportation is something nobody talks about, but literally millions of people are self-deporting because they don't want to be captured. Once they're captured, they don't have the chance to self-deport. And they never have the chance to come back into our country. We inherited that border from an incompetent
Reloading
administration and
cycle is
turned it into the
confirming,
strongest
cycling
border
to
in the
what?
history of our country. So we took
Time is
the worst
3:30
border
here
in
in
the
50
history of our
seconds. If
country,
it breaks us low
and
at
in a period
320,
of
they want to go lower.
2
If not,
months, we turned it into
I don't
the
know.
strongest border.
New
in the
viewers,
history
hit the
of our
subscribe button. What we do on this
During
channel
this
is
time,
best
we've also
analyze the
achieved a
intraday
50% drop
market by
in the
looking
amount
at the
of
cycle
fentanyl
analysis,
coming across the border,
finding the
and
real
China's
direction,
working
trend
with us very
direction of the
closely on,
market indexes of
bringing down
QQQI,
the number
WM,
and
and
the
SPY.
amount of fentanyl that's being
If you like that
shipped.
sort of
You know,
stuff, you
fentanyl
are at
is
the right place.
very bad when you mix it with certain ingredients, but it also is very
SPX
important
is
for
looking like this
medicine,
since last
for
Thursday, Friday, Thursday,
anesthesia,
Friday,
various other things.
Monday.
I want people to understand.
Thursday,
that it's
Friday,
not
Monday.
Made necessarily for bad. When it's mixed with certain things, it becomes bad, and that's what's taking place in Mexico. And we've got it down to a
IWM,
much lower number, not satisfactory, but it will be satisfactory soon.
purple
In May,
box today, still
we
hovering.
executed the
bottom.
largest fentanyl bust in the history of the U.S.
Tesla's the
seizing
only thing
3
that's
million
hovering at the top.
fentanyl pills all at one time. Think of that, 3 million pills. It's amounted
Tesla is
to
the only
billions of
thing
dollars
hovering at the
worth
top.
of drugs. And last month we seized another 1.7 million fentanyl pills in the state of Colorado, the poorly run state of Colorado, with a governor who's incompetent. And frankly, with a governor that won't allow our wonderful Tina to come out of a jail, in a high-intensity jail, because she caught people cheating on an election, and they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She went over, she looked at one of the election scams going on, and because
You're
she did
at
that, they put her
POC.
in jail for 9 years. The governor of Colorado is a weak and pathetic man who was run by Tren de Aragua, the criminals from Venezuela, took over sections of Colorado, and he was afraid to do anything. But he puts Tina in jail for 9 years because she caught people cheating. And when she walked over and got involved in it, they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She caught people cheating on the election, 2020, along with a lot of other people that cheated on that election. You'll see that coming out more and more. But there's no doubt that America's adversaries are trafficking fentanyl into the United States, in part because they want to kill Americans. If this were a war, that would be one of the worst wars. I believe they killed, over the last 5 or 6 years, per year, 200 to 300,000 people. You hear about 100,000, which is a lot of people, but the number's much higher than that. That's been proven. And they've destroyed a lot of families. Because when they lose a child, or even if their child is heavily addicted, you lose that family. The family will never be the same. That's why today I'm taking one more step to protect Americans from the scourge of deadly fentanyl flooding into our country. With this historic executive order I will sign today, we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, which is what it is. No bomb does what this is doing. 200 to 300,000 people die every year that we know of. So we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. But before I sign the fentanyl order, we will pin these great service members with their medals. And here today are the first 13 warriors who will receive the Mexican Border Defense Medal, which is a big deal. First, I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth and Chairman Kane to say a few words. I'd like to have Tom Homan come up, please, if you would, say a few words. And I want to thank all of the people, Pam and everybody, Stephen Miller, great Stephen Miller, what a job he's doing, for being here. Thank you both. Appreciate it very much.
That's great, guys. And cut.
What does that mean?
Just start it off, please.
Mr. President, thank you. I would echo what you said. This has been a team effort from the beginning. Tom Homan, Terry Cole, Stephen Miller, Pam Bondi, Christy Nome, Customs and Border Patrol, Protection. It has been one team, one mission to get 100% operational control of the southern border. You want to talk about America First, peace through strength and common sense? It all manifests in one basic phrase down there. Border security.
Now or never. I mean, there's a lot of bears down there from earlier, so
100%
30,
control,
12, 50.
and because of these men and women back here, we've achieved that. Nobody is crossing the southern border. And I want to give a big shout out to our Northern Command, General Guillot. From day one, they said, our department didn't look at the border this way before you. Joe Biden allowed an invasion of this country. Tens of millions of people, drugs, gangs, violence, and the military jumped to it on day one with our partners. Ultimately, it was incredible Americans. There's 13 up there.
Why didn't they go earlier? Why are they doing it now?
About 2,000 people who've served at the border so far. So 25,000 Americans qualify for this Mexican National Defense Border medal that we're announcing today. And what's cool about this medal, it was actually first given out in 1918. So we're reviving an old medal that existed, was given to men and women who defended the southern border.
Hour says
we used the
20 minutes they've been going south.
With the exact same imagery, same color, same metal, same everything. So our men and women will be wearing that very same medal as Americans 100 years before
at the middle.
who were asked to defend the sovereignty of our country. President Trump
Hour 3 p.m. has been south of the Magnian volume. Now let's see if the candles stack. Cycle has reloaded here. It has trapped the bulls on this latest cycle. They want to go lower. They're going lower, pushing lower. Power hour is lower. Bearish, 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 bearish.
General Guillot, General Nauman, and Command Sergeant Major Johnson.
Risk is crazy.
But also leaders at every level that came together.
Since
not just in our
310, I don't play the 3/3, so I'm not chasing this shit. But I mean, 1/3, 2/3. I literally left in the 1/3 to 1/3. Not even the fucking 2/3, but I mean, this shit is the 3/3.
I also want to thank not just these 13 individuals, but the joint force that was also down there and your families who poured in to make this deployment possible.
$1 pullback from VWAP, but it's doing a lot because the range to we have is not that much. The range is like $2.
Forces who are out there around the world.
Tesla is trolling,
business, and of course our
holding.
fallen and their families who show us what courage and tenacity really are as they move forward after the loss of a service member. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Tesla's so bullish still. I have no fucking clue what's gonna happen on Tesla now. I'm kind of scared, but I mean, I'm huge on Tesla, and I'm
it's always an honor for me to be in the Oval Office.
472.5 on Tesla into Friday, and I'm literally next week on Tesla. A little bit higher, but Tesla is kind of squeezing.
I just got home last night. I toured the border in California.
Market is closing red today. We are at the previous, below the previous day 4 p.m. close on QQQ. Previous all-time high breakout point 2.
I didn't see
SPY as well. Faked out the previous day 4 p.m. close. The green mark 682.22, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times.
No one's done more than President.
Unless they want to run up into power hour here.
Gave us the most secure border in the history of this nation. Hard stop. I went hundreds of miles of border, didn't see one illegal alien. Incredible, considering the Biden administration, we had 10, 12,000 a day. Most released in the United States. I'm proud to be with these patriots behind me. I'm already proud to be in the Oval Office of the President, but being with these heroes. I met some of these soldiers down on the border. And actually, shout out to Fort Drum, New York. We got some 10th Mountain Division here, so Elise Stefanik, Claudia Tennant, we all love Fort Drum and the 10th Mountain. So look, this is a game changer. I want to make something perfectly clear. Can we get attacked all the time being inhumane? The Biden administration is much more humane. It's a bunch of crap. Because there's been studies done that 31% of women that make that journey through the cartels get sexually assaulted. They get raped. And not just the women, children too. I've done numerous investigations on that. Sex trafficking was historic highs with the open border. Fentanyl, historic highs that sort of killed 250,000 Americans. No inspector terrorists that came across the border. Record, historic.
Where do you guys think they want to go? Guys, last poll of the day. Where do you guys think they're going at the day? Where are they going?
Now that the border is 96% decline, 96% less people are coming, how many women aren't being raped?
End of the day, price SPY on will. Price on SPY will be 682 plus.
How many known suspected
680
aren't just walking across that border?
678.
President Trump and this administration is saving
679.
thousands of lives every month. Hard stop. That's just a stone cold fact.
Everybody
I'm just proud
do
to be a part of this. I work with Steve Miller every day.
Opinionated poll,
Steve Miller's one of the most brilliant
please.
people I
This
met
is
in my
just
entire
a
life.
personal opinion.
President Trump brought together one hell of a team here, and success proved. We all working together, one team, one fight. We're not done yet. We're going to keep going. And I guarantee
See a lot of 680s, 679s, and some 682s too. So
secure border saves lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's do the medals, and I'll be signing this. Maybe you'll do the medals first, and then I'll sign it, okay? Please.
I'll go arranging it till the end. Time is 3:35. We're about to see something crazy here. The mega bulls and the mega bears are about to come. Power hour is now. Jesus Christ. Everybody's mixed. 4, 2, 3, 3, 2, 4. Everybody's mixed. 3 people saying 682, 2 people saying 680, 4 people saying 679. A lot of people on YouTube saying lower. We have 2 people saying 682.
Photographers, stay down.
No auto pen. None, ever. We don't like auto pens, right? We don't like auto pens? How about gathering around me? And we'll hold this up. Congratulations, it's an amazing job. Come on around, come on around. Let's take a good picture.
What a down, and then chop, 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 chop. Like, what the shit? What a, look at this down and chop, 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 chop on QQQ. Ain't no way we're getting a picture for president.
Thank you very much.
It's the finale of the day, fuck.
What you've done is unprecedented.
Oh my gosh.
How about holding that up? You guys hold it. Nice. Hold it up high. You deserve it more than me. So I'm going to give you another medal, though, that may be more beautiful. I'm not sure it means as much, but it's really good. This is gun medal. This is the one the military loves. So we're gonna start. Okay? Thank you. Here you go. pretty nice. Want to compare it? Let me see, compare it. Let me see how that looks. I don't know. That looks pretty good. That means something very special. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. President.
New cycle is being created in 10 minutes.
Look at what you can do tied around your neck. Get a nice ribbon. I think you'll like it. It's special. We don't give them to many people.
Good Tesla fucking flying right
Come on over here. Come here. Look at this guy.
This is the man who made it happen, sir.
That's four sides up big. That means a lot of. Hey, General, come on over here, even though you have one. I gave him one. No, this General right here, General Raisin King.
Tesla flying.
General, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor. This is a fantastic moment. Haven't done this before. And the job they've done on the border is unthinkable. What they left us with, that they would have open borders.
Man, Tesla.
Millions of people, 25 million people, probably more than that, pouring into our border, totally unchecked and unvetted. Now we have the opposite. And we want people
Spy
in the country,
test
but they have
top
to
of the
come in
Algo range.
legally. And they know
Dude,
that.
this shit looks
And they
fire
know
as
they're
fuck.
not
Look at
getting
our
through, so
president.
now they
The
don't
3
even
military
try.
gentlemen behind him
So
right
all
now.
of
This
the
shit looks
death
fire
that
as a
Palmer
motherfucker.
talked about, the rape
God
and the
bless
death
our
and all
country.
the
This shit looks
problems
fire.
doesn't
Let's get some
happen.
American
It
flags in
happens
chat,
because
guys, please.
the,
American flags in
caravans,
chat, please.
the name I think I came
Come
up
on,
with,
what
maybe,
in
maybe
the...
not. But the caravans are very small.
My God.
In fact, for the most part, they don't even exist anymore because they know they're not going to get through. In a little while, you'll be seeing, I'm suing the BBC for putting words in my mouth, literally. They put words in my mouth. They had me saying things that I never said coming
Yes.
out. I guess they used AI or something.
Yes.
So we'll be
BBC,
bringing that
yes.
lawsuit. A lot of people are asking when
That
are you
can't
bringing
go
that
crazy.
lawsuit. Even the media can't believe that one. They actually put terrible words in my mouth having to do with January 6th that I didn't say. And the beautiful words that I said, right? The beautiful words. Talking about patriotism and all
Thank
of the
you,
good
my
things
fellow
that I said.
patriots.
They didn't
Thank you.
say that, but they put
My American human
terrible
patriots.
words. They actually have me speaking with words that I never said, and they got caught because I believe somebody at BBC said, this is so bad, it has to be reported. That's called fake news. So we'll be filing that suit probably this afternoon or tomorrow morning. I want to thank all of you for being here. If you have any questions, I guess you could ask, but this is really a day of celebration for these people. The job they've done is really unprecedented. So go ahead.
On Brown University, Mr. President, do you know what the motive of the shooter was? Was it
No,
a
we don't.
targeted
No,
attack?
it's, that's moving along now, and we don't, and we're gonna see what happens. Hopefully, they're gonna capture this animal. Hopefully, they're gonna capture it.
Has Kash Patel told you why it is difficult for the FBI to identify
Man,
the shooter?
was today good day, bad day, or mixed day?
We've done a very good job of doing
What is
it.
today?
With Charlie, with, the various times this has happened. They've done it in pretty much record time. But you really have to ask the school a little bit more about that, because this was a school problem. They had their own guards, they had their own police, they had their own everything, but you'd have to ask that question really to the school, not to the FBI. We came in after the fact, and the FBI will do a good job, but they came in after the fact.
Do you know if it was targeted, Mr. President?
No, they don't know that yet, no.
Sir, on the issue of drugs, is it accurate that you are considering an executive order to reclassify marijuana as a controlled
We are
substance?
considering that, yeah.
Okay. Are you planning?
Because a lot of people want to see it, the reclassification, because it leads to tremendous amounts of research that can't be done unless you reclassify. So we are.
It's kind of like a mixed day for me too.
Mr. President,
Kind of really depends on what happens with Tesla, to be honest. But it's like a mixed day because Tesla's squeezing the shit out of me to close. So I'm getting chopped. I scalped 3 fucking times positively, profitably today. Well, fucking Tesla is squeezing me into close. I can't lie, bro. It is. So I don't know. It's fucking mixed for me too. This shit's fucking weird.
We took out.
I'm not leaving on Tesla into this
Iran,
shit, but it's fucking. Oh my god.
We wiped out with that plane right there. We wiped out the BP bomber. We wiped out the Iran nuclear.
Oh my
threat,
god.
and because of
Oh
that,
my
we were able
god.
to make
Oh, don't
peace
do
in
it.
the
Oh
Middle
my
East.
god. They want to
We
go
have a very
south.
good
Oh my god. Don't
relationship
do it. Oh my
with
god.
Israel. We actually have a very good
Oh my god.
relationship with just about everybody in the Middle East.
But was that a violation of the ceasefire, the start of the Hamas general?
We're going to have to see. We're looking into that.
Mr. President, on the Syria ambush of U.S. forces, do you still have confidence in the Syrian president?
I do. I mean, this had nothing to do with him. This is a part of Syria that they really don't have much control over. And it was a surprise. He feels very badly about it. He's working on it. He's a strong man. And,
345.
This had nothing to do with the Syrian government.
What will
This had to do with ISIS.
What will the U.S. response be?
As a response, they'll be hit hard, yeah.
Oh yeah. U.S. response. What will the U.S. response be? They'll be hit hard though.
Chile, the pro-Trump candidate José Antonio Caz won the elections. Do you think this right-wing wave in the Spanish world?
It's like can't even go higher, can't even go lower. This shit is crazy. It's just chopping
we
like
just
nothing.
had a good one in Honduras, as you know. A great election there. I endorsed somebody that was not leading, and he won the election. And we had a good one just a little couple of hours ago. I found out in Chile, the person I endorsed, who was not leading, ended up winning quite easily. So I look forward to paying my respects to him. I hear he's a very
What does
good
that
person.
bounce from 330 to 340 and then 340 to 345? Like it's just going up and down like nothing.
And now going into 2026, there are some key regulators like the SEC, the CFTC that are going to have zero Democrats. Do you plan to appoint Democrats to fill those empty spots, or do you think that federal agencies shouldn't have Democrat commissioners?
Well, do you think they would be appointing Republicans if it were up to them? So, we'll look at it. Look, we want to be fair, but typically they're not appointing Republicans. So you're asking me the question whether or not I'd appoint Democrats. But there are certain areas that we do look at.
Whether they hover here, whether they
share
go
power.
fucking
And
flash
I'm open to
lower, whether they chop here, God knows we're on POC. Whereas today's entire volume, today's entire volatility is at POC.
Well, I wasn't a
It's
fan of
literally
his at all. He was
deciding what to do with
deranged
10 minutes
person
left.
As far as Trump is concerned, he said he knew it was false. In fact, it's the exact opposite. That I was a friend of Russia, controlled by Russia. It was the Russia hoax. He was one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself in career-wise. He became like a deranged person. Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all, in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad for our country, yeah.
I mean, maybe there's so many puts, there's so many more puts than calls, and they just flash it with a green
Well,
nuke
I
to
think they should
682.
get
I have
rid
no
of
idea.
because
Anything's possible
a
here.
Republican
We'll see.
president, I am unable
Just
to put
constantly.
anybody in office having to do with U.S. attorneys or having to do with judges. In other words, if you
Candles
have
are
one,
coming in
not two,
wild
you
and
don't need
into
two, just
close.
one. If you have one Democrat senator, well, we have a lot of them. You have one Democrat senator in a state, it is not possible to appoint because of blue slips.
Shit is
A
crazy.
judge, it's not possible to appoint a U.S. attorney. You see that happening. And I think it's a disgrace.
Chop,
I think blue
drop,
slips are a
chop, and
disgrace.
no
They've
soup.
long since, they should not be relevant anymore.
Drop, chop up.
This is a different world than it
After
was
dropping
15, 20 years ago. That was a
for quite a while, and
gentleman
then
and
VWAP and no
gentlewoman
soup and
world.
rejection, and then
This is a
closing
little
wild.
different, unfortunately. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, what do you want to see Congress do this week as it relates to health care and the expiring ACA
Yeah,
subsidy?
that's a good question. I'd like to see the people get the money. I'd like to see all of the money that's going to the Democrat insurance companies. The insurance companies are making a fortune. They're up 1,700% and more. And they're taking in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds
Tesla
of
is
billions
so
of dollars,
abnormally
even
bullish
trillions
right
of
now.
dollars. And Obamacare gives you
That
federal
has to be
healthcare.
some
Just
crazy
so you
shit.
understand,
Tesla is so
Obamacare
abnormally
was set up,
bullish
and I
right
said
now.
it right
I don't
from the
even know
beginning,
I don't even
for the
know what
benefit
fucking
of the
pattern this
health
shit is.
insurance,
Oh, damn.
insurance companies.
Just
the
tout
insurance
fucking
companies.
formation, I
They're
guess.
making billions and billions of dollars. Their stock is through the roof. I don't want to give them anything. I want all money going to the people and let the people buy their own health care. It'll be unbelievable. They'll do a great job. They'll get much better health care at
Yeah.
a much lower cost.
Obamacare closing end of this year, folks.
Republicans next year to just use
That is the news.
reconciliation to do what
healthcare exactly what you laid out, and they wouldn't have to worry about Democrat votes.
Well, that or knock out the filibuster. If you knocked out the filibuster, it would all go away, but we have a few people that wouldn't do that. It's crazy. Look, we should knock out the filibuster. And if you did that, we'd get voter ID, you'd have no mail-in voting, all things that make our elections dishonest. And you'd get a lot of other things having not even to do with voting. But Republicans should knock out the filibuster, and we should approve a lot of things. You wouldn't have January 30th looming, because you know you have the 30th of January looming. You know that, right? And if we knocked out the filibuster, it would be just a simple approval.
Oh my God!
But you have some Republicans that they're unable to explain why. You know, if you ask them why, they're unable to explain. They cannot win the debate. But they should knock out the filibuster, and frankly, they should get rid of the
Who was
Muslims
coming
too,
in
yeah.
crazy on
President,
Tesla?
the Democrats won Miami, where you won the election 1 year ago. Do you think it's because of the Hispanic media like Telemundo
Oh my
are
God.
publishing fake news about the ICE operations? How do you plan to win back those votes for
What
the midterm?
the
Yeah, well, I won
shit?
that whole election, and you know, it's interesting. When I'm not running, we don't do as well.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try and get that changed for the midterms. But we did have a big win in
Robo
Tennessee.
taxi,
you
so
know.
crazy.
Van Epps had a big win in Tennessee against a very
Robo
strong
taxi,
candidate,
so
attractive candidate,
crazy.
who a lot of people thought would do very well, and Matt won by a lot. And I won Tennessee by
Robo
a real
taxi,
lot.
fuck.
We had a great election. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything.
Wow.
And there's a thing that they have now, districts, which is a big deal. I think in a way it's the most
4.62%.
important stat from the standpoint of, you know,
Yo,
looking at numbers accurately. So out of thousands of districts, I won
Fucking Robo
2,750
cut.
versus
Fuck.
525. Think of that.
I am not adding into this shit either, but
2,750
holy
versus
fuck, that's
525.
crazy.
Great.
All
That's why the
fucking
map,
day
when you
long and
see a
chop,
map
chop, chop,
of
chop,
the
chop, chop,
election,
chop, chop,
it's
chop,
all
chop, chopping
red,
it down.
Other
Oh
than
my God.
two little narrow lines on the other side, please.
Sir, Jimmy Lai was convicted today.
VWAP again.
Feel so
W4 again.
badly. I spoke to President Xi about it.
So we did VWAP pullback and then we go
He
back
asked
to
to
VWAP.
consider his release.
We're not green yet
He's
though.
not
Green is
well.
682.22.
He's an older man
Stuck
and he's
between
not
VWAP
well,
and
so I
POC
did
looks
put
like.
that request out. We'll see what happens. Okay?
Mr.
Yeah, please,
President,
Kate.
Question about Ukraine. Now that the meetings in Berlin have wrapped up with Zelensky,
Right.
is there a timetable for going to Moscow? Is a delegation going?
Well, I think that the delegation is largely there right now, actually. They're
Our
in
market's
Europe.
wilding right now,
And
so
they met with those people that I called out before, the various countries, plus some others. They want to see it end, Katie. They want to see it end. They all, I want to see it end. They want to see it end. I actually think that President Putin wants to see it end. You know, I've had good talks. We've had good talks with Russia. And I think they'd like to get back to a more normal way of life.
And just a quick follow-up there, an Article 5-like deal seems to be emerging without NATO membership for Ukraine. If such a security guarantee is offered, what incentive is there for Ukraine to give up any sort of territory?
Well, look, you have, well, they've already lost the territory, you know, to be honest. I mean, the
But
territory
to make
is
those
lost.
concessions permanent.
But in terms of security guarantee, we're working with Europe on it. Europe would be a big part of that. And we're working on the security guarantee so the war doesn't start up again. We don't want to have a war start up again. You know, as I said, with Thailand and Cambodia, two people I get along with great, and I dealt with them and I called them and I said, look, fellas, you got to relax, you got to take it easy. They lost. You know, they started the war again and I got it ended. And things like that are going to happen. War. Nothing pretty about war, nothing good, and there's nothing you can do to predict what's going to happen. But I think we've made a lot of progress with respect to Russia and Ukraine, I hope. You know, last
I'm in 4.5K.
month was close to 27,000.
480 Tesla put
Mostly
here on
soldiers.
Friday now.
27,000
wow,
people,
wow.
but mostly soldiers were killed last month in Russia versus Ukraine.
Is there a time limit on security guarantees?
Well, there's no time limit. We just the
I
time
just wanted
limit
the
is whenever we get it done.
480
We're
puts
gonna try
into
to get it
Friday.
done.
Wow.
We're making progress. It's
Wow,
more
wow,
difficult
wow,
than
wow.
anybody could have thought. I would have said that half of the wars that I got settled,
Now
some
they're
were going
fucking
for over
huge
30
on
years.
Tesla.
That half
Holy.
of them should have been more difficult. And
When you walk into a Burlington,
Fucking loud as
you're
shit.
walking into low prices.
And so it probably makes it
In Syria.
because we're trying to
Whoa,
make
look at
sure
that dump on
there's
SPY.
going to be and remain peace in the Middle East, and Syria is a big part of it.
The fuck
new
is
leader
going on? We're market crazy
is a
right
strong
now.
person, and that's what you need. This is a rough part of the world, and
Market going insane right now.
it's been amazing what's taken place in Syria. We got rid of Assad,
IWM
we
going
got rid
straight
of
lower.
other people that were really bad people, and that were in the way of peace in the Middle East. You know, we have legitimate
IWM
peace in the
dumping.
Middle East, first time in 3,000 years, and we have 59 countries backing it. And we'll see what happens with Hamas, we'll see what happens with Hezbollah, but regardless, I mean, we have countries that want to go in and clean that out if we want them to do it. But they said, in the case of Hamas, they said that they're going to disarm, and we're going to find out whether or not that's true. Hezbollah in Lebanon has been a problem. We'll see what happens there. But there is legitimate, large-scale peace in the Middle East. And if there weren't, we wouldn't have been able to make all of those deals that we've made with the various countries. They would have never been able to do that. If, for instance, if Iran, if we didn't, with that B-2 bomber right there on the desk, if we didn't, of which we just ordered a lot more of the newer version, totally stealth. They could not see it. They knew it was coming. They had no idea where it was. It was pretty amazing, actually. Every bomb hit its mark perfectly, despite CNN trying to say differently. They didn't know. They just, you know, hoped. They hoped that we didn't, but
Hope.
it turned out that they did. Atomic energy.
He used the word.
So did, actually, so did
Hope.
Armageddon. If we didn't knock out their nuclear capability, we would have never had peace in the Middle East, because you would have had a dark cloud hanging over Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and all the other countries, and they would have never, ever been able to sign an agreement. Yeah, please.
How soon do you expect that international stabilization force to be up and running in Gaza?
I think that it's, in a form, it's already running. In a very strong form, it's already. But it'll get stronger and stronger, and more countries are coming into it. They're already in, but they'll send any number of troops that I ask them to send. They want to see peace. We have more than 59 countries.
Dump
We have
$10 on Tesla.
Many
Come on.
countries that aren't
No, I'm
even
kidding.
in the
There's
Middle East, but
there's 2
they're
minutes
fairly
left there.
close to the Middle East. They want to be
Holy
involved.
shit, market
Been
move.
pretty
Mr. President, this week a man named Keone Rodriguez is going to federal prison for creating crypto privacy software. The case was started under the Biden administration, but your DOJ kept it going and secured the conviction.
Wow, look at that chop at the close. Tesla going lower. IWM bouncing.
Or would you be interested?
I've heard about it. I'll look at it. Why, you think he should be pardoned? Sounds
maybe-
like it. Sounds
What
like
the
they should
hell
be
just
pardoned.
happened?
Many people in the
Rodriguez, we'll look at that, Pam, okay? Let's take a look at it. You'll have to tell me. I don't know anything about it, but we'll take a look.
On Friday.
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, market analysts are calling for a Santa rally. Typically, it's 5 trading days going to Christmas. You know, in the first 2 trading days in January, that's a sign of market optimism. Do you anticipate, along with the historical low gas prices, that continuing in the first quarter of next year?
Well, we've had the greatest stock market in history, Brian. We have a stock market that's
Look at
gone
that
up
Tesla going.
52 times to new highs during a 10-month period.
Tesla
my
going
10
crazy
months.
now.
You know,
Holy
the first
fuck.
10 months, we set a record. 52 days, we had the highest
dumping
stock
now.
market in history, including a day ago.
testing LOD.
And I didn't look today. Maybe it's up today, I don't know. But we had 52 altogether.
QQQ testing
and,
LOD.
there's
QQQ
never
testing
been anything
LOD.
like it.
Tesla going.
And the reason are
Tesla
the tariffs have
going. Tesla
brought
going.
vast amounts of wealth
Holy
into our
shit.
country.
What a fucking pullback up.
Countries that have taken
Tesla.
our car
Holy
companies,
shit.
our car companies are all coming back. The AI is coming at levels that nobody's ever seen before. That's going to be a massive industry. Without the tariffs, we wouldn't have that.
I'm out on
Chips are
Tesla,
coming
480,
in. Chip companies are coming
5,300.
in from Taiwan and other places, but mostly
I still have a fuck
from
ton
Taiwan,
left.
which has almost 100% of the market. And we're now making chips, and we're not paying anything. It's not the CHIPS Act where they give billions of dollars to companies, and then they just take the money and they run.
Fuck,
That was
480, my
under
bad.
Biden. The fact that I set tariffs up, and that if they don't make their chips here, they have to pay a big tariff. In order to send them into the US, they have to be here. You know, tariffs really work, in my opinion, almost only in the
Everything
United
coming back
States.
now.
They've been used against us successfully because we had presidents that had no clue. But tariffs
Everything coming
really
back now.
work.
Tesla.
We've taken in hundreds
Market
of
bouncing.
billions of dollars with tariffs.
Holy shit,
And
that's
more
crazy.
importantly, we've taken in countries,
My
companies
472.5
where, and
coming
even
back.
countries
Holy
have
shit,
sent
that was crazy.
their
Oh
car
my
making
God, they were
people
going
into
crazy
the
on
United
Tesla.
States in order to avoid
Back into the 2
paying
p.m.
tariffs.
box.
And they'll build a
purple box.
plant and they'll hire our
Intraday,
people
this is-
to make the cars. But
But
we
today,
now have
this shit's the most
as you know,
craziest,
Toyota just
craziest pattern. Tesla, man.
approved
Look
$10
at this
billion
fucking shit.
in
What the fuck?
manufacturing plants in the United States using our people.
Market
Without
close.
tariffs, none of that would have happened. Tariffs have given us great
Wow, look at
national
QQQ.
security.
Near the
There's
LOD,
nothing like
more than
what's
spike.
happened in the last 10 months. Tariffs have given us tremendous national security
IWM.
and tremendous wealth. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you guys. Thank you,
Done
Press.
talking
Thank
at
you.
market close. That is perfect. Thank you, Press. Thank you, President Trump.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, you guys can grab everything. Maybe you can grab
Woo!
everything.
All right, GG's, folks. Bye-bye.